you to look at this place. I mean, 160,000 people are going to be here to this race. I mean, there's not another racetrack like this in the whole wide world. And the action, oh my gosh, the racing is incredible. Bumping, grinding, sparks flying, sheet metal flying. Man, what a show. There's not another track in the world that can get you pumped up like this place can. My favorite track. I love this place. I miss it. I'd like to be out there.
And Darrell, will be out here in Thunder Valley, always special. They built a track in this part of eastern Tennessee back in 1961. Over the past 4 decades, Bristol Motor Speedway has become a shrine to America's best drivers. And at a time when patriotism is so prominent, the heroes of this sport join with this crowd in support of our country. Bristol begins its racing day with American flags on the cars and in the stands. This track overflowing with emotion, red, white, and blue. And a record sellout crowd on hand as Fox Sports presents Winston Cup Racing. Time now for the pre-race show. And our corporate headquarters, as always, the Hollywood Hotel, located in the garage area inside of turns 3 and 4 as we go to where the races are to bring you closer to the action. And when the action begins, Ryan Newman, who set a track qualifying record, is on the pole, and 5-time Bristol winner Jeff Gordon will start outside Newman, actually on the front row. Hi, for all of us here, I'm Chris Myers. Welcome to our pre-race show, and this race comes at a time when everyone's thoughts are on the brave men and women serving overseas. As for the way this sport is responding, let's check in with NASCAR President Mike Helton. He's with our Steve Burns.
Thanks, Chris. With Mike Helton. Mike, everybody loves coming to Bristol, but given the fact our country's at war, did NASCAR think twice about this weekend's activities?
Well, obviously, earlier in the week when all of the conflict began, there was a great deal of due diligence going in from NASCAR's part, as well as other sports entities on what to do and how to go about things. And we spent a lot of time talking with folks in Washington at the White House, as well as in Homeland Security. And after we got through the process of finding out the information that was relative to us being prepared for things, they were very firm about their request to not only NASCAR, but the NCAA and other forms of sports to continue under the current situation, certainly, and that's what we've done. And I think it's a matter of monitoring now what happens to see if there's any other appropriate reaction from NASCAR that's necessary. But for the time being, they're encouraging activity to continue, and we'll keep an open mind and stay prepared, and certainly work with the track, as Jeff Bird has been a great host this weekend, being prepared for the best we could be under all the circumstances. And going forward, we'll just watch it and monitor it.
Okay, Mike, thanks very much. We'll go back to Chris Myers.
All right, thank you, Steve. And the American Forces Network provided coverage of today's race to our men and women serving overseas with Darrell Waltrip and Jeff Hammond. Nice to see you, gentlemen. You've had a lot of success here as we talk more about the race at Bristol. And this already is a special place, Jeff, being run this race at a special time.
Yeah, it really is, Chris. And when you come to Bristol, believe it or not everybody likes coming here, Chris. There's some guys who just terribly, they hate it. This is one of those worst places they could ever think about coming to. But if you're going to come up here, you got the right attitude, you got to have a lot of determination, and you've got to have a lot of anticipation if you want to be successful. Just like, you know, Rusty Wallace or Jeff Gordon, these guys do well here because they're able to do all these, I believe.
And Darrell, you won here 12 times, so you know what it takes.
Yeah, what it takes is you got to be patiently aggressive. Patience is when you wait for the guy to make a mistake.
Right.
Aggressive means he didn't make it fast enough and you help him make the mistake.
All right, at 21 times in the 41 times they've raced here, the winner in Bristol has gone on to win the championship, so it is special in a number of ways. And today will be the 2000th race in Winston Cup history. To get a true sense of what the sport is all about, all you have to do is go back to race number 1,999. Last week in Darlington, it was a race for the ages decided by inches.
Here he comes. Here we go again. He's going to wait on him. He's going to put the crossover on him. He realized that wasn't a good move that last time. White flag. Here he goes. He's going to try to slide under him here. Come on, baby.
And Blaney's coming. Both these cars are driving terrible right now. Half a lap to go.
Nah, they're driving good. Come on, baby. You can do it on this end of the speedway. Come off the board and get up alongside of him.
Half a mile
Here
to
he
go.
comes. Here he comes.
Who's going to get off?
Here he comes. Here he comes. He's got him this time.
It's going to be a drag race. Wow! They touch! They touch! Craven got him!
Craven got him.
Craven got him! And
Craven. All right. What a finish.
have you ever?
No, I've never.
What an incredible finish last weekend at Darlington. Kurt Busch, how did you manage to come so close to winning with no power steering?
Oh, we've been close a few times this year. I mean, it's just a tribute to the crew, and, you know, we've had mechanical things happen in the past. No big deal. I just had to keep the car as straight as I could and build a push into it so I didn't have to turn it to the right, but ended up slipping, and Craven got us at the end, so history was made.
Great job. Ricky, how big a deal was that for you?
No, it was big. It was personal. You know, when you got to me in victory lane or I got to you, it was all about winning Darlington. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I came to realize that was a pretty special race, and I'm thankful that I was a part of it.
Congratulations. Chris?
All right, thanks, Dick. And those two will be forever linked, it appears. NASCAR's top 10 championship points in the standings. Matt Kenseth in the lead. Look, Ricky Craven is up to 5th, and who's right there with him?
They are tied together.
Oh, there you go. Kurt Busch is certainly part of that. Now, Ryan Newman, he's in 12th place in the points, but this week set a new track qualifying record with a sub-15 qualifying run. And the speed is great here, but it's not everything.
No, what you do on Friday, certainly it's important to start up front here. We've documented that many times. But what you do on Friday doesn't mean diddly squat on Sunday, because you got to take that fast car and parlay that into a victory. And sometimes that's harder to do than it sounds like.
Yeah, it really is what you turn into is a situation where you've got to have a race car now that can endure this 500 laps. This place will literally rip a race car apart. Sometimes when you're going that much faster, next thing you know, you start making things break that you never knew would break before. And you see a couple guys right there that
it took 16 years to go to under 17 seconds and then 4 years to get under 16. So the technology, obviously, moving fast.
Well, what it shows is, I mean, I never thought I'd see a car go around here in under 15 seconds. You take these cars up with 1,500 pounds of downforce, they got 800 horsepower, and you put a young, brave rookie behind the wheel, and he stands on the gas, you're going to set a record like that.
he can still do it.
He can still do it. We'll try him in a car. Speaking, well, last year's...
I'd be up the list somewhere.
Last year's Rookie of the Year, Ryan Newman. Let's hear from him. He's with our Genie Zelasco.
And Ryan Newman averaging a pole about every 5 attempts. This is becoming old hat, but I guess if you have to be up front, this is the place you want to be.
Well, for sure, but you know, the track's so fast, you get in live traffic, and hopefully we're going to go forward and not backward, and just see what the Auto Dodge will do in race trim. And we were pretty good in practice yesterday. Just have to see what it's like, 500 laps.
All right, second top 10 start in 3 races here. Matt?
Junie, Jeff Gordon's 2002 run in Thunder Valley was literally night and day. He led nearly 100 laps here in the spring, but then crashed in turns 1 and 2. But 4 months later, the 4-time Bristol winner added something to his racing resume that had eluded him. A Bristol night race victory. He dominated that event, which jump-started his 3-win season. It ended a 31-race winless streak. Jeff, a good place for you to jump-start the season again, but how do you rate your chances here?
You know, our chances are good. I mean, we've got a great race car, a lot like what we had the last time we ran this race, the last time we were at Bristol. So things have been going real well for us all weekend long. Good starting position. You know, pit stops have been awesome lately. You know, other than my little mistake by brushing the wall last weekend, things couldn't be better right now. And Yeah, we would like to jumpstart, the season, get a win here. But we all know this is Bristol, man. You got a long way to go. You got to survive this place before you can get to victory lane. And I think if we can survive today, I think that we've got a great shot at being in victory lane.
For the third straight trip to Bristol, Super G starts his drive for a victory from the front row. Chris?
All right, thanks, Matt. And how about Jeff Gordon's year? And it's a couple of wrecks.
Yeah, that's something that kind of is not typical Jeff Gordon. I've seen him go through wrecks. Like everybody will crash, he'll come out the other side through the smoke. Right. Gotten in a couple of wrecks this year. He's still not in bad shape, though.
No. Along with Robbie Loomis and the whole Hendrick group, this is exactly what they want to be able to do. They've had some consistency. They've led some races. They're figuring their race car out. And last week, I mean, pretty much shown that if he just could have, kept those tires on him and stayed out of the wall, I believe he could have won that race. So coming here, look out.
This is the place you could get it right. He's a four-time Winston Cup champ, Jeff Gordon. Maybe one day, if he plays his cards right, he'll end up on a cereal box like, the legend guys at Wheaties. What are you doing with that?
Oh, hey. I brought a box of Wheaties. We talk about legends right here. We got our buddy Darrell Walker. That's exactly right. And
that's in 1973.
Now, these will be on sale in stores, starting in April?
April the 1st, I think they said to be out on the shelves, and I'm proud of that. A lot of athletes through the years have been on the Wheaties box, and I tell you, you better eat your Wheaties when you come here, buddy.
Exactly.
All right.
And you better put on your cape, too.
The breakfast of champions, and we'll find out who the champion will be here at Bristol once we cover 500 laps. We're counting down to the race here at Bristol Motor Speedway. As we get you ready, here's some thoughts from the men behind the wheel about the magic behind Bristol.
Just a lot of memories that I have at this track, I mean, I've won races here. I've had great battles here. I've bumped and I've banged. And
oh, man, when I come to Bristol, I walk up to the racetrack and I can look straight up, and I still can barely see the top of the grandstands. They're so high. And then when I come into the racetrack and they start practice, it's a solid roar, and the people are just going nuts.
You come out from underneath that tunnel and you look up and it's like the greatest stadium of all time for us. I think it's Bruton Smith's greatest accomplishment, in my opinion, and probably the greatest racetrack we run.
Introducing 54321, the show that brings you inside the world of extreme sports. 9 months after her abduction, Elizabeth Smart is reunited with her family.
America's Most Wanted helped save Elizabeth.
Without your show, Elizabeth Smart wouldn't be home tonight.
We told the story, but every person who watched gave it a happy ending.
You guys made the call and saved a life.
America's Most Wanted, prouder than ever to be making a difference. Thanks to you. At 9/8 Central, Fox Saturday.
And event tickets on sale now. Call 1-888-306-RACE or log on to PTIR.com. Pikes International Raceway. Think fast.
2 all-beef patty, special sauce, lettuce, cheese.
Pickles, onions on a sesame seed bun. 2 all-beef patties.
Special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions on a
sesame seed bun.
The Big Mac is turning 35, and we're celebrating. Right now, you can get 2 delicious Big Macs for only $2.
Go, Big Mac! It's your birthday.
It's a big McDonald's party, and everybody's into it.
2 all-beef patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions on a sesame seed bun.
2 Big Macs for just $2.
Come on, party with the Big Mac.
Fox welcomes you back to Thunder Valley, where the bucolic countryside turns on race day in the Bristol Motor Speedway with all the banging and clanging of cars. I'll explain bucolic later, Darrell. When racing begins, the noise is deafening on this half-mile speedway. It's shaped like a bullfight arena. The running of engines, music to the ears of the crowd, though, and to our Jeannie Zalasko, who's outside the track to describe the scene. Jeannie?
Stewart can remember the first time he came to the Tennessee Mountain Empire. Words like amazing and awesome came to mind. He wasn't talking about the track. How about the 21-story tower that embraces turns 1 and turn 2? And there are 3 other towers, along with 52 suites that some 160,000 fans will call home today. Somewhere amongst the mass of humanity, you'll find our Steve Burns.
Well, Jeannie, getting a ticket to sit in the grandstands isn't easy, but John Pardo was going to come here with his wife, Jamie, for the very first time using this seat, but instead he's on the USS Iwo Jima on his way to northern Iraq. He's a Marine. Jamie, I know there's something you'd like to say.
Johnny, I love you. I miss you. I can't wait till you come home. To all the men and women out there, we pray for your safe return.
All right, well said, Jamie. Let's go back to Chris Myers.
All right, thanks, Steve. There has always been a strong bond with the troops and NASCAR, and you see from Ricky Rudd to Travis Carter's car, Todd Bodine, to Jerry Nadeau's car, those supported and in the race today. And gentlemen, the cars in the race today, let's go back to on the track. And this is a track, in fact, the record for cautions in a Winston Cup race is 20. It's happened here twice. That means a lot of banging and stopping and beating. So, Darrell, take us through a driver, how he gets through this and survive. It's really a survival of the fittest.
Well, you always are anticipating what's going to happen. You've got to think way ahead. A spotter does you no good here. The only thing he can do is when you're going into 3, he can tell you if there's a wreck on the other straightaway, on the front straightaway. He can't drive through those wrecks for you because there's lots of them. You got to instinctively go around them. So you're always thinking ahead, trying to think ahead. Somebody's going to be in trouble. The thing you want to do is get that hand up and let that guy behind you not run into you.
And a crew chief, Jeff, has to help calm the temper of his driver.
Exactly. You've got to learn how to temper your temper. Or you can sit right there. Darrell talked about earlier. People try to move each other out of the way. Sometimes it's more deliberate than others, and the end result can be very disastrous. You can see right here as Ryan Newman goes around and collects the wall after being bumped by Tony Stewart. In last year's winter, there's Kurt Busch, but a little bump and grind, a little bump and moving on
right.
Jimmy Spencer.
And here's where it gets a little heated, right? Drivers have to kind of...
This is where you really got to jump in there and say, driver, calm down now, calm down. What happens? They don't listen, do they, Darrell?
No, that's where you need anger management right here. That's after the race. So that all builds up. It kind of crescendos at the end of the day.
What you do is you tell a driver, say, look, don't tear my race car up. If you want to get on him, take it out behind the truck after the race, man. Go ahead and get out there, and we'll keep everybody else back.
You two you should hear the stories. At racing the way it ought to be, right? Among the active drivers, though, Rusty Wallace, the most wins here with 9. He starts in the second row today, and he's with Steve Burns. Steve?
Hey, Chris, he won his very first Winston Cup race here in 1986, has gone on to win 54 times. Can you make this your 10th Bristol victory, Rusty?
I sure can. We got a good car today. It's run strong. We're handling good, qualified good. So, man, I'm all optimistic today.
Why do you love this track so much, Rusty?
I kind of cut my teeth in tracks like this back in the Midwest on ASA circuit. That circuit taught me a whole lot, how to work in your car, how to get around bull rings like this. And, hey, man, after you win here 9 times, you get real confident.
Best of luck, Rusty.
Thank you very much.
Let's go to Matt Yoakum. Well, Steve, Dale Earnhardt Jr., a 3rd and a 4th here last year. Now, your little juniorites want to know, is this the day you break through here at Bristol?
Well, we hope to kick some ass today. I mean, it's a tough racetrack. You gotta stay on top of the wheel. We got a good car, and looking forward to it. I want to say, you know, all our thoughts are with all the troops as we race today. I want to say hello to a friend of mine, Marissa, in California, and hope we have a good day today.
Now, as a driver, you got to love this place. This is a driver's place.
Yeah, you know, you love it and you hate it. You know, it depends on how good you run. But, yeah, it's a tough racetrack. I love running here, but you don't always get the results that you want. And, you know, as much fun as it is, it can really make a long week.
Well, Junior starts in row 4. It's a numerology row. On the inside, Spencer in the 7 starts 7th. Junior, driver 8, rolls off 8th. Chris?
All right, thanks. 8th driver in the Budweiser Chevrolet, and certainly a guy who in his last 2 races here in Bristol, he's been in the top 5, ready to break out. What will it take?
Yeah, he's led 22% of the laps in the last 2 races here. 300 and some laps out of 1,000. I tell you what's interesting, though. Cale Yarborough led all 500 laps here.
When was that?
In 1973.
Oh, well,
With no power steering.
With no power.
And
Plus, one other thing, there was one caution-free race here in 1971, won by Charlie Glossback.
But this is a race, Jeff, where you kind of build up your car, extra bumpers, whatever protection you can put on.
This place here, it just, again, it literally tears the car apart. It does. The ball joints, the bumpers, I mean, everything about this thing, track bars, anything it can break will break here at Bristol, and, unlike any other racetrack. You can go to Daytona and Talladega and not break stuff you'll break here.
The car you come to the track with is not necessarily the one you leave with.
It's got to be bulletproof.
But you can survive. Our experts will help you pick today's race or get an idea. But first, let's check the standings so far. Jeff Hammond moving out in front. Larry McReynolds running second. And Darrell Waltrip with a win, but they're still in the hunt running third. So let's let Jeff go first. Who do you like in today's race?
Oh, boys, I hate to tell you this right now. This is a track for excitement. So who any better than Mr. Excitement starting 7th, Jimmy Spencer?
Well, guys, I'm going with a man that's starting up near the front with a brand-new race car. Steve Burns talked to him. This is where he's going to end that 67 streak of winless going to victory lane. I'm going with Rusty Wallace.
Well, I hope history doesn't repeat itself. I picked Jeff Gordon last year, and he spun out down here in turn 1. Jeff, don't look back. Keep looking ahead, buddy. I picked 24.
Kiss you goodbye, big boy.
Kiss the death on him. Jeff now, he just hexed the poor guy, right? All right, winning a race takes a great pit crew. Of course, pit strategy, something important here. Jeff Green's crew, the winner of the McDonald's drive-thru powered by Powerade contest. His online car spent the least amount of time on pit road last week, grabbing the weekly prize of $20,000. And Michael Waltrip's crew of those participating teams is in the lead for the $200,000 season-long prize.
That's the best place to pass them, is in the pits here at Bristol.
Exactly right.
Enter the Be a NASCAR Grand Marshal for a Day contest. Tune into the first hour of race coverage. Look for the secret number on the animated car. Then log on to NASCAR.com or FoxSports.com. That guy looks like the Monopoly guy. Remember your bank error in your face? No, it wasn't me.
Oh.
Enter the number for your chance to win, and the winner will start the race, get to ride in the pace car, wave the checkered flag next year at the Rock. So Be a NASCAR Grand Marshal for a Day. The contest continuing later today here on Fox. Hard to believe that this is the 2000th Winston Cup race. I'm sure you have your own memorable moments from races in the past, and these guys do too. We asked our crew to provide their most memorable moments.
Did you ever wonder how your car would do in racing competition in the hands of a good race driver?
Outstanding race drivers will be after a rich $1,200 purse.
We're here at the world's fastest speedway for the running of the inaugural Daytona 500.
Richard Petty goes back inside. They don't spin. They're in the wall. Here's Petty trying to fire to come across the line. The winner is car number 21. And there's a fight between Cale Yarborough and Donnie Allison.
Oh, I won the Daytona 500. I won the Daytona 500.
Dale Earnhardt will come to the caution flag to win the Daytona 500. Finally.
Believe in storybook endings, folks. This is wonderful to witness. Got a big old lump in my throat.
Raymond, what a finish!
Have you ever?
No, I've never.
We thank Gary Lang back at our home office in Los Angeles for putting that together. Does a great job on a lot of our opens and teases, and I know you guys get asked a lot. You must have a lot of memories having been a part of some of those, but let's help us out here. Start with a couple. Your most memorable.
Last 30 years, about.
How about last week?
Obviously, I have my personal favorites, but one of my favorites is Bill Elliott in 1985. To see how Bill won 11 races that year, just dominated. That run he made at Talladega, making up 2 laps, was incredible. And that was one of my favorite memories. And there are many, many more. One of the Winston races, where Earnhardt made the pass in the grass. That was one of my favorites. So, Jeff?
Tim Richmond, I mean, Cale Yarborough. I watched Cale Yarborough back a car in a wall at Martinsville and drive that car to second-place finish, basically on just bouncing up around a racetrack and shook his guts loose. I mean, the commitment these guys have as far as what they do every week. I mean, there's so many great moments. You can't think about all of them.
And the one that Bobby Hamilton won at Talladega, I mean, 40 cars came across the finish line. If we didn't have transponders, we wouldn't even know who won the race, let alone who finished second.
We could go on and on, but the good news is there are plenty more memories that lie ahead. And fitting that race number 2000 will take place at one of NASCAR's landmark locations. Perhaps Bill France said it best when he described NASCAR fans as the kind of people who go to war and win wars for America. Here is a rendition of God Bless America.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans white with foam. God bless America, my home sweet home. My home sweet home.
A touching rendition by Rebecca Lynn Howard of God Bless America. Coming up, our national anthem, and then a day at the races. Will Kurt Busch repeat at Bristol? How will Dale Jarrett fare? Can Jeff Gordon win his first race of the year? And will we see another fantastic finish? Here's last week's champ. 85th race at Bristol, but the 2000 Winston Cup race. Listen to the crowd.
Chanting USA, Chris, chanting USA.
As we get ready to race, the answer is 500 laps away. NASCAR on FX from Bristol Motor Speedway.
One of the biggest films of all time just got bigger with all new scenes added for your screaming pleasure. Steven Spielberg's The Lost World. Go as fast as you can. A special movie presentation at 7/6 Central tonight on Fox.
She's the finest talent Boston Public has ever seen, but after getting abused by her boyfriend, will this student do the unthinkable? Marry him? Can the faculty stop her?
This is my decision.
American Idol's Tamira Gray on Boston Public, followed by Married by America, all new Fox Monday. Fox Wednesday, Jackie's homeless and left on her own.
Oh my God, this is not the Playboy Mansion, you know.
Now, who will take her in?
She's your best friend.
She's not my best friend.
Then who's your best friend?
Oh, crap. How the hell did that happen?
That 70s Show, all new at 8/7 Central, Fox Wednesday.
Bring the entire family and experience the speed as drivers swap paint and battle. Colorado National Speedway. NASCAR calls it one of the premier short tracks in the country. Celebrating our 40th season in 2003 with NASCAR Fury. We'll show you the whole season, but you'll only need the edge.
Welcome to Perfection, Nevada, a small town with a big problem.
There's a monster on the loose!
Let's move! I don't know how you guys put up with it. Day in, day out.
Not in my valley, you don't.
We go
through this every day.
That's perfection. Based on the hit movies, Tremors, the series, on Sci-Fi Channel. Check local listings. Possibilities for disaster boggle the mind.
Hi, I'm Ron Safolo. Join me today at 5 for Fox 31 News.
Texas, it's Longhorns and stock cars. Get your tickets now for the NASCAR Winston Cup Samsung Radio Shack 500 and the NASCAR Busch O'Reilly 300, March 29th and 30th. Visit TexasMotorSpeedway.com or call 817-215-8500. Be a part of the new American pastime at Texas Motor Speedway.
NASCAR on Fox welcomes you to Thunder Valley in the foothills of East Tennessee. They built a sporting stadium. There are many in the country that can hold 100,000 plus, but they're built for stick and ball sports. They're not built for this kind of thunder. Welcome to Bristol Motor Speedway, where around the half-mile concrete today, 43 Winston Cup cars will square off for 500 laps. It's the NASCAR Winston Cup Series from Bristol Motor Speedway. Hi, everybody, and welcome to Bristol. Mike Joy with Larry McReynolds, celebrating one of the freedoms we enjoy, the freedom to spend Sunday afternoon watching them slam and bang at Bristol. The final practice session, Larry, the difference between the fastest and the 40th car, just 0.2 of a second. How do you pass and how do you race like that when everybody's so equal?
I mean, it's like one driver told me, you can be 5/100ths of a second slow per lap here, and you're going to be in the way. You can be 5/100ths faster than anybody, and you're going to be the class of the field. When you're that close and the competition's that close, the only way you can pass someone is do that little bump and run and get them out of the way. And, Mike, it's the first short track race of the 2003 season. It's a track that I always couldn't wait to get to, but normally before the weekend was over, I couldn't wait to get out of this place.
The contact here is not constant, but it's almost so.
I mean, it is. I mean, it's constantly something going on. I mean, these straightaways are only 650 feet long, so you're constantly in a battle.
Yesterday, 13 caution flags, 12 of them by contact. Something had happened in turn 4, and cars had crashed back in turn 2 behind it. That's the kind of action we expect today as we go trackside to open the day.
Colors. Ladies and gentlemen, would you stand, please, for the presentation of colors by the Carson-Newman College ROTC cadets. And for our invocation, the Reverend Mike Ripe of the Van Sant Church of Christ in Van Sant, Virginia.
Let's all bow for a moment of silent prayer in memory of our troops overseas. Dear God, it's humbling to know that we are in your presence today, and being in your presence, we can approach you with confidence and ask that you will provide each and every one of us with safety and entertainment. And we can also ask that you will provide safety for our troops and our leaders who are fighting for freedom, not only ours, but the freedom of many other people. And we pray this, God, to you because you are a good and gracious God. In Jesus' name, amen.
And for our national anthem, MCA Nashville recording artist Rebecca Lynn Howard.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, For the land of the free and the home of the
And now for the words you've all been waiting for, representing armed forces for the United States of America all over the world, the Grand Marshals for today's Food City 500.
Drivers, start your engines.
Makes you proud, doesn't it? 160,000 seats, including the 150 VIP suites, and they are all filled. The reason? Contact. Here, this is a contract sport. On this, today, our Main Street.
Down on Main Street. Down on Main Street. Ooh, sometimes even now, when I'm feeling lonely and deep, I drift back in time and I find my feet down on Main Street. Down on Main Street.
Wanda speaks out.
We're all supposed to give up our SUVs to save the planet or some BS. I'll give up my SUV when the president trades in Air Force One for a bus pass.
Wanda at Large premieres after American Idol, Fox, Wednesday. The Pitt family history. Ambrose Pitt, train conductor. James Pitt, ski instructor. Now, meet the latest generation of Pitts.
My family has a lot of bad luck.
From the writers of The Simpsons
This must be one of the proudest days of his life.
comes the Pitts.
Why do you ask us if we have lice if you're not going to believe us?
The Pitts premieres next Sunday on Fox. Fast cars, faster women.
You boys ready for a party?
And NASCAR's Dale Earnhardt Jr.
All right, kid, let's see what you got.
Now that's life in the fast lane. All new at 8/7 Central Fox Friday.
You pass it hundreds of times and it doesn't mean a thing. But on the last lap, it becomes all that you've worked for. The rest of the race may have been a blurred color, but in the end, the only thing that matters is black and white.
Since bright and early this morning, they've driven here from all across the eastern United States, parked their cars as much as 4 miles away, and walked into this great stadium, this 160,000-seat facility with its high banks and concrete corners that'll challenge drivers today. Budweiser, official beer of NASCAR, proud sponsor of the Bud Pole Award, given to the fastest qualifier at each Winston Cup race. Flying Ryan Newman gets his second one this season to lead all drivers. Since 1979, Anheuser-Busch has awarded more than $8 million as title sponsor of NASCAR's Pole Award program. Here's how they'll line up today. It's Newman alongside the prior track record holder, Jeff Gordon. Newman, first driver to tour this track in under 15 seconds. Row 2, Kenny Schrader. Big pleasant surprise, and Rusty Wallace, the winningest active driver here. Bill Elliott and Mike Skinner, two veterans, either one of whom could wind up in victory lane today. Jimmy Spencer, a big 7th for number 7, and driver 8, position 8. Kurt Busch, after last week's close finish, is 9th, and Tony Stewart, one of today's favorites, is 10th. Darrell Waltrip joins us in the booth as you look at the rest of the grid, and we get set to go on a place where you have won 12 times. There's got to be a secret to this. Tell me.
Well, it's to maintain your cool as long as you can. You know you're going to lose it sometime. Just try to maintain it as long as you can. I would talk to a driver, but the pace laps here go by so quickly, and there's so little time. As I've said many a time, hey, guys, I'm not doing a radio show out here, so I got no time to talk.
Right now, the field is broke up into two groups. They're trying to get that ever-important pit road speed of 30 miles per hour. We only have one car that has to drop to the rear of the field. Jamie McMurray, he qualified 26th. They wrecked in practice before qualifying, but because they actually changed engines after qualifying, they have to go to the rear of the field. 45 cars were here. 43 starts the race. 2 went home.
That would be Larry Foyt, would be one, and I'm right on top of the other. Help me.
The thing about the start, Mike, is it's always so treacherous. What you try to do is cut a deal with the guy on the inside. Please let me down in front of you.
Right. Herbie Sadler with the Universities of the state of Virginia. Chevy was the other driver who failed to qualify for today's race.
You want to get single file here as quickly as possible. That's the safest thing. But this track's a lot better today, Larry, than it was yesterday because the Busch race really added almost another groove up there.
And it's a little cloudier today. The track should have maybe a little more grip to it. That sun might beating down on it.
Dick Berggren from Speedway Illustrated.
By the time this contest is ended, every single car in the field will be scarred from contact with the wall and other cars. The big deal, keep the wheels pointing straight. Matt Yoakum.
Dick, in the last 2 years, Elliott Sadler and Kurt Busch used this event to score their first career Winston Cup victory. Today, Dave Blaney hopes to make it 3 in a row. He's got the Booty Barker advantage. Last year in Busch Series action here at Bristol, Booty's cars finished second and third. The only problem for Blaney, traffic. He starts all the way back in 31st. The Genie's Alaska.
Well, usually a crew chief will tell you each week that he expects to win the race. Chad Canals going with a different psychology. Jimmy Johnson's crew chief is saying we expect to finish 43rd. This way, the way this track is, anything better than that will be a win. By the way, Jeff and Larry, he has said anytime during the race, if you guys want to come down and take his place on the box, you are welcome to it so he can avoid the Bristol headache. Steve?
Well, Judy, Dale Earnhardt Jr. has never won here at Bristol, but a year ago he finished 3rd and 4th. This morning, the boys atop this pit box assured me that they figured something out that's going to get Junior into victory lane for the first time here at Bristol. Mike?
He'll have lots of competition getting there. 500 laps, 43 cars start, same as yesterday, but yesterday half the field wasn't running at the checkered flag. They were wrecked.
See the pit window there, 150 to 160 laps for tires or fuel. Track position more important here than fresh tires.
Pass them in the pits. That's the safest place.
Well, let me tell you what I want you to do, DW, what I want you to do every week. Reach your back, pull them belts tight one more time for me.
I'm ready to go, man. I'm pumped. Coming down. Boogity, 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 boys. Let's go racing. That group looked pretty good right there.
Fighting on the first lap like it was the last lap.
Well, I think Newman was probably surprised. He had the position, and he had the line, and the car broke loose with him as it came off the corner, and that car looks like it's real loose.
He cannot turn it to the bottom of the racetrack. His teammate Rusty Wallace takes second after starting fourth with that brand new race car, and Schrader in the 49s back and forth.
And it can be air pressure. You know, you start the tires really low here because you're going to get a lot of buildup, and that doesn't always feel real good for the first 5 or 6 laps.
Here comes Stewart on the outside.
Got trouble down 1 and 2. Kyle Petty in the 45. No caution just yet. Now the caution is out. He's trying to get going before the leaders come around and put him a lap down. He'll make it, too.
Same as yesterday. First caution of the day, lap 3.
For Jeff Gordon in that 24 car, he had jumped out to quite a lead. Let's look at the replay of Kyle's wreck down in 1 and 2.
He and Robbie Gordon might have gotten together there.
That's just casual contact here. That's 2 cars kind of fighting for the same place. Try to get to the bottom. You turn down a little early, and the guy didn't give you enough room, you're going to touch. You touch here, the cars are really light entering the corners. See everybody kind of trying to, you see Kyle trying to get down in front of Robbie. you always think early in the race, this is what you're thinking, that guy will give me a break. It's early in the race, he'll give me a break. You can't give a guy a break.
Ricky Rudd got a break because Kenny Wallace, who you're riding with, didn't run right over top of him right here.
Well, he did bump into him, and that's the other thing you worry about all day long is you see the wreck. You get on the brakes, the guy behind you runs over you.
From Ricky Rudd.
Wait, now go.
I mean, if you notice that shot right there, and we'll probably see it again here, the 31 just barely gets into Kyle. It don't take much to send you around here, Darryl. You're running around a half-mile racetrack at over 120-something miles an hour.
Like we said, you start the tires really, really low. Therefore, the cars are a little bit too loose on the first few laps. Got to give those tire pressures time to come up. If you get bumped, you're already loose, you get spun out.
NASCAR has cautioned the 31 team. Robbie Gordon.
Let's keep a list. Because the line at the big red truck, when this is over with, they'll probably be there for a couple hours. Take a ticket, take a seat.
Jeff Gordon has led all 5 laps. Pole sitter Ryan Newman in 3rd.
Now, I'm going to show you a problem this early in the race when everybody's still on the lead lap. 43 cars at a half-mile racetrack. I mean, right here is the start-finish line. Here's the lead cars right here. Look at the tail end of the field. They are almost 3/4 of a lap down. Here you're going to watch Jeff Gordon take the start-finish line. Look at these guys. They're only halfway down the backstretch.
Kyle just barely got out before the green came out, and really it's not going to hurt him because he doesn't have any traffic to contend with for a little while.
This is where those crew chiefs of those cars' careers saying, be patient, but hurry. The leader's coming.
Oh, yeah. Patiently aggressive. Patience means, as I said, you wait. Give the guy a break. If he doesn't make that mistake soon enough, you help him.
Gordon, Wallace, Newman. Then Kenny Schrader, 4th, being hounded by Mike Skinner, Dale Jr., and the 9 of Bill Elliott. Here is point leader Matt Kenseth, who started 37th, moving up on Steve Park.
Car in the wall off 2. It's the 19 car.
Casual contact.
He got up out. It looked like he may have had a flat tire possibly, or else he could pick up some debris, but I think he may have a right front tire flat.
And boy, Robbie Gordon had to jump on the brakes coming off turn 4 because he was running up on him in a hurry. There's something definitely wrong with that race car, Darryl.
And he has to wait till everybody goes by just to be able to get down to get into the pits.
Coming up off turn 2, he hits the wall pretty hard there. I mean, you're carrying so much speed, and if you get out of the groove, you just run out of racetrack.
Mayfield will make it to the pits without further incident. We stay under green.
And what he's hoping, he's going to come to pit road now, and you enter pit road. This is treated like one pit road. You entered at turn 2, all the way down the back pits. You go through the apron. I mean, it starts right over here. This is where you enter pit road. Even part of the apron here is part of the pit road. You have to maintain 30 miles an hour. The front stretch pits, this is where you go out right there. It's almost 3/4 of this racetrack spent on pit road.
5th place, Mike Skinner has gone past into 4th. Dale Jr. takes Schrader for 5th. Bill Elliott's coming.
Boy, Jr. made a good move underneath Kenny, but he got sideways coming off of turn 2. These cars, that's a problem you have here. Off turn 2, you always seem to get loose. Sometimes you catch it, sometimes you don't.
Now, this is the AT&T camera on our front valence of Kenny Schrader's car. Trouble, turn 1, Michael Waltrip. Dave Blaney collects Dale Jarrett.
Ricky Rudd, the 21, just spreads his way through. Casey Mears, the 41, don't quite make it through, and here comes the leader.
Russ in the 77. They've got the back end tore up a little bit, some front damage on the left front. He'll make it around here on pit road in a second. Rear end.
Initially, it was Michael Waltrip sideways, and you see a lot of damage to his Napa Chevy. But he wasn't alone in this one.
Oh, he just gets loose up off the corner. Coming up off the turn, the car gets loose with him. Blaney tries to get out from behind him and can, and here comes Dale Jarrett. You cannot stop these race cars. You're going 120 miles an hour, you just got no way of stopping it in time to miss that wreck. Now watch Michael. Watch his hands. He comes off the corner. Did you see his hands? He got loose. Trying to fight it. Trying to fight it. Bam. Turns around, looking right at Dale Jarrett.
Now, ride with Dale Jarrett. And Darryl, when Michael gets loose, what's that do to the driver right behind him?
Well, he's trying to avoid him, is what he's trying to do.
Blaney, The hole closed up on Dale Jarrett.
And I'm sure the spotter's telling Dale Jarrett, go high, because Michael's down low, but he slides up in front of him.
And you'll see Dave Blaney. There's Michael Luce. Dave Blaney can't arrest his forward progress.
And Michael came down the racetrack. Blaney's trying to go by on the inside. They make contact.
That's a big hit for the guy that's third in points, Michael. Seventh in points, Dave Blaney, here early in this race.
Speedway race day, the gang's all here. 43 teams all getting in a gear. Time trial run, not a second to lose. Tune it up, tweak it out, run it in the groove. This is for the people giving it the best. Who said Sunday was a day of rest? This bud's for you. You. This bud's for you. You. This bud's for black man, race fans, chiefs sitting tall. Big cool boys take it over the wall. This bud's for you. This bud's for you.
Now this here, that's the drain plug. It lets the oil drain out into the pan. Remember, she's got a lot of mileage on her, but one day, she'll be all yours.
Help keep the family car in the family with Valvoline's Max Life. Max Life, the first motor oil specially formulated to recondition used seals to help prevent leaks, helping your higher mileage engine run for a long, long time.
After our naps, we'll flush the radiator.
Now there's an entire line of Max Life products that'll help keep your higher mileage car around for a long time.
2 carrots will do, but 4 will do more.
So I said, make it a steak quesadilla.
A higher class of quesadilla has arrived. Taco Bell Steak Quesadilla. Marinated carne asada steak and 3 rich melted cheeses.
And they serve you right in your car.
Upgrade to steak. Think outside the bun. Spice up the night. We're open late.
You spend years making a name for yourself. When you're known by your number, that's fuel for the soul.
Second caution of the day, Dale Jarrett's UPS Ford pushed behind the wall for more repairs as we go back to green.
We got trouble already.
Casey Mears, John Andretti, Todd Bodine on the restart.
Mears hits Todd Bodine again down on the apron, and the 54 car caution is back out.
All they did was wave the green flag.
John Andretti in the 43 there, he had been to pit road for some service.
And you want to know why you look in the record books over the last few years here, why you see 2 names, Jeff Gordon and Rusty Wallace? Look where they are.
Out in front of all this.
Way out there.
Well, Darrell, I've heard you say it many times, cautions breed caution.
And they do, and see what happens is you run a few laps here and you're better than the guy in front of you. So you get an opportunity on a restart, for instance. I'm going to get him now because he's holding me up, and things don't always work out. Plus, the other thing I didn't see those guys do, clean their tires up. A lot of debris, you spin the tires. Guy in front of you spins the tires, you got a good run on him, you bam into him.
All these shots right here, pretty normal looking shots for Bristol.
Now the field is all single file and accordioned up here. As they come down to turn 3. Oh boy, that started when Todd Bodine got in the back. Was that Kyle Petty ahead of him?
Yeah, it was Kyle Petty in the 45.
And it's just a big accordion. You squeeze it, this is what happens.
Yeah, and somebody goes and somebody doesn't. And when the guy doesn't go, he gets run over from behind.
Matt.
Mike Dave Blaney overseeing the repairs to his car. Dave, what happened?
I don't know. Michael just got real loose, and I just got into him before he could save his.
Jeannie.
Well, perfect timing, actually, for Michael Waltrip. They just had the tape and the bungee cords ready as they're trying to clean up from his last accident. Got sideways, he said, I got hit. The toe's off. The back is bent, but it still drives fine. They've had a tug-of-war with the sheet metal. Dick?
16 crew members are right now working on J.L. Jarrett's number 88 car. Brad Parrott, the crew chief, is at the front of the car. He is shouting instructions, trying to orchestrate the repairs to this car. The car was so badly damaged, Jarrett tried to get down pit road, turn left to get behind the wall. The car wouldn't even turn. They had to put it in the pits, pull the fender out, and go to work on the left front. This thing is badly bent up, Mike.
The Sawzall becomes your most important tool right here, Larry.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. And, I mean, the biggest problem these teams have, especially when you're tore up and you're trying to stay on the lead lap, Mike, is you have no time to stop in your pits to work on your car. Remember, we saw how long the pit road is. Michael Waltrip, they need to work on their car. There just isn't enough time, even under caution.
20 laps, 3 caution flags. Could be a long day here in Bristol.
You're not out as long as she'll roll.
Ever notice how many Ford trucks you see out there? Is it because they're so tough? Is it payload, horsepower, towing, their off-road capabilities, the Triton engines, lasting durability? Or is it all those things that have made Ford F-Series the best-selling truck for 26 straight years? If you haven't looked at Ford lately, look again.
I've got to trust 100 people, if not more, that have all touched, fabricated, bolted together something on that race car. Teamwork is everything. You pull in on the pit road, second or third. Guys are zinging lug nuts off and on. You're going to be the first one off pit road, and your guys got you the lead. And that's what separates the best from the rest.
You're a great mom. You're beautiful and you're smart and you work so hard.
Billy, would you like me to call your mom and see if you can stay for dinner?
If you insist.
Introducing the Cinemeal Deal. Any large Pizza Hut pizza, America's favorite, with up to 3 toppings, just $11.99. Plus a generous order of our new freshly baked cinnamon sticks absolutely free. The $11.99 Cinemeal Deal. Spoil your family, not your budget.
You're powerful, smart.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
At Pizza Hut.
Thank you. Sony. Samsung. Hewlett Packard. Motorola. Bang.
Hey, it's not my party. Don't look at me.
For the latest name brands and answers to your questions, come to Radio Shack. Get this Sprint color screen phone, only $49.99. View the web and download images in color.
I always wanted to be a name dropper.
Howie!
What? Radio Shack.
Had Jeff Gordon. I just love the way he gets in his car.
Oh, that's smooth.
Ooh. Oh, yeah.
NASCAR on Fox is brought to you by Pizza Hut. Now you can get our new freshly baked cinnamon sticks. By Pepsi-Cola, experience the joy of Pepsi. By Radio Shack, you've got questions, we've got answers. And by Ford, the official truck of NASCAR.
We're behind them 100%, that our prayers go out to them and their families. I mean, a lot of times the families and the people who are back here, you know, are sometimes more concerned, more worried because of the unknown of what's out there. And we just wish them all the best.
So far away.
Here at Bristol, 26 laps complete, 3 caution flags so far. And Jeff Gordon has led every lap. Matt?
Well, Mike, this horse hit home to just about everybody, but to some people even more so, especially Jeff Cook, the jackman on Jeff Gordon's team. He's wearing a patch on his helmet for the 846 Transportation Company. His brother's in the Army Reserve, soon to be deployed to Iraq. His brother already out of his mind, knowing what's taking place across the waters.
Thanks, Matt. Our pole sitter has made a pit stop.
Yeah, I mean, he gave up that third position, Darrell. I think you were right. That race car was very, very loose, so he's going to go from third all the way back to 35th. They came in, decided to change 4 tires. I saw him screw down on the track bar, which means they were tightening that car if he was loose. Now, what Ryan needs is probably about a 25 or 30 lap run with hopes then a caution comes out in those leaders pit and he get that track position back. But he has put himself in a hole early.
Yeah. He's got to, you know, obviously he can get around the racetrack fast. Set a new track record here of under 15 seconds. Then next thing you got to figure out is, you know, how to make that car race that way.
Here you see our Fox tracks on Jeff Gordon, our leader, Rusty Wallace in second, Mike Skinner in third. Pace car drops them off about 35 miles an hour before they get up to speed.
Rusty Wallace, 9 wins here, going for 10. And Mike Skinner, one of the surprises in qualifying. Remember, this is the hometown team. Morgan McClure Racing, owners of the number 4, based just up the street in Abingdon, Virginia.
I just think Rusty was ready for the restart more than Jeff. I think Jeff didn't clean his tires up well enough. Rusty did, and Rusty got the jump.
Kenny Schrader, Kurt Busch.
The battle for 7th. There comes Tony Stewart in that 20 car. You know, he's had good runs here, 8 starts, but everything's been good in the August race. He's never finished better than 15th in the spring race.
They're just showing so much more consistency this year, Larry. He's off to a great start, and if he comes on strong in the second half like he's done in the past, he's going to be a hard man to beat for that championship.
5 cars behind the wall at 20 laps. Todd Bodine, John Andretti, Casey Mears, Dave Blaney, and Dale Jarrett. Here comes Junior for third on Mike Skinner.
Yeah, he's got the best car right now. He's up on the wheel right now, and he's just opening the bottom just a little wee bit, and he can stick it right in there. Well, that's what you want to be able to do is cut that sucker down where that left wheel will hook the apron, but not upset the car. That's when you get your best acceleration. The left tire will get a lot of grip down on that black asphalt.
Gordon for the lead and gets it. Rusty Wallace slipped up high, and Jeff went for it.
Got to be a deal made. No way can he pass Rusty and Rusty pass him. Had to be a deal somewhere.
We'll see. Steve?
Casey Mears just come out of the infield care center. Casey, what happened?
You know, I don't know. All I can see is the back of John Andretti, and I mean, he can only pass to the high side before you get to the start-finish line. So I was just kind of going through the gears, just looking. The biggest thing we wanted to do here was just get valuable laps and experience around this place, and just kind of taking it easy. And this place is real hard to spot, and it's real hard to see what's up ahead. I never heard anything on the radio, but before I knew it, I was just in the back of John. I think something happened in front of him that blocked the whole track, and we just got into the back of him. That's all I could see is the back of his car, and he just stopped before I even did anything.
And Steve, it'd be a shame if they don't get that car back in there because he's our only Rookie of the Year candidate to not have a DNF this year.
Wow. And see what happens is, drivers that run here all the time, there's an expectation. You know, I know you're going to go when you're supposed to. I know you're going to do what guys expect guys to do other things. And when you try to be maybe conservative or run a little bit different style or different race, you get run over.
Derek Cope on pit road with the hood up, overheating. And during the last caution, a pit stop for our pole sitter. Matt knows why.
Pole sitter Ryan Newman gave up third for 35th, Mike, simply because the car was way too loose. Pole crew chief Matt Borland, I almost spun out by myself. I feel like we've got to come down and make some adjustments. They made a major wedge and track bar adjustment. Still soldiering on in 35th.
Ninth place battle right here, and it's a good one.
Schrader in the 22. And the thing about Ryan Newman, he has not made a single position gain since making that pit stop. He's hung back there in 35th, and he's about 3/4 of a lap down to leader Jeff Gordon.
I like that purple car that Bobby Labonte's running this weekend. It's Advar. It's you know, Bobby has asthma, and that's an asthma treatment. It's a spray. They're running a special paint job here this weekend.
Looks kind of strange to see him in purple.
It does, something besides green, but I like that color. He's already taken a lot of grief over. We got a pass for second place back there.
Dale Jr. slipped under Rusty Wallace and went to second spot.
The smart guys here, when you get up behind a guy and you're racing him pretty hard, he's going to let you go.
Steve Burns.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. saying his car is snug in the center, a little bit free off this morning. Tony Eury Jr. told me they figured out that they had made that race car work too hard on the right rear tire, which was good early, but made the car very loose late in the run, and they've adjusted so that it's better the longer this race goes.
And here we go. 1 year ago, Kurt Busch muscle Jimmy Spencer to take the lead and the win. And here they are nose to tail.
It's a battle for 6. Jimmy Spencer in the 7, Kurt Busch in the 97. But boy, that orange car, Tony Stewart, the 20, he's coming.
It's probably a little bit early for anything drastic to happen between those two guys or any of the guys right now. Everybody just wants to get into a rhythm here. Hit your marks, get some laps behind you.
How do you decide when to run somebody hard and when to let them go, Darryl?
Well, if they're beating around on your back bumper, you got to have some room behind you. If something happens, you want to be able to slow down without getting run over. So you let that guy go on. And by the same token, when you're hounding a guy, if he doesn't let you go pretty quick, you got to decide what you're going to do, because the same thing can happen to you. He slows down, you knock the front end off the thing.
Sure. Dick Berggren.
Yeah, and add this to it as well. Kurt Busch's car is not handling as well as he might like, Mike. It's a little bit loose. A loose car, not a good idea to start banging into people's back bumpers.
All these cars are going to be a little bit loose at the start of this race. That's the whole thing. The track's dirty. They'll make the adjustments as they go along after first stop, and they get the cars better.
And that's always the hope here, knowing that they're going to tighten up just a little bit. They're going to start not turning as you get longer into a run.
Now, you can't be like Ryan Newman was and be so loose you're going to spin out. There's a difference between being free and being loose.
19th, 20th, 21st. Johnny Benson in 20th. Jeff Green wants that spot. Kevin Harvick just ahead of them, passed Benson a lap ago.
This is a battle for about 19th or 20th, Mike. But what's going on, though, the leader is coming. He's almost on the same straightaway as these guys.
And if you watch the cars that they're getting ready to come up on, you'll start seeing them beating and banging on each other because they know they got to go.
And some of those, and they're good race cars.
Oh, yeah. The 12's one of them. Right.
Yeah, I mean, the leader is in the middle of the backstretch going into 3 right now. That other group are just coming off 4.
More than likely, somebody in this back, so I don't know, 8 or 10 cars will run over each other.
All right, here's today's Singular Wireless Virtual Crew Chief question. You can vote now from your Singular Wireless phone. Send text message FOX to phone number 191 or visit foxsports.com to vote online. I want to say a big welcome to all watching on American Forces Television Network today. Glad to have you folks with us. Hope you're enjoying the race. There's the Army car of Jerry Nadeau, running well in 12th place.
Had a great car last week and just had a fitting break and put him in trouble. 74 car up the racetrack, but he saved it. Turn 2.
No caution, but they're going to start stacking up over there if he don't get down below.
Something.
He can't get down. I mean, it's like a conveyor belt of race cars right now.
He's trying to get down to his pit so he can get into the pits, or else
he's not going fast enough to pull down.
No, he can't. He's got a problem that's going to keep him up there. He's
caution out, and boy, what a break for Ryan Newman in that 12 car. He was just about to go a lap down. There you see him in the 12. There you see leader Jeff Gordon about 3 cars behind him. There you see it, 16 seconds behind the leader. That's a lap. That's a full lap.
Tony Raines, who had such a great run, finishing the runner-up yesterday in the Channel Lock 250 here at Bristol, brings out the 4th caution of the day.
He had trouble down in turn 1 and 2. He got up high, thought maybe he'd just gotten in the loose stuff. It looks like he may have something more terminal than that. Yeah, you see the smoke coming out there. He's lost his engine. That's why he couldn't get down.
There is radio chatter indicating Earnhardt Jr. may pit. The pit road is not open this lap.
Well, they ran 55 laps. Now, 16 of those has been caution, but I still believe this is where you're going to come to pit road to make those adjustments, because you don't want to take a chance of staying out there and the car starting to really get worse on you.
I'm staying out.
I believe I want you to pit now.
Are you
believe
sure?
what I'm telling you.
Are you sure?
Yeah, 10-4. Need that. Super should be up.
Jeff Gordon, your leader at 56 laps, and here comes Junior to pit road with Mike Skinner, Bill Elliott, Jimmy Spencer, Rusty Wallace trying to squeeze in.
What happened, Rusty looked in his mirror, saw everybody was coming, and he decided, hey, I'm not going to stay out here against all these cars with fresh tires. I mean, you have to come in again. You come in all the way over there in turn 2. That's the backstretch pits. Now you go around the apron, but it's still part of pit road. You still have to maintain that pit road speed. Jeannie.
Well, the 48 car, Jimmy Johnson, tightens through the center, so they will make a track bar adjustment. 1 round up, 4 tires. Dick?
Well, Mike Skinner has taken 4 tires, as has Kurt Busch, and they're gone. Bergie.
Earnhardt Jr. says his car is loose in and loose out. Off, they'll take 1 pound of air out of the right rear tire. Let's go to Matt.
Steve, it's going to be an air pressure adjustment all the way around except for the left front on Rusty
Rusty Wallace's Dodge. They were going to stay out, but at the last minute, Rusty made the call, and just like Larry said, he saw all the cars coming, decided to pit. Robbie Fuller finishes service. He's going to be blocked in by the 49. He's going to have to back up. Look at all the traffic that goes by. Rusty Wallace loses a lot of track position here on pit road. I mean, they're 3-4 wide leaving pit road, but let me tell you who the real winner was on that pit stop. Mike Skinner in that 4 car, they had a good stop, but pit selection. He has the last pit box on the backstretch pit. He got to his pit box. There you see it right there. He had a free ride leaving, and he was coming around the front stretch pit before a lot of those guys even got to their pit box.
I'm happy I stayed down. I'm
Rusty
real
Wallace
happy.
went
Got there
from
by
second-
yourself, though.
Rusty went from 2nd to 30th. There is Mike Skinner's pit. Now they come in at turn 2 so that the backstretch pit cars would not be penalized. But you see Skinner's pit position right there. So he's going to be first in ahead of the cars that pit on the front stretch, and then he's going to come around and get out of the pits, hopefully, while all the rest of that work is still going on.
The other good thing about being in that pit is I don't care what they say, it's hard to time a car around a corner, and that's what those timing lines are.
Now, Rusty Wallace makes that late decision to come in.
Well, he was watching Jeff Gordon in the 24 car. I'm going to stay out. Then he looks in his mirror, and possibly even the spotter said, hey, everybody's pitting. Don't stay out. He gets in just at the last second.
Now, watch the traffic jam as everybody on the front
Rusty
stretch
right
finishes
there.
up now.
Plus, he's blocked in by the 49 car, Matt Yoakum. Well, Larry Mack, a little bit scratchy in the radio traffic. The call was actually Billy Wilburn's. In fact, Rusty, not too happy in the radio. He was yelling, we've gone from 2nd to 30th. But Bill Wilburn just telling Rusty Wallace, look, we'll get it back. Just hang tight. I saw all the cars coming. Felt like we needed to do what the others were doing.
Darrell, it's the opposite of what you said. You said pass them on pit road. It's easier that way. Well, that can work both ways.
That went bad over there off of turn 2 when they didn't know what to do, and Rusty wasn't sure, and they got behind right there, and I think he probably started hollering at them on the radio, screwed up everything.
We had 5 cars that stayed out. Jeff Gordon, Terry Labonte, Jeff Green, Matt Kenseth, and Elliott Sadler.
Go so down this traffic jam. Time I get home, my supper be cold. Down this traffic jam. Well,
you know, Kenny, thanks to you and Stacker 2, the world's strongest fat burner, I've made some great new friends in racing. But just last week, Scott Wimmer took me fishing. Man, I hope you drive better than you fish. But nobody compares to my new best friend, Tony Stewart.
Hey, Big Show. There's room for one more.
Yeah.
Wait!
Burn fat, crush cravings, and supercharge your energy. Stacker 2 of Fedger Free, because you never know when you're going to need it.
Who said Kenny can't run fast?
Meet rookie Jamie McMurray, his new Haviland 42 car, and this, the 9,000 RPM, 800 horsepower.
V8 monster. It creates more torque than you can even imagine. So what brand of oil does Jamie trust to protect his engine? Haviland, of course. Because Haviland can handle this much power.
Even if your TV can't. Add more life to your car with Haviland.
Sorry. Dale, we know you still don't want to race the truck.
Last year at Richmond, you had an incident, it sent you into the wall, it cost you the race.
Laying down at the bottom. Oh, no! There it is in the wall. It's all over for Jared.
A 4 metric ton truck would have changed everything.
Oh, he's up against the truck. Oh, he spins out of control and off the track. Dang you, brown truck.
The chicken has got to be just so, and it comes out so golden brown and crunchy. Ooh.
Come on to my house,
You got to have the combination of marinara sauce, the chicken, and the mozzarella. Just the right amount. Bellissima.
Back for a limited time, the Italian chicken sandwich at Burger King. Crispy all-white meat chicken, rich marinara sauce, and mozzarella cheese. Or have it your way and choose the original chicken sandwich, only at Burger King.
Come on to my house.
You want to know why I ran from Enterprise? Because having the right car can make all the difference.
Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
This is big. Oh, good. Tums. Correction. Tums Smooth Dissolve.
Introducing new Smooth Dissolve, a velvety smooth new texture that dissolves fast, rushing relief right to where you need it.
It's like whoosh.
New Tums Smooth Dissolve.
We're back for the restart after the 4th caution of the day for Tony Raines. Jeff Gordon, who did not pit during that caution, leads them back to the green, and Gordon has now led more than 4,000 laps in 68 short track starts, second only among active drivers to Rusty Wallace.
Jeremy Mayfield in a 19 car now. He right now is in 36th position, 4 laps down, trying to make some of those laps up. And if there's a place you can make a lap up, Darrell, you can do it here at Bristol.
Restarting up in the front, being a lap or so down is not a bad thing. It's better than starting back in 36th spot. You're out of harm's way when you're way up there.
During that caution, Billy Wilburn had to walk over to the 49 pit box next door to talk about parking position.
Hey, Hambone.
Yeah, man.
Have you ever seen anything like that before?
Oh, yeah, a time or two. After you got through chewing on me, I had to go chew on somebody else. Got to pass it on down a little bit now. That wasn't too good.
No, it wasn't. I know Rusty was all over Wilburn for calling him in, and Wilburn had to pass some of the pain along to somebody else.
Exactly right.
And now Matt is with Billy.
Billy, what did you say to the 49 team? Well, I just asked them if they could, get a little bit further in their box so we can get out of
Turn one, guys.
here anyway.
12's fun.
The 12 of Ryan.
48's around. He saves it.
Newman spun, and he caught a piece of Ricky Craven going by.
Caution is out.
Bring it around.
I think Craven's got quite a bit of damage to the right side.
Yeah, as Newman slid down the hill.
No damage to Benny.
Just a little bit, he caught Craven.
Here comes Newman. Let's see.
4 tires. 4 guys. 4 tires, fuel.
Yeah, Newman's got damage, pretty good damage to the right front, and Craven's got damage all down the right side of his car. See the fender all sticking out there on the 12. It's the other side of the car that's got the damage on it, the right side.
Going down the front stretch off into turn 1. Looked like Tony, well, just like Ryan maybe came down into Tony, Darrell.
He just didn't, Ryan did not want to enter that turn on that, up on the outside because he's already loose.
And Sterling was on the bottom, I think it was Sterling, Marlin, underneath Craven. They bumped, and that shot Craven up into Newman.
I don't think Ricky's got a lot of damage, but he'll probably assess it here, let somebody look at it.
See who that was under Craven. It was Brett Bodine.
Yeah. Since he got into the nose of the 12 car, that's probably the softest part of the car that he could get into. It probably didn't do any suspension damage to the 32, although it did a lot of body damage, but that doesn't matter.
Kenny Schrader.
Stuck his way through there, didn't he?
Carrot stick was all drawn up, though.
There's the first contact. Watch Craven. He's trying to get low, but Bodine's already there.
I'd say that damage was mostly into the sheet metal on the right side of the 32 car, so I think he'll be okay. He just crumpled the old tide box up a little bit.
He did stay on the lead lap. Of course, he's on pit road right now. I'm sure for 4 tires, they'll look at that front end damage. Jamie McMurray, Joe Nemechek, Robbie Gordon, Steve Parker in as well. Matt Yoakum.
Well, Larry Mack, Ryan Newman making some severe air pressure adjustments on the 12. Remember, this has not been a good racetrack for him. Finishes at 37th and 36th last year, hoping for better things today, especially after setting that new track record. Timmick Berger.
Matt Kenseth qualified way back in the 37th spot, so this morning, crew chief Robbie Reiser told me that he was going to try a contrarian strategy as far as pitting was concerned. If everybody else pitted, he was going to stay out, and that's what they've just done. They've gone for track position, running up in the front of the field right now. They have gone from 37th to 4th. They have not yet pitted. Steve Burns.
Well, Dick, Jimmy Spencer has a really good race car today, but on that last caution, they pitted. He came in 6th, went out 15th, and neither Jimmy Spencer nor Tommy Baldwin were happy about it. Jeannie Delasco.
Well, for Mark Martin, it was a situation with the throttle that was sticking during the last stop that he made. He was just going to come in for some right side tires, but they gave it a look, and then he had to come back in. They fixed the throttle, and for a third trip, he took the left side tires. Also some damage, of course, to the left rear side of the 48 car of Jimmy Johnson. They are worried about some of the lines back there that might be crimped up, some of the hoses, so they're contemplating making another trip back through.
One of the things that we used to try to do is just the same thing what the 17 team said they were going to do. Get out of sync. When everybody else comes, because you try to play the race backwards. I want to be at the front at the end of the day. How am I going to do that? I'm not going to do that coming in with everybody every time.
I did not see Steve Parks roll in that, but he's banged up and behind the wall. Jeff Hammond.
Ron, yeah, last year, if you think about it, guys, we were looking at early on how the 12 and the 20 got together. The 20 turned to 12 right there on the front straightaway, got together with him. And here we are in 2003, and look what's going on again. You think maybe that Tony and Ryan may have to sit down and have a little talk about why they keep meeting together under these circumstances?
Yeah, I just almost believe, though, that circumstance was the fact that Ryan was just trying to get down before, like you said, Darrell, trying to not enter turn one too high.
Yeah, that car's just so loose, he just needed the bottom of the racetrack to make it.
Jeff, this is Bristol. It's not a bunch of chance meetings. This is a limit date right here.
Now, Ryan Newman just got off pit road as the green flag came out, and he's only about a half a corner. There you see him just in front of our leader, Jeff Gordon, but he is still on the lead lap. He needs a quick caution here in a hurry.
I gotta tell you, though, Cherry Labonte running in second place right now. No, it's early, but that cat has, through the years, has been mighty good here at Bristol.
Right now, they have Mike Skinner in the 4-car kick to the high side, and after a restart, Darrell, he can't get down and just keep freight training. He will slide in front of Bill Elliott, though.
You can't take a chance, Larry. You can't cut down. You got to know that there's room.
Let's show you how Jimmy Johnson and Steve Park both got involved in this. Now, this is from Kenny Wallace's onboard. Ooh, that's how. Steve?
Yeah, Mike, and that one car is behind the wall. Steve Park in the car. The radiator is busted. He got into the back of that 48 car when the 12 spun. They're going to have to replace the radiator, and they've got that Sawzall out that you're talking about. Steve Beal taking the nose of the car off.
As long as that bad boy will roll and there's no steam coming out of it, you're probably going to be okay. But when you see steam come out of it, you got to come into pits.
Right, there's only 2 cars officially out of the race, Derek Cope and Tony Raines.
Here's another car that's been kicked to the high side, Johnny Benson. He's lost about 10, 12 positions just in the last 2 or 3 laps. He can't get down to the bottom of the racetrack. It's like a continuous line of cars.
Well, it gets worse. You get all that debris and rubber on your tires, and you can't get to the bottom even if you can get, if there's an opening.
Let's move up to 5th place. Elliott Sadler, who has won here, holding off Kurt Busch, who has won here, holding off Dale Jr.
And this is somewhat old tires versus new tires. Remember, Elliott Sadler is one of the cars that did not pit. Kurt Busch in the 97, he loses the position to Dale Earnhardt Jr. Those guys have fresher tires.
Ryan Newman trying to keep from losing a lap.
Boy, I tell you what, he's not giving Jeff any room either. He's making it hard for him.
Well, you know, but that's his job, though, Darrell. He's trying to stay on that lead lap or stay at least in position to get that lap back. But I tell you, he has his hands full of that race car.
Oh, Mike Skinner coming back. Kurt Busch got him a couple laps ago. Skinner working the inside, and Kurt Busch's car just won't stay at the bottom.
I think he's trying that. I tell you, if you could ever get your car to run about a lane up from everybody else, you could pass a lot of race cars. And sometimes that happens here. Hadn't in a long time, but when you can start running around people on the outside, everybody fights for the bottom. Oh, it's a beautiful thing.
There you see our Fox tracks. Kurt Busch, Mike Skinner, Bobby Labonte, about 3 3/4 seconds behind our leader, Jeff Gordon. 3 seconds don't sound like much, but it's a fourth of a racetrack.
And now Skinner's climbed the hill. He gives up a spot to Bobby Labonte, 1 to Jimmy Spencer, and Tony Stewart's coming.
I got to tell you, Ryan Newman's going to get turned around again if he keeps racing these lead cars like he is.
2nd place, Terry Labonte goes by.
And you know, Darrell, of all the racetracks we go to, maybe other than Martinsville, this is the hardest racetrack in the world to get out of the way.
Well, he knows when he moves up to let somebody go, it opens the door, everybody goes by him.
Here's how you get someone out of your way, Larry.
We talked about that in the opening. I mean, everybody's almost running the same speed. That's about the only way you can make it happen. And that's what got Johnny Benson kicked to the high side, where he lost about a dozen or so positions.
Hear that wheel spin when he gets on the gas, starts up off the corner. That's what you fight here all day. And Larry, I know it's not legal, but if I could, this is one place I'd like to have traction control.
Yes, it would. Make those rear tires hook up only when they want to.
There you see Kurt Busch. He's kicked to the high side. He's lost a couple of positions. Now he's looking to lose another one from Mike Skinner in the 4-car. But you talk about that wheel spin, Darrell, I was shocked this morning at how low of gears these guys are putting in these race cars. We used to race a 529, maybe a 543. They're racing 550s, and we're looking for 567s. Remember, the higher numbers are lower gear.
You know why? Straightaways are 650 feet long. You got to have passing gear, baby.
Here's this week's not-so-secret number in the Be a Grand Marshal per Day contest. Log on to NASCAR.com or FoxSports.com and enter your chance to win. The winner will pull cable to cameras half a mile away, help park cars, start the race right in the pace car, and wave the checkered flag at Rockingham.
A busy man.
Ah, what a deal. From 37th starting spot, Matt Kenseth, the Winston Cup point leader, has climbed to 3rd.
And that sigh of relief you heard about 20 laps ago was Robbie Reiser, Matt Kenseth, Jack Rouse being the points leader, getting to the front of the pack. Once you can get there, you feel much better about it after starting that deep.
Well, one thing I like about these guys that stayed out on that last caution was these tires are known to go 150, 60 laps here without very little give up. So I don't think tires is a real big issue here, particularly until you get up to around 150 laps.
The thing, Darrell, that would concern me a little bit is right now Jeff Gordon is up there leading the race on those older tires. He can run his own race because he's not in traffic. Another 10 or 12 laps, he's going to be catching that traffic. It's hard to maneuver your race car the more laps you get on those tires.
They handle better with all the fenders on them, though. I can promise you that.
Closing on 100 laps here at Bristol Motor Speedway.
Very funny.
What?
For that long road to maturity, we'll be there.
Meet Bob Keselowski, NASCAR owner and crew chief.
I've been in this business many years, and I've seen it all. Motors, gears, transmission. About every part on that race car is broke at one time or another and been replaced.
Bob uses Craftsman tools, and he knows that if any break, he can replace them for free. No questions asked.
We haven't had any tools break yet.
Craftsman. Sears. Where else?
Ready, go! Come here. You need to make a collect call? Just dial to the center of 1-800-CALLATT. It's free for you and cheap for them. He's gone.
Save on every call. Dial 1-800-CALL-ATT for collect calls.
Tall and tan and young and handsome boy from Ipanema goes walking. When he passes each girl he passes goes when he walks he's like the summer that swings so cool and sways so gentle, and when he passes I smile, but he doesn't see me.
You want to know what I like most about racing cars? 2 words.
Michael Waltrip.
That's right.
Just last night, I dreamed the whole world used quality Napa auto parts. It was the best dream I ever had. I had that dream, too. I think I'm in love with Napa.
There's nothing wrong with that, Steve.
I like it. Can you bring up the logo? Good. You're good.
Look, Mikey.
Some people will do anything to live their dreams. Aaron's makes dreams come true for the guaranteed lowest price, whether you buy or lease. Do the math.
Darrell, we did the math on this. 2 drivers, 1 car equals no chance, brother. Could I have my helmet, please?
Winston Cup Racing on Fox is brought to you by Aaron's Sales and Lease Ownership. Let Aaron's drive your dreams home today.
This is the Visa Race Break along with Jeff Hamlin, Chris Myers from the Hollywood Hotel, Jeff Gordon leading Terry Labonte, Dale Earnhardt Jr. running third as we've gone through 105 laps. We heard the Larry McReynolds, Darrell Waltrip, and Mike Joy talking about passing gear. Let's expound on that a little bit for the audience to understand that and how it affects the race we're watching.
Well, what they're trying to do right now, Chris, is they're having a lot of trouble getting up off the corners, and to get under these guys, you've got to have either more horsepower or you've got to have a little bit lower gear and get that bite right up off the corner. That's what they're talking about. And Larry, as I found out walking to the garage, these guys are running a lot lower gear than normal. I mean, they're way up there in the 557, 550 range, which normally at Bristol, which gears we used to run and win with, would be normally a 543. So I find it really strange that a lot of these guys are going this slow, but they're trying to hook it up. As we see earlier, they're having a lot of trouble still.
Yeah, I mean, they're pulling that low gear, and yesterday in the final practice, we had some in-car audio, and you couldn't push the throttle all the way down. You were well up on the straightaway. But what they want, when you do push that throttle down, like Darrell said, straightaway's so short, you want that lunge at least while you're wide open.
Low gear here is very difficult to drive because of that wheel spin, and that's what gets you jumping sideways up off the corner. You get the rear tires up in the air, get them spinning, and you spin that bad boy out. But I tell you, guys, again, I'm going to mention it because we don't get a lot of chances to talk about old Terry Labonte right there, but he's up there right there behind Jeff Gordon and working on him, and I think he's going to get the lead here before long.
Friday night here in Bristol, the Boys and Girls Clubs and Girls Incorporated children-devoted charities in the area honored the whole Labonte family. Bob, his wife Martha, their Winston Cup winning sons Terry and Bobby, and it was really a neat deal. David Green, Ned Jarrett, and I got to talk about the Labontes and their devotion to this sport as a family, and it was really a touching evening. And who knows, it might have helped get Terry up on the wheel a little bit here because he's having a great race so far.
It's always fun to go to a community and into a town where they recognize you and then realize that you can do great things or have done great things.
If you notice up in our crawl right there up at the top of the screen, you see this is laps to pit. This is for fuel and tires, and there's about 5 cars there that's within about a 40-lap window of needing to pit for tires and fuel.
And this is all happening right in the midst of our leader trying to force his way through these cars. We're at 113 laps in the Food City 500.
And again, once you get up to the back of the field like this and you start putting pressure on cars, trying to keep them going a lap down, that's when you have trouble.
And you got pressure right in your mirror. Fortunately, it's your teammate.
Got a good idea. There's some good communication going on there, man.
Well, DW, what Jeff Gordon is telling crew chief Robbie Loomis, the car is big time loose. He's trying to hang on to it till their window. Robbie told me somewhere around lap 165 to 170. The 5-car Terry Labonte's teammate a little tight in the center. The last time he led a race, the Spring Martinsville race last year.
Gordon and Labonte 1-2. Terry Labonte won here in 1984 and in 1995.
And you got to remember that 95 race, Dale poked him coming off of turn 4 here, and he went across the finish line into the fence. Then in 98, I think it was, or 99 back there, he was going to win the race, and he and Dale got together again.
Well, DW, one thing, his best finish this year, Terry Labonte, is 16th. They feel like they've run better than their finishes have shown every race, and they feel like this is a place at Bristol. He's had good success in the past. This is where they can turn up the wick, get a good top 10 finish, and try to turn things around on this 5 team. Yeah, man, I'm sure they would welcome a top 10 finish because 5 races, he has finished 16th or worse in every one of the races this year.
Well, he's got I love his crew chief, Jim Long. He's a smart guy, good guy. He and Terry, they really are a good marriage. I think they communicate well together. Terry, I think, just needs a good run or two, get his confidence up, get him fired up, and you might see a lot of good runs out of old Terry.
20th place battle here, Kenny Schrader and Ward Burton. Now, remember Rusty Wallace, who was 22nd on the last restart. He has now climbed his way up to 13th, but it's taken him a while to get to Greg Biffle. Biffle's got a good car today just ahead of him, and you see Rusty's 8 seconds off the lead.
Now, Larry, I mean, I wanted to stay out because I had no idea we were going to go this many green laps. Now, I'm not worried about my handling on my car, but I'm starting to worry about my gas tank.
Well, no doubt. Robbie Loomis, Jim Long, all the crew chiefs for those cars that stayed out, Raymond Fox for Elliott Sadler, they're looking at that scoreboard and they're seeing 122 laps. They know within about, the only thing that's helping them stretch it a little bit is all those cautions, because here 3 cautions equal about 1 green lap, but it won't be long. They'll have to come pit road because they need fuel.
And if I have to pit up under green here, woe be unto me. Yikes.
4th place changed hands as Jimmy Spencer and Matt Kenseth go past Tony Stewart. Before the race, Spencer got out his Sharpie and wrote something on the hood just to the left of the dog there. What was it?
I expect it was Mongo.
It says, DW knows Bristol. Mongo.
Oh, yeah.
This was right before Jimmy climbed in the car to buckle himself in.
You were the man.
At Bristol.
All right. Darrell won here 12 times, more than any other driver. And Jimmy right now is in 4th place.
Clear all around, baby. Just keep floating in there. Keep floating in there, baby. Nice and smooth. You reel them in. Get back in your groove now. Nice and smooth. Reel them in.
Like he's going fishing.
Yeah, but he is definitely, he's got the line out, and he is reeling them in.
That dog can fish.
Yes, sir.
Steve?
And remember, guys, on the last pit stop, Jimmy Spencer came in 6th, went out 15th, back up to 4th. He said his car today is as good as the one he drove yesterday, and he felt like he was going to win that Busch race if he had not broken a wheel late.
3rd place for Spencer.
There's no question. He had fire in his eye after he broke that wheel yesterday. And the reason that wheel broke, I talked to Tommy Baldwin, who was his crew chief on the Winston Cup car, owns the Busch car, as they had some loose lug nuts. But you could tell he was so disappointed. And you and I talked this morning, Mike, felt like that was going to fire him up to win this race.
So Jeff Gordon leads it with a loose race car, trying to hold on to his next pit stop. His teammate, Terry Labonte, is just a bumper back. Then it's Jimmy Spencer, Tony Stewart, Dale Jr.
So you want the best seat in the house to the Aaron's Dream Weekend at Talladega Super Speedway? Sorry, dude, but that's my seat. If you like 3 or 4 wide door-to-door racing, you'll love Talladega. Oh, and about my seat, I'll be in it all weekend racing in the Busch Series and the Winston Cup.
The Aaron's Dream Weekend, April 3rd through the 6th. 2-day tickets start at just $60, and that's for the IROC race, the Aaron's 312 and the Aaron's 499. Call 256-362-RACE.
Mom, I don't want to go to Texas. Nerves don't start. There's nothing there. What do we have to... Whoa!
Trouble, Vam?
Don't want to go to Texas.
Well, I just might have something that'll change your mind. You ever hear of TravelTex.com? It's a great website. Look, there's plenty to do in Texas.
Mom, what's a website?
I don't know.
Texas. It's more than you think. It's like a whole other country.
Dinner's here.
Now Domino's delivers the excitement of NASCAR. And for more excitement, buy a large pizza at menu price, get a medium one-topping pizza free. Guys, get the door. It's the official pizza of NASCAR.
If your business is moving, growing, or just needs a tune-up, call High Country Wire and Telephone. With quality products like IP Office from Avaya and Meridian Systems from Nortel Networks, High Country provides great customer service and the best value. High Country's commitment to service and telecommunications experience has been helping Colorado businesses grow for nearly 50 years. For road-class equipment and classic service, call High Country Wire and Telephone at 303-467-5500.
Fox 31 News, Colorado's most watched 9 o'clock newscast.
NASCAR's on the track. Odds are so is Track Pass. Just log on to America Online or go to NASCAR.com and get Track Pass. NASCAR.com, America Online, keywords NASCAR. Fox Monday. The Married by America couples get closer with every moment.
This passion that Billie Jean and I have is leading somewhere special.
And as the marriage experiment continues,
Kevin wants to be more physical, but he's a true gentleman.
some can see a trip down the aisle,
It felt great that he was excited knowing that I was his girl.
while others just want to run away.
We could find some trips for bed tomorrow. Can we not let America know that I'm pathetic, please?
Married by America continues at 9/8 Central, Fox Monday.
We're under caution. We'll show you why in a minute. Mike Skinner's car hard hitting turn 2 and pit stops. Steve.
Jimmy Spencer wants no adjustments to Mongo. Just 4 tires for Spencer. Better stop this time. Let's go to Matt.
Now, Terry Labonte, no adjustment
adjustments. Even though his car with a tick tight in the center, a chassis adjustment on Gordon's car. He was loose everywhere. It's going to be a race off. Looks like Gordon gets him, Mike. But I'm going to tell you what. Jimmy Spencer's crew, Tommy Ballin led. I mean, they had great pit stops last week at Darlington. They're backing it up here today.
They got the next best, not the best, not the A and B pit, but they got the C pit.
They don't have to fight anyone coming in, and he can stay back in his box and not get blocked in by Dale Earnhardt Jr.
There is Jimmy Spencer's crew.
I think Junior was a little bit wanted by I think he didn't like him. I think he was mad at Mongo. Mongo, why don't you go on?
Does your dog bite?
It's not my dog, correct? Bam.
Now remember, no speedometers in these cars. During the pace lap before the race, the pace car leads everybody around at the pit road speed so they can get that measurement on their tack. And as they say in the ads, your mileage may be different.
I'll tell you what, these guys may be happy, but I'm going to tell you a crew that's not going to be happy. Tony Stewart, he was 4th when that caution came out, and he goes out 15th. Here we'll see our pit stop efficiency, and remember the pit road time over here, that's the entire time spent on pit road including, but look at Earnhardt Jr., 29 seconds. He goes from 5th to 3rd, but I'm going to tell you, the real winner right there, 3rd to 2nd. I know it was only one position, but it puts you right up there behind that leader.
Mike Skinner fought the wall in turn 2, and the wall won. That right front was on fire when it came in. Dick Berger.
Mike Skinner, that was an awfully hard hit. I watched you shaking your hand, your leg. Are you okay?
I will be. I just shook up a little bit. Man, you can hit hard at Bristol as you can anywhere, I guess. Kodak car was awful good. I was really proud of our Pontiac today. Right front tire blew out. We must have ran over something.
He's got medical people all around him. He's going to go off to the care center and get taken care of, Mike.
There's the aftermath of Mike Skinner's hard shot into the turn 1 and 2 wall, the home track for Morgan McClure Racing. Short ride home and an early one for them today. Our aerial coverage provided by Budweiser. There's a look at the 160,000-seat stadium that is Bristol Motor Speedway, the dragway adjacent here in Thunder Valley.
A lot of facility. We need to document that Dave Blaney in the 77, Casey Mears in the 41 that were involved in those wrecks earlier, they are back out on the racetrack making laps. This is one place, I think sometimes the more metal you can take off, the better off you are. As long as you keep those 4 wheels rolling forward, Darrell.
Rolling, rolling, rolling. You got to keep rolling.
How about yesterday's winner, Kevin Harvick, who won the Channel Lock 250. He's up to 8th place after pit stops as we get set for the restart. Well, what do you say on a Sunday afternoon? We vibrate some speakers.
Sounds good to me. What do you think, Darrell?
Let's crank it up.
Has led all but 5 laps. We're 145 laps in to the Food City 500, and Gordon, who in the garage area ranked as a strong pre-race favorite this morning, is pulling away.
Mongo will be up there nipping on his back bumper very shortly.
Steve Burns.
On that last stop, Mike, Dale Earnhardt Jr. said he had lost the forward fight. He said, what, half a pound
mean, Steve, I think you can be so deceived here because even in practice, you're never running in a pack of cars like you are here constantly, and that can throw these guys a curve trying to run a little too much tape to start that race on the nose.
Yeah, once the vortex starts, the air's all moving the same way. All right. And it's not going in your grill. Plus, you're tucked right up behind people.
Turn 2. Jack Sprague.
Caution is out.
He and Johnny Benson got together there, lap 149, 7th caution.
Tell anything about the car? I thought it was pretty good there, but so I got shuffled there. I think it's better because I was just starting to work on the 22 and that part got in there. I'll put 4 more tires on it.
Jack Sprague underneath Benson.
It's almost the same thing I think that we saw happen to Ryan Newman and Tony Stewart a while ago. I mean, he would just kept coming down and there was nowhere else for him to go.
Get a run on a guy, you know you got the advantage on the bottom right there, but the guy's got to give you a little room. If you get that left wheel down on the apron as you enter that corner, you got to be able to slide up. And with that car on the outside of you, you try to keep from taking both cars. That's what you try to do.
Watch this near miss of Robbie Gordon's.
Jamie McMurray in the 42 just sneaks by as well.
150 laps. Jeff Gordon leads. This is NASCAR on Fox.
The new Silverado is here, now with quadra-steer 4-wheel steering. It's the most maneuverable full-size pickup you can get. Silverado, a truck from Chevy.
When you serve billions of farm-fresh eggs and billions of cups of coffee made with some of the world's finest beans and billions of biscuits made with real buttermilk.
Egg McMuffin, hash brown, and a large coffee, right?
Right. You're bound to have billions of regulars.
This is a phone jack. It's a fact that all phone jacks are alike. When you plug your computer into it, it takes you to the same place, the internet. Same phone jack, same internet. So why do some companies jack up the cost of internet access to twice the price of Net Zero? With Net Zero, you get the same internet for only $9.95. So don't let anyone jack with your price. Net Zero. Internet access, only $9.95. Go to netzero.com.
NASCAR Winston Cup Racing on Fox is brought to you by Chevy Trucks, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. Green flag is just waved to restart after the 7th caution. 7 cautions for 39 laps so far. We're not quite 1/3 distance.
Now what the leaders are having to deal with this deep into the race is a lot of lap cars up there trying to get their lap back, like Joe Nemechek in the 25, Jeff Green in the 30, as well as Brett Bodine in the 11 car.
Boy, Rusty Wallace just about lost it right in front of Bill Elliott. He had it sideways. I think if it had been anybody else but Bill Elliott, he'd been out of here.
Elliott was able to correct and whoa up before, so Rusty got it saved.
It could have been big. Here he comes down in the corner. Oh, no wonder. Heck, he's all the way down on the apron. I don't know what he's doing way down there.
It looked like the group accordioned in front of him, Darrell.
And that was the best choice to go down there.
I know his car's handling good, but he ain't handling that good.
Kurt Busch working the outside of our point leader, Matt Kenseth.
Kurt, you think a little bit of bite to help you?
Yeah, 10-4. What's happening is if I try to cut down low and hold it on the bottom,
the car just dips over on the right front, and he wedges itself. So, yeah, we'll probably just need to put a plate back in it. Gotcha. We'll get you next time.
And pretty much bite and wedge is the same thing. And what that is more weight on the right front and the left rear that helps you from being loose. And what I think he's saying is my right front spring's too soft. I can't do that now. I can't fix that. So, Dick, let me put some more wedge back in it.
Yeah, he's had trouble keeping the car down on the racetrack, Larry, because it has been loose all day long. Earlier in the race, we watched him run in the high lane. There was some question as to whether he was doing that deliberately. He was not. He simply couldn't keep the car down. So that's what they've got to do to win this race. Get it to run on the bottom better.
Jimmy Spencer puts his nose to the wind.
Yeah, he does. And just to pick up a little bit on what they were talking about, you work on these cars diagonally. If it's rolling over on the right front too far, screw that right rear down. That'll tighten that car up. I just could see Jimmy Spencer, he has had the determination that he was going to lead this race.
Well, the car broke on him yesterday when he was in contention for the win, and I have never seen Spencer that mad, except as a result of contact, as he was when he had to climb out of that car early. So he's on a mission, Darrell.
Well, there's several cars that, you know, every time there's a caution, some of these guys get their cars better. You know, it was loose and they get it tightened up. Now the driver can go forward, and one of them is old Mark Martin. He's got that thing in the wind. He's passed a lot of race cars, and he knows how to win Bristol.
Right now, Mark is back here in 17th position. There you see Tony Stewart in a 20 car. I think he got blocked in on that last pit stop, really put him behind, Matt.
Larry Mack, it was pretty much the accordion effect down pit road, too. The 5 car, Terry Labonte, stopped long. The 10 car, Johnny Benson, stopped short. That meant that Tony Stewart didn't have a lot of room to work. He was blocked in, went from 4th all the way to 15th. The 2 cars lost time as well from the 49. We told you about that story earlier. The guy who really has the best stall now is Jeff Gordon. With the 12 car lap down, that means he doesn't have to worry about anybody in front. He can stop wherever he wants in his box.
What I like about Jimmy Spencer's car, guys, I watch him go into the corner. That thing almost stops. He left off way early. Gordon will close up a teeny bit on him getting in. But when he turns it and mats it, he's not got any wheel spin. That thing is rocketing up off of the corner.
Well, I'm talking about outside corner, clear all around. 2-liter, Mongo.
All right.
That would be the infamous Donald Effling, his spotter.
I knew I recognized that voice.
But I tell you, they've been fast ever since they unloaded, Mike, Darrell. Brand new race car and qualified 7th, and every practice they've been right up there. And again, Mike, I couldn't agree more. I think that run yesterday just gave them that much more confidence because it was him and Tommy Baldwin together yesterday.
We'll talk about another fellow who had a great run yesterday and who's coming, and that is Kevin Harvick, who won yesterday's race. He just passed Jerry Nadeau for 6th place. Jeannie?
Well, history class is in session for the 29 car, learning from the past, that is. First, a crew chief change as Kevin Harvick is reunited with his former Busch crew chief, Don Berrier. And second, Berrier has reminded Harvick a few times throughout the day, whenever possible, keep an eye on the 2 car of Rusty Wallace and his history here. Berrier said he's won 11 races here. That's close. How about 9? But look at Harvick, up from 27.
And you know what I like about a crew chief change? He and Berrier worked together in the Busch Series, had a great deal of success. I like that familiar voice. I want to hear that guy that I'm accustomed to hearing. I want to hear that tone. I want to hear that confidence that he brings to me. That's a huge part of the crew chief.
Yeah, I mean, they won that 2001 Busch Championship together, won a couple of races here together in the Busch Series.
Right behind Kevin Harvick, familiar driver with a new paint scheme, a one-time paint scheme for Brett Bodine, commemorating, if you will, memorializing is a better word, the 10th anniversary of this race. During that weekend, we lost the defending Winston Cup champion, Alan Kulwicki. He and Mark Brooks, the Son of Hooters founder, Dan Duncan, their marketing manager, and the pilot were lost coming back from an appearance at Knoxville, Tennessee. The weekend of this race, that shield was created to memorialize them and the date. It happened at this race, so it was Dan Duncan's son who took a memorial Polish victory lap in Alan's honor around the track in a show car identically painted to the number 11 that Brett Bodine runs today. Alan was NASCAR's last owner-driver champion, last man to score that feat. It'll perhaps never be done again, and he said, if by winning this championship I can help someone try just a little harder to achieve their dreams, then I'll feel I've been a worthy champion. And he was.
And it was a classic battle. Last race of the year, nip and tuck with Bill Elliott. Bill driving for Junior Johnson, who has been a powerhouse in the sport for all those years. Alan out there, the underdog, and he wins the championship.
And I think the fitting motto that things that was said about Alan Quickie, he did it his way.
Yes, he did. Matt?
Well, Mike, Alan Quickie may be gone, but his memory lives on, especially here in the 24 team. Bobby Turner is one of the scholarship winners of the Alan Quickie Scholarship. It started in the mid-90s, been going on for 7 years now. He won it in 1999. He's a co-op engineer at the shop during the week. At the track, he's pitch support. He will graduate in December with an engineering degree, thanks to Alan Quickie.
That team, Jeff Gordon runs second to Jimmy Spencer. By the way,
Trouble on the back. Trouble on the back.
Jack Sprague, caution is out.
I tell you guys, going to be glad to see this, Larry, because I was watching him as Dale Jr. He was falling back. He lost a couple of spots.
Now, the last caution flag came out when Sprague got into Johnny Benson. This time, Sprague spins. Was he alone?
I thought I saw a 10 car go by at some point in time there. I don't know how close, but
8th caution of the day.
We need to note that Joe Nemechek in the 25, Jeff Gordon's teammate, actually got his lap back at Jimmy Spencer at the line that time.
No, he's already gone.
Boy, Johnny Benson was very lucky.
Sprague may have been looking back saying, "Oh, here comes that 10 car. I better," and then while he was looking back, he got behind on his
But look
steering.
how high he was in turn 2. He was up there where there's no grip. We've seen so many cars spin on the high side of the exit of these corners.
I'm telling you, the spotter said, "Hey, watch that 10 car. He's coming up on you," and he was. He was looking at him in the rearview mirror.
Now we're seeing some of our leaders come to pit road, but just like before, Jeff Gordon in the 24 stayed out. Terry Labonte in the 5. A lot of the cars stayed out. In fact, Bobby Labonte was all the way on pit road in 18 and went back on the racetrack.
Mongo on pit road by himself.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. did come with him along with Bill Elliott, Sterling Marlin, but Darrell, 25 laps, I believe I would have stayed out.
Well, his car was going backwards. He needed to come down and make an adjustment.
But I know Tommy Baldwin, he's trying to get off sync here with these people, just like you talked about earlier.
I don't have a problem with that.
Steve?
Hey, guys, I just listened to the radio communication. They discussed staying out. Jimmy said, no, let's come on in, get tires. If this thing goes with a long green flag run, I'll get right back to the front. 4 tires, no other adjustments on that number 7 car of Jimmy Spencer.
Boy, that's confidence.
Watch outside, watch outside, watch outside, watch outside. 01 outside, 01 still outside. Just make sure you beat him.
And I mean, right there, you heard the spotter and the crew chief talking to Jimmy Spencer. You have to talk him in and out of these pits. It's tight. You've got all this headrest, a full-face helmet. You have to help these guys on and off pit road. Keep them out of trouble.
And as at many teams, the crew chief calls the car entering and leaving the pit. The spotter calls it out on the racetrack, but I guess that varies greatly team to team, who has that responsibility.
And what kind of sight the spotter has as far as seeing pit road.
There are the spotters. They are atop the end of the front straightaway. Sweets here. Little Mongo. Final note on Alan Kulwicki's championship-winning Underbird car. Larry and Pam Beam bought that car. It had been pretty well used up. They got Alan's former crewmen to completely restore it. They've had it at their home in Florida, taken it to several vintage events, and it's now moving to the North Carolina Motorsports Hall of Fame and will enter there April 1st. Very fitting tribute to a unique champion.
You know, last time it came out of the pits, Dale Jr. ran into the back of the 7 car. Oh, no, that's all he's trying to do there is kind of, I think he was trying to beat that 01 car, and he just accelerated. He would normally have hit him, but see there on the Spencer's back bumper, he already had made himself some extra clearance right there. So he didn't get into him.
See, I think the reason the 48 car stopped, Darrell, I think the stop-and-go paddle man, this guy right down here, he just had flipped it around to go. Some of the field was still going by.
That's it exactly, Larry, and there is the man with the stop sign, the lollipop. We've called it for a long, long time there.
Ooh, lolly, lolly, lollipop.
There you see the 01 beats Dale Jr. off of pit road. There you see Jeff Burton leaving as well.
8 caution flags this afternoon at 185 laps. Jeannie?
Front tire changer, Charlie Brock of the 01 working with pneumonia today. He's been sick since Tuesday, but definitely wanting to be a part of this team. And out there today, Jerry Nadeau, liking his car, just had to free it up a bit. We'll see how it goes. They're going green.
We had about 12 of the lead lap cars stay out.
See one thing, the Bodine or the Labonte brothers today are looking mighty racy, running second and third.
Now Jeff Green in that 30 car, he came to pit road, got fresh tires. He should be able to hold Jeff Gordon off and get his lap back, especially if we catch a quick caution.
Green's number 30 on the tail end of the lead lap now, with Jeff Gordon your leader.
Yeah, I was surprised he got lapped because at one point there he was up in the field pretty good, but then all of a sudden the car must have gotten real loose with him.
And this is where your crew chief, your spotter's telling you whatever you got in that race car right now, you got to get it. We need to get this lap back.
Actually, what the crew chief's telling you see that debris?
Dick Berggren, why didn't Kurt Busch pit?
Well, he was going to pit, Mike, and on the radio just before he should have come in to pit, he said, we got to come in, let's take 2 rounds, and we got to wake this thing up. But then in the absolute 11th hour, he just said, not coming. He didn't come. It was his choice. Steve Burns.
Well, Dick, Jimmy Spencer gave up the lead, restarted 14th before the green flag. Talking to crew chief Tommy Baldwin. Baldwin said there's about 7 or 8 cars, good cars in front of me, Jimmy. He said, I don't care who's in front of me. I'm going to get every one of them.
Oh, boy.
And he's getting about 1 a lap right now. He just went by Robbie Gordon in the 31 car.
Just got to control yourself a little bit. Now you got a good car and don't use it all up here. We got a long way to go, baby.
Give a call to Ricky Rudd in 8th place in the Motorcraft U.S. Air Force. Wood Brothers Ford.
I have seen that car in Victory Circle here.
Jeff Hammond?
That's right, Mike. Been watching Ricky. He's been making a pretty dramatic climb from 34th all the way up to 8th place right now. But his day has not been uneventful right now. Early on, you can see right here on lap 14, he avoided the Michael Waltrip wreck, which also involved Dale Jarrett from his in-car camera. But he has really been making a really strong run all day long. He's avoided about 2 or 3 other accidents. We've been watching him, and he's really having a really smooth run. As you said earlier, Darrell, that 21 car has been in victory lane here at Bristol.
He just went by Kurt Busch, and that was a battle for 7th. And they stayed out, but just remember, when this team won the race here 2 years ago with Elliott Sadler, Pat Trice, and the crew chief, how did he win that race? He had a good car, but they
stayed out.
You got it.
About 165 laps on 1 set of tires.
And they're pitting on the backstretch, led to NASCAR having a look at making this all one pit road.
For Kurt Busch, I'm not so sure that I wouldn't have been on pit road. He's losing a lot of positions.
He should have come to the pit. He should have come in and worked on his car because the car's not very good right now. Car not very good right now is get you in trouble.
Boy, Dale Earnhardt Jr. just about turned Kyle Petty sideways.
Well, he was trying to move Kyle a little bit to get by, and instead he became the victim as Kurt Busch took advantage, and now Robbie Gordon. Right behind them, Jeff Burton.
Whoa, trouble over there, guys.
3 wide down the backstretch. Somebody has to gild.
Oh,
there it is.
Oh, boy.
Somebody's giving, somebody's taking, somebody's giving and taking.
And nobody wrecked.
Mark Martin.
They do. Here they go.
I spoke too soon.
Somebody had to wreck in that chain of events.
And they're still spinning here to start-finish.
30 car gets his lap back. 19 car does.
Now, Jeremy was 3 laps down, so he'll get 1 of those laps back.
9th caution lap, 199.
They couldn't keep, it just accordions, as you said, and it just kept, somebody's going to pay the price sooner or later.
That first pit stop. We got a crash cart, guys, that's killed.
Crash cart.
Now, Darrell, this wreck happened in the middle of the front stretch, but it all started about the middle of the back stretch.
Dale Jr. got in trouble off of turn 2, racing Kyle Petty.
Yep.
They carried that all the way around to here before somebody actually got wrecked.
It started there, a quarter of a lap ahead of Mark Martin.
Right, now you see the 99, he gets into Dale Jr., the 48 gets into the 99.
6 gets into the 40.
The 48 goes down under the 99. He has to check up. Here comes these other guys, and so on, and so on, and so on. Or Scooby-Dooby-Dooby.
Maybe the driver can, Darrell, but can these cars react quickly enough to miss this kind of thing?
You got people behind you. It's what I call track presence. When you know where everybody is, you can't let up. You know if you do, you're going to get hit from behind and spun out. But when there's nowhere to go.
Dick Berger, this is the caution that Tommy Bauman was going for because a lot of those leaders pitted.
Well, Matt Kenseth is also in the pits right now. Justin Nonsense changing the front tires. Jeremy West on the back. This is maybe the very best pit crew of all. Pulled out the right front fender. There he goes.
On the front side, Jeff Gordon, Bobby Labonte, Rusty Wallace, Ricky Rudd, and Tony Stewart. Now along with Kenny Schrader, Johnny Benson, Ward Burton. Matt?
Well, like Jeff Gordon says, the car now is not very good on entry and even worse off, but it did mix the tightness in the center of the corner as a 49 pulls in the 2-car. Rusty Wallace pulls out. The 18 is out. They backed out of the wedge adjustment they made on the last stop. He is going to beat the 18 off pit road. And they went down one round on the track car. The 2 cars that stayed out, Kevin Harvick, and actually he's the leader of the race in the 29 car, but remember he won this Busch race yesterday, and we're a long way from the end, but he won this Busch race by running about 180 laps on tires and fuel. And Terry Labonte's back up in second. In the 5 car, he stayed out.
So for the front valence cam, the AT&T cam on board Kenny Schrader, there is a spinning Mark Martin to bring out the 9th caution at Bristol.
Camera check.
Yo.
Yow.
Yo.
Yow.
Yo.
Yo.
Camera check.
Yo.
Yow.
Yo.
Yow. Yow.
Yo.
Yow.
Yo.
Camera check.
Yo.
Next time, use the Visa check card instead of checks. It'll get you in, out, and on with life.
Yo.
Gee. Yo, gee.
Yo.
We're ready in advance. No matter when or where. We're ready in advance. Whatever's waiting there around these parts, trouble doesn't stand a chance. For the best parts, people and price, we're ready in advance.
Stop by any Advance store today and enter to win the 2004 Championship and Advance Sweepstakes.
Hey guys, meet the new guy. Hi, I'm Bob Holtkamp.
Hey, help yourself to some snacks.
Speaking of which, you know what would taste good about now?
Yeah, a big, hot and juicy cheeseburger.
With everything.
I can almost taste it.
Telling me, if there were a place to get a hamburger that good this late, I'd not only drive, I'd buy.
Really?
Wendy's classic hamburgers are made fresh, so they're always hot and juicy, so you can eat great even late.
You must be the new guy.
Yeah, thanks.
Wendy's, it's better here.
We need a car. A sports car.
A wagon.
Silver. And certified pre-owned.
That one.
Autotrader.com lets you compare 2.1 million new, used, and certified pre-owned cars to find the one you want.
Oh, now we got to sell our car.
Autotrader.com. Your car is waiting.
If you hang up, I will kill you.
I'm hanging up.
I don't think so.
It wasn't me!
Colin Farrell.
Who do you keep talking to on the phone?
If you tell him, I will kill you.
Tell me what you want. Don't you get the game yet?
Phone booth, rated R, April 4th.
You want to know why I rent from Enterprise? Because having the right car can make all the difference.
Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up. Freedom of speech. Exercised all race long. Log on to America Online or NASCAR.com and get track pass. NASCAR.com. America Online, keyword NASCAR. Television's most highly acclaimed drama,
Do everything I can to protect you.
is about to begin a new chapter. 24 returns with 9 consecutive original episodes at 9, 8 Central, Fox Tuesday.
NASCAR on Fox, Bristol, Tennessee, 208 laps complete. Kevin Harvick, the leader, Jimmy Spencer second, Terry Labonte, Jerry Nadeau, and Robbie Gordon. Slides up and hits the turn 2 wall, surrendering 5th place.
No caution. He gets it back going.
He was by himself. Just lost it.
I don't think this car's in very good shape now, though, guys. I mean, stuff hanging all off of it, flopping around. It looks like a Bristol car, but I don't think that's the way to go. See what happens here. He and Junior were racing each other real hard there a minute ago. Down into the corner he goes, and the back end snaps loose.
Kissed it pretty hard to that right rear quarter panel. Didn't look like it hit any of the wheels or tires.
I think his right rear is damaged. He's going to have to come to pit road or wreck.
You hear him? He says he feels like he has a flat tire unless he's got debris on the tire. Steve Burns.
Larry, he pitted last on lap 152, so he's been on that set over 60 laps.
And the more laps you get on these things, yeah, I mean, it's a good tire for here, but the more laps you get up out of the groove, it's just hard to control that race car.
Mark Martin brought out that last caution. Here's Jeannie.
Boy, guys, I don't know who made more laps, the cars on the track or Mark Martin making his way around his vehicle now inside the car. Mark, what happened out there?
I'm not really sure. It's too bad for the Viagra Taurus. I was really going good. They kind of wadded up there in front of us, and we got run over from behind there. I didn't, I couldn't tell you.
Fitting the car, ready to get back out there. They're working hard, guys.
Sterling Marlin just gave up 8th place to Elliott Sadler a lap ago, and now Kenny Wallace after him.
Sterling's car don't look all that good. Looks like he's having a little bit of problems with it. Can't tell for sure what. Probably loose.
For the lead. Battle for the lead. Jimmy Spencer in that 7 car. Remember, his tires are 50 laps fresher than Kevin Harvick in the 2029. I think Kevin Harvick knows it. Well, we got one sideways on the front stretch. Gary Nadeau in the 01.
Brian Newman caused that. He and the 01 got together coming up off the 4.
Caution is out.
That's too bad.
Nobody gets a lap back from Jimmy Spencer. Now, Jerry Nadeau.
Be ready.
Jerry Nadeau was 4th.
Bad front end damage.
Got some fire up under the car. He needs to get that thing fired. There you go, buddy.
Don't know if he'll be able to steer that one back around to the garage or not.
If we see that again, I think you'll see the 12 car and he were having a real go at it. 12 car is 1 lap down.
Here's a look, Darrell.
01 got under the 12 going into turn 3. Ryan went up the hill and then and 01 got up under him. They start off the corner here and I think the 11 I think he kind of checked up and got run over from the back.
Chain reaction again. We've seen it all day long. Now, Mike and Darrell, this is a box I don't like to be painted in. Kevin Harvick in the 29, Terry Labonte in the 5. It's been about 80 laps since they were to pit road, but if they pit and it looks like they're going to stay out, if they pit, you go from running 2nd and 3rd all the way back to about 26th and 27th, but you're sitting out there and you're halfway through a run.
It's bad when you got to pound the hood pins with a hammer to get them off. Here's how Dale Jr. saw that one. Jerry Nadeau has climbed out and walked away.
I don't think he's working on his fitness program right now either. Dale Jr. got a little damage in that. Nothing serious, I don't think, but he did cave the grill in. He's not happy with the 12 car.
I mean, this place here, you'll see drivers do things that you've never seen them do before and you never would expect them. As I've said time and time again, without being redundant, you have to check those feelings in out there on the highway and leave them there while you're here.
And you can't let something like that happen and let it go. You got to get rid of it.
Jeannie?
Jerry, you want to tell us what happened out there? Why you were upset? Why you ran to the 12 pit?
It's typical Bristol. Obviously, our minds are somewhere else. It's just a shame. We had such a great car for the U.S. Army Pontiac, and a damn lap car can't use its head. I don't know what Ryan was doing. I mean, I was underneath him. He kept coming down. I taught it for 4 freaking laps, and obviously Brett Bodine got into me. It's a shame. I hate it for the U.S. Army Pontiac. Our hearts are with our soldiers today.
What did you tell him when you got over there?
He needs to use his head.
Jerry Nadeau out of the race, most likely with a lot of damage to the front end of his car after battling Ryan Newman and then getting punted by Brett Bodine.
Ryan Newman in that 12 car up there, pace car's off. Remember, he's 1 lap down. Jerry Nadeau referred to him as a lap car. He is a lap down up there trying to get his lap back on Jimmy Spencer.
John Andretti spins coming off pit road, but he gathers it back up. We're okay. That was in front of the leaders by about a quarter lap. Up in 5th place, you'll find Jeff Burton. Ford, if you haven't looked lately, look again. Jeff Burton's day, trying to work his way through the field, and finds himself up at 5th place. Battling Junior for 4th.
And you can hear Dale Earnhardt
Trouble turn
working
2.
with that throttle. Ricky Rudd, the 21.
I don't think
Bobby Labonte, the 18 car. Caution is out. Caution is out.
Bobby was the first car to go around.
97's there, too.
Kurt Busch. They're trying to get going. Here comes Jimmy Spencer, the leader, off turn 2.
Should make it okay.
Kurt Busch gets going.
I don't know that those cars got much damage on them. 97 looks clean. Got a little dent in the right front, not much. Bobby's got a little damage to the right rear quarter panel. I don't see no big problem with any of those cars.
Let's see what happened. Left side of your screen, Bobby Labonte, the purple car.
He just gets turned around by his teammate. His teammate, I think, may have given him a little punt there, but the 2 car checked up in front of him.
Teammate Tony Stewart, that 20 car.
So that'll put us under the 11th caution flag of the day. Here at Bristol Motor Speedway, you're watching NASCAR on Fox.
You know, we're never in the same place at the same time. No, not really. So we need a plan that allows us to talk, you know, as much as we want, all the time, whenever we want. And then no extra charge.
With Singular's Family Talk plan, call each other for free with unlimited mobile-to-mobile calling. Get 5,000 night and weekend minutes to share, up to 3 additional lines, and up to 4 free phones.
We call it the Conley Brothers. What's up? What's up? What's up plan?
Come in and find out how Singular fits you best.
There's nothing like a good chicken sandwich, and pretty soon you'll be making sandwiches for me.
Come on to my house, come on.
When you make marinara sauce, you gotta have red, ripe tomatoes with mozzarella. Oh, bellissima.
Back for a limited time, the Italian chicken sandwich at Burger King. Crispy all-white meat chicken, rich marinara sauce, and mozzarella cheese. Or have it your way and choose the original chicken sandwich, only at Burger King.
Come on to my house.
Hey, Tony, congratulations on your NASCAR championship. Hey, Lance, great job winning 4 straight Tour de France titles. By the way, is it true that you shave your legs before a race? Sure, makes me faster. Less wind resistance? Actually, no. Shaving your legs stimulates nerve endings under the skin. That activates neurons in the brain, creating a surge of adrenaline. So you're faster. Really? Let's do pity next. Yeah.
You spend the day going in circles. When you earn the right to do one more, that's fuel for the soul.
NASCAR on Fox is brought to you by Craftsman, the official tools of NASCAR and NHRA. By the Italian chicken sandwich. Back for a limited time. Have it your way at Burger King. By Coca-Cola, the official soft drink of NASCAR. And by Singular, the wireless company that fits you best. And this is a Visa race break as Fox welcomes you back live here at Bristol. Jeff Gordon has led for much of the race, but currently Jimmy Spencer leading. It has been brutal at Bristol. Already we're under our 11th caution. That's the most of any race this year. And this is the kind of wear and tear that goes on when they bring the cars in, hoping they can get them back out.
Exactly. Right now you see guys using sawzalls. That's right there. They're cutting the sheet metal away. Hammers. I mean, that's the two favorite tools whenever you come up here to a place like Bristol. You've got to have the ability to fix your race cars and fix it quickly.
In the Hollywood Hotel with Jeff Hammond, Chris Myers. Let's talk about the leader, Jimmy Spencer. Here's a guy who got a phone call late last year that said, hey, you're no longer with our race team. He was fighting pretty much for a job and certainly has battled back a 46-year-old driver who's done a lot for the sport with a chance to win today.
Yeah, he really has done an outstanding job. And since he's joined up with Jimmy Smith, and especially with Tommy Baldwin, I think Tommy's got some magic as far as the crew chief is concerned. Putting these two guys together, and they used to be fierce competitors up north in the modified division, but right now they're really, in tune together. And Jimmy Spencer, I don't think he's ever looked better in his Winston Cup career right now.
And we're getting word the 30 car has been black flagged, so they have to bring the car in, and 38 car.
Right there. I think you notice he's got some debris hanging out the right side of the car, and I think Steve Burns is down there and can tell us more about it.
Yeah, Jeff, it's a tough break for Elliott Sadler. He had raised his way into the top 10 after fighting an ill-handling race car, but NASCAR has black flagged him. They said there's sheet metal hanging off the right side door area, and he's going to have to bring that 38 car to pit road.
Yeah, Jeff, just as we look at some of what's going on here at Bristol, a thought on Jerry Nadeau's comments following the incident with Ryan Newman?
Well, as you can see right now, there's a lot of close contact right there. That appears to me to be a part of another car's bumper, and he probably got together right there and has ripped it loose and is actually stuck right in the area of the jack stop. You see right now the jack man jacking the car up, and they're going to try to extract it. There it is. They pulled it out, and that's all it was. He got together with another race car and ripped that bumper support away, forced him to come to pit road. But now they're going to take the advantage of it, put 4 tires on him. Hopefully they'll work his way back up here. Elliott being a former winner here at Bristol.
Right, and that was in the then 21 car.
21 car, that's right.
Rudd has. So let's go back for a moment and talk about, as we see Elliott Sadler pull away, Ryan Newman and what happened here as Jerry Nadeau was very frustrated afterwards.
Well, you see right there, go down the corner, and it looked like everybody kind of checked up the 2 car, then the 18, the 20 got in the 18, around went the 97. So, I mean, a lot of close racing here. As you'll see in a minute, you'll also see the 21 car. He got booted in the back end by the 49 car of Kenny Schrader.
And this is from the onboard with the Motorcraft of Ford Motorcraft Air Force car. Ricky Rudd is having a great run after starting 34th. He has worked his way through a number of mishaps, and that's part of surviving at this track.
Yeah, when you come to Bristol, it really is all about survival. You try to get track position whenever possible. You try to keep your cool and try to keep your composure as much as you can. But as you can see, even when you're doing the best you can to keep your nose clean, a lot of times you can become a victim real easy.
And Kevin Harvick, no driver has ever done the double here, winning the Busch race Saturday at Bristol and then winning the Winston Cup race, and Kevin Harvick has a chance with that. All right, I find this exciting because you talk about short track, short tempers, and there's a look at Kevin Harvick, who won Saturday's Busch race. Let's take again how Ryan Newman, certainly with Jerry Nadeau, was Ryan Newman at fault in your opinion?
Well, I mean, what I saw on the replay, him been a lap down car and it racing awful hard right there, but he really pinched Jerry Nadeau down right there off that corner and got all this going. Obviously, the 11 car finished him off, but they definitely were racing extremely hard when you consider that Jerry was still on the lead lap and Ryan was already a lap down.
All right, we have him complaining to his crew chief following the incident. And you heard Jerry Nadeau's comments before when he talked to Jeannie Zalaska. Here he's walking over. He's in the pit area, the crew area, with Ryan Newman.
Yeah, and that's something, what place you really don't want to be as far as a driver. You need to bring your boys. You need to bring your own army if you're going to go visit somebody else's pit.
His first response was, hey, that's Bristol, but then afterwards certainly explained his position. Jerry Nadeau frustrated. Jimmy Spencer happy right now. He has the lead, 234 laps on the 11th caution. We'll be back. This has been a Visa race break as we continue live from Bristol Motor Speedway. We'll be right back.
Legends are made. Records will fall.
Home run of this postseason.
Champions are born. America's pastime returns to Fox May 17th.
patty, special sauce, lettuce, cheese.
Pickles, onions on a sesame seed bun. 2 all-beef patties.
Special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions on a
Sesame seed bun.
The Big Mac is turning 35, and we're celebrating. Right now, you can get 2 delicious Big Macs for only $2.
Go, Big Mac. It's your birthday.
It's a big McDonald's party, and everybody's into it.
2 all-beef patties. Special sauce, lettuce, cheese. Pickles, onions on a sesame seed bun.
2 Big Macs for just $2.
Come on, party with the Big Mac.
Welcome to Perfection, Nevada, a small town with a big problem.
There's a monster on the loose. Let's go. I don't know how you guys put up with it. Day in, day out. Not in my valley, you don't.
We go through this every day.
That's perfection. Based on the hit movies, Tremors, the series, on Sci-Fi Channel. Check local listings.
Possibilities for disaster boggle the mind.
Bring the entire family and experience the speed as drivers swap paint and battle. Colorado National Speedway. NASCAR calls it one of the premier short tracks in the country. Celebrating our 40th season in 2003 with NASCAR Fury. We'll show you the whole season, but you'll only need the edge.
Hi, I'm Ron Zapolo. Join me today at 5 for Fox 31 News.
NASCAR's on the track. Odds are so is Track Pass. Just log on to America Online or go to NASCAR.com and get Track Pass. NASCAR.com. America Online, keyword NASCAR. They say the truth shall set you free.
Woo, what is that? The grapes of wrath?
But this Wednesday, TV reporter Wanda Hawkins takes free speech to a whole new level.
Ready to show me how to throw that curveball? I'll teach you a pitch better than the curveball. The Hawkins brushback.
She's got strong opinions.
Wanda's gonna hate a surprise party.
And isn't afraid to express them.
Happy birthday! Shoot 'em.
Wanda at Large premieres at 9:30, 8:30 Central, Fox Wednesday.
Welcome back to Bristol Motor Speedway on Fox. Mike Joy with Darrell Waltrip, Larry McReynolds, the Food City 500. 12 laps, make that 11 laps, yeah, 12 laps from halfway. Here's how the Coca-Cola Racing family is running today.
Well, saw them running pretty well, actually. That first was Harvick and Burton and Bill Elliott are all in the top 10.
Yep, down through Bobby Labonte, all on the lead lap there, and add Tony Stewart to that bunch. Matt's in his pit.
Mike, the Gibbs guys are running 22nd and 24th. Under that caution, Tony Stewart switched over to the team radio talking to his teammate, Bobby Labonte. He apologized profusely for spinning him. Bobby responded by saying, hey, someday I'll be able to tell my grandkids that I got spun out by Tony Stewart. Tony responded, I'm not sure that'll hold much water, Bob. The genie's the last go.
A couple of cautions, but the 29 car decided to stay put. Why? Well, Kevin Harvick and Todd Berrier had a game plan, a pit stop plan coming in, and they're sticking to it no matter what happens out there on the track. Steve?
The Genie, Dale Earnhardt Jr. has been fighting what he terms a race car that's a little bit too snug. He also told the team, your driver's not doing a very good job of being patient, but I'll keep trying. Dick Berggren.
Jeff Burton has gone from 29th all the way up to 5th. The car runs hot on long yellow flags. It's fine under green. A little bit tight. Burton very, very hungry. It's been 45 races since he's won as we're coming down to the green.
Position 6 through 10, Jimmy Johnson 6th. Coming from nearly being a lap down, Sterling Marlin 7th, Kenny Wallace 8th, Bill Elliott and Jamie McMurray, who started in the back after that engine change.
And they've done this through a little bit of strategy, a lot like Kevin Harvick has made his way up to the front by staying out on that racetrack.
And 11th, the driver who's dominated much of today, Jeff Gordon.
Yeah, he just, got caught back in there. Early in the race, he hadn't been back in traffic. You won't hear much about him for a little while. They'll have to kind of filter through. He'll be very cautious.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. in that 8 car, he's trying to get around Brett Bodine on the high side, but the car just don't stick that good up there as he's about to lose the position to Robbie.
Oh, Terry Labonte!
Oh, man.
And Robbie Gordon, Brett Bodine, and the accordion squeezes together again. Kyle Petty, Kenny Schrader with damage. Oh, just say half the field.
And they just keep stacking up back there. In fact, Terry Labonte going back up on the racetrack, Brett Bodine, they rode back together again right there.
Mitchell, both ends.
think Terry's very happy. He had a great run going, Darrell.
Terry Labonte was in 3rd place.
Right side's first, fix the damage.
Kenny Wallace being held.
I don't think Kenny was coming around the outside like he was trying to get a lap back, but the pace car was already out on the racetrack. He must not have known that.
Larry, look at Terry Labonte's pit and all that damage. Now, this is where your over-the-wall crew really earns their money if they're going to be able to keep him from losing another lap. First, let's have a look at replays here. Watch the 5 car of Labonte toward the bottom of your screen. Gets tagged by Brett Bodine.
There you see Robbie Gordon gets to the side of Brett Bodine on the left side, and they just start stacking up behind him. Kenny Wallace there at the bottom of the screen in the 23.
Now, Terry's trying to get away and move through here, and he gets bumped by Kenny Wallace. Brett Bodine slides back into him.
As we talked about earlier, Darrell, it don't take much to send a car spinning around here.
Jr. Misses it, gets through. Wow. Now, Darrell, Brett Bodine was a lap down or more, 2 down. Terry Labonte was coming around him on the outside. Did Brett get into Terry, or did Terry think maybe he had Brett cleared?
I can't tell. As a driver on the lead lap, you expect a guy a lap or 2 down to show you some courtesy. That's what you expect. Of course, you get the unexpected a lot of times, too.
Terry Labonte now is going to be back in about 28th spot, 3 laps down. In fact, he goes to the garage area. He went down pit road, made that left-hand turn into the garage area.
Dick Berggren?
Jeff Burton just keyed his radio mic. He's running in 4th spot. He said, I get the impression that if you're running up front, it's a lot more calm. And his crew chief, Paul Andrews, said, stay up front.
Well, of all of our cars, I tell you, we're getting a lot of different pit agendas right now. Kevin Harvick in the 29, he's still staying out there. He's been out there over 100 laps, but Sterling Marlin decided in that 40 car to give up the top 10 running spot to come to pit road.
People ask me, how'd you win 7 races in a row there? Because I never was in the back. Every time I came here, I qualified up front, and I stayed up front.
6 cars officially involved in this crash at turns 1 and 2, putting us under the 12th caution of the day at lap 243. Here's another look, folks, and you make the call as Terry Labonte tries to clear Brett Bodine.
Well, actually, you know, Terry had him cleared off at turn 4, and I just don't think that he expected Brett to come back and drive in that hard once he got by him.
And I think that's the difference, Darrell. Here you'll see again from Dale Jr. Watch the position of the yellow line, watch Brett's car, and watch Labonte coming around the outside here.
Yeah, that happened pretty early on the straightaway, actually. But again, I think Terry was ahead of him and had no idea that Brett would run in under him that hard. Like I say, you got to respect the guys that are on the lead lap.
Matt?
Mike, you'll never know who the next deal could be with, and for Jeff Gordon, that's Rusty Wallace. Under the last caution, he told his spotter Ron Thiel, go down and talk to Rusty Wallace's spotter, Earl Barber. Tell him, let's hook up, let's make a deal, let's work our way to the front together. Earl responded back to Thiel, 10-4, but we are on a little bit different pit strategy, but we'll do what we can. Remember, the bump and run by Gordon on Wallace got Gordon the victory in April of '97, and then the last fall night race.
What Gordon is asking for is, look, let me try to make some passes. Don't fill that hole. Give me some room and follow me through. He doesn't want Rusty to run up there in there and fill the hole and leave him hanging out.
Well, Kevin Harvick in that 29, he stayed right with Jimmy Spencer in that 7 car that time. They're trying to clear that lap car of Jeremy Mayfield. Jeff Burton gets kicked way up high down in turn 1 and 2. We got Tony Stewart. I think what happened is he got hit. Jeff Burton got hit by the 31 car. Tony Stewart was all the way down on the apron in 1 and 2.
Took him a half a lap to get back up to speed, and that's about how much space he lost on the racetrack and all that. Mongo showing his tail to the field here. Jimmy Spencer, our leader. Kevin Harvick. Dale Jr. Let's have another look here.
This is just as they took the green flag.
Happens ahead of them, and everybody scatters. From Robbie Gordon.
The car wouldn't stay down. He pushed up the hill and got into the 99 and knocked him up the racetrack. Bucket didn't take him out.
Steve Burns in our leader's pit.
And Mike, during that caution, Jimmy Spencer, through his spotter, Donnie Epling, had agreed to let the 12 to 19 have a lap back. But here's the thing. His race car is so good they can't get to him. He said, I'll drop to the bottom, but they better hurry. He said, my car is as good as it's been all day right now.
Yeah, I mean, dadgummit, making deals to give laps back, Darrell. I mean, I think it drives us both crazy.
It really does, but here's the thing about Bristol. Now, I might buy into this a little bit. I don't want a bunch of cars underneath me when I take the green flag here.
Put them back there at the tail end of the lead lap.
Clean them all out and put them all at the back of the field. That'd make me happy.
Good point. Good point. Because if you don't, they're going to be up there aggravating you again.
They're going to be rubbing up there against your
McMurray got into the back of Robbie Gordon, then he got tagged by Ward Burton.
Oh, no, Tony Stewart got into Ricky Rudd, and he's up in the fence.
And somebody spun Bobby Labonte again.
Labonte was spun again.
Jamie McMurray had climbed well up in the field after that dead last start. He was in the top 10.
I don't think Bobby Labonte hit anything.
But he was blocked by Jamie McMurray over there. He just barely got going before the leader came. Let's see it.
No, I don't think he hit anything. I think he just slid up there and stopped.
McMurray got in, is another one of those accordion deals. McMurray got in the back of Robbie Gordon. Ward Burton got in the back of McMurray. Chaos ensues.
Robbie Gordon is, you know, kind of having a problem with his car. It's not handling all that well.
He's 2 laps down.
McMurray gets into the back of him, and here we go.
And then McMurray looked like he checked up. That's when Ward Burton in the 22 got in the back of him, and the chain reaction continues.
And here comes more.
Yeah, watch Tony Stewart.
Oh,
nah, not good.
That's a hard hit.
Not good.
Let's ride with McMurray. All right, let's ride with Ricky Rudd.
We've seen more shots of Ricky Rudd and Rex and
missing him.
He gets down here and he sees the 42. He moves up. From what Tony Stewart's there, I don't think it hurt Ricky's car all that much.
Dodged another one. And under caution, coming to pit road.
I think Tony thinks that he probably shouldn't have moved up over there.
We used to call that the chrome horn, Darrell, but they're not chrome anymore.
These boys need a little patience here. What's going on?
Just Bristol.
The Bristol Stomp. Yeah. Kids in Bristol.
There's a little anger management going on in the hood of Jamie McMurray's car. 13th caution of the day. There's that song we know so well.
The kids in Bristol are sharp as Bristol when they do.
To a driver, fear isn't going 4 wide into a turn. Fear isn't driving into a cloud of smoke at 200 miles per hour. Fear is not getting sideways an inch from the wall. That's because Ford dominated last year's Cup Series with 7 Fords finishing in the top 10. Top 10. 7 Fords. So fear in the racing world is looking in the rearview mirror and seeing one of us. If you haven't looked at Ford lately, look again.
The Home Depot is more than a store. It's a showroom for the newest riding mowers from John Deere. And now it's no payments or interest till January 2004 when you make any John Deere tractor purchase of $299 or more with your Home Depot consumer credit card. We've done our yard work homework and have the know-how to find the John Deere for you. We have everything you need to turn your yard and your neighbors a healthy shade of green. The Home Depot. You can do it, we can help.
Discover to Go is a great way to always have a credit card with you. It's also an easy way to pay for things. It's not, however, good for ping pong. Discover to Go. Easy to carry, easy to use. Not good for ping pong. Just 2 more reasons it pays to discover.
Meet rookie Jamie McMurray, his new Haviland 42 car, and this, the 9,000 RPM, 800 horsepower.
V8 monster. It creates more torque than you can even imagine. So what brand of oil does Jamie trust to protect his engine? Haviland, of course, because Haviland can handle this much power.
Even if your TV can't. Add more life to your car with Haviland.
Sorry. Where'd you get that shirt? It's huge.
It was my old boyfriend.
It must have been huge.
He was.
Why don't you change into one of mine?
Nah, yours are kind of small.
So?
Well, small ones are okay. Huge ones just feel better. You have the tiniest little hands.
Yeah. NASCAR on Fox is brought to you by Budweiser. The best things in life are the things that are true. Budweiser. The restart. Jimmy Spencer in front of Kevin Harvick, Dale Jr., Jimmy Johnson, his teammate Jeff Gordon, point leader Matt Kenseth, Jeff Burton, Rusty Wallace, Bill Elliott, and Johnny Benson, the top 10.
And right now, Kevin Harvick in the 29, he's having to contend with that lap car of Jeremy Mayfield in the 19 car, as well as Ryan Newman up there running beside Dale Earnhardt Jr. Remember, Ryan Newman is a lap down as well.
23 cars on the lead lap, just past halfway.
Jerry Nadeau, Mark Martin, and Jack Sprague have all returned to the race after long, lengthy repairs. We still have Mike Skinner and Terry Labonte that are behind the wall trying to repair their car. Over halfway, only 2 cars out, Tony Raines and Derek Cope.
Matt Kenseth on the move.
We heard the 24 talk to the 2 about let's work together. Well, the 24 went on, and the 2 must not gotten the message because he's falling back. Dale Jr. hung up on the outside, took a little slide there, hung on to it. 24 looks like he's kind of got himself in good position to work his way back up here and fight with Spencer a little bit.
You're right with Kenny Wallace there, the 23. He is 1 lap down after being involved in a couple of the cautions today.
You know, Darrell, one thing I did like about the concrete surface, it's not that weather sensitive. It don't change that much with weather, but the sun has come out. Dick Bergman, those guys checking our track temperature down there. The track temperature of the concrete has went up just a little bit, about 4 or 5 degrees since this race started.
The difference in asphalt and concrete. Asphalt, we put rubber into the track. It goes down into the asphalt. Here we put rubber on top of the track. So when the sun comes out and heats the track up a little bit, it gets slicker.
As Larry mentioned, only 2 cars out of the race, Tony Raines and Derek Cope. Neither one due to contact. Everybody else has made repairs and is back in the race, except Labonte and Skinner. And some of those cars don't have a lot of sheet metal left, but what the heck? Sheet metal doesn't hold up anything except the spoiler.
Well, I mean, you do tear your car up here, get it all beaten up, and it looks terrible, but you can go in there and beat it all back out and put it back together and get back out on the racetrack. That's why so many times there's a lot of cars left running here at the end of the day.
4th and 5th place battle, Jeff Gordon, Matt Kenseth.
You generally don't knock the fuel pump off of them here. You just knock the fenders all in on them.
Right. Matt?
Gordon being patient, that's why he's won here 5 times. He told crew chief Robbie Loomis the car is still a little bit free on entry, still a little bit tight in the center, but so far so good. Robbie Loomis told me they're still planning on pitting around their scheduled stop, lap 350. That way they can go the distance if they need to.
Yeah, I mean, it's so funny this morning. Raymond Fox III, Elliott Sadler's crew chief, he called me over there this morning in the garage here and said, Larry, when do I need to pit? I said, well, the best advice I can give you from what I've seen here this week is when you get to about lap 375, get your 4 fresh tires and then pack your pit equipment up. That way you won't be tempted to come back to pit road.
Elliott's done a really good job. I mean, he's kind of been up and back. You know, he had to come in and get that piece of metal out of the side of the car, but the car looks pretty darn good, and it's handling well. Of course, he's won here, so I wouldn't count anybody out of this race yet. We still got the long way to go.
Kevin Harvick in the 29 running here in second. We're riding with him. He finally gets by Jeremy Mayfield, but the story right now on him is just remember he's been out there about 130 to 40 laps. A lot of those laps have been caution laps, but he's been out there for a while. See, Jimmy Johnson in the 48 car, he's the third place trying to get by Ryan Newman in that 12 who's a lap down.
And if I was Jeff Gordon, I'd give those guys a little bit of room because Ryan has just been very difficult to get around.
Newman started on the pole, but brought a very loose race car into the race and made his first pit stop very early.
And when he made that first pit stop early, put him back in the back, it's been downhill ever since.
48's got a run on him, but is he going to let him go or not? Yeah, he did. He moved up that time, gave him some room to race.
Jeannie.
Well, Larry Mack, your suspicions are correct on the 29 car of Kevin Harvick doing some math because, as I mentioned before, they kind of had a game plan coming in. They figure if they don't get a caution between now and lap 290, they're going to have to stop under green.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised, Jeannie, that Todd has not run. Once they got past about 125 laps, I'm a little surprised because at this time of the race, I think sometimes they settle down and you get those long green runs. And, Darrell, you talked about it earlier. You make a green flag stop here, it's a minimum of 3 to 4 laps.
Yeah, I'd say about 4 laps if you had to come down all the way around to this side of the racetrack. It would be disastrous.
I mean, it's kept them up front. It's kept them clean. But, again, if you have to pit under green, I won't say it's over with, but it's close to over with.
Now, the one difference from what we've seen earlier, if I understand correctly, if you pit under green, you don't have to go all the way around. You can enter the pit lane on the side of the racetrack that your pit is on and not make that whole big U-turn loop.
That is correct.
That is correct. They treat it like 2 pit roads under green. Good point, Mike.
But with the speed limit being only 30 miles an hour, that's going to seem like eternity.
Well, that's 2 laps right there almost, just in going down pit road.
Jimmy Spencer has led the last 64 laps here at Bristol. Had a strong car yesterday, wheel broke. And here's Matt Kenseth.
Man, did you see what the Kenseth did? He just run up there and just pushed Jeffy right out of the way, and Jeffy did not like that. Come on, get that, boy.
Last year, Matt Kenseth scored the most points in the 6 short track races of any driver in Winston Cup.
And what we consider our short track races is Bristol, Richmond, and Martinsville. Going down the backstretch off into turn 3.
I've always had the philosophy, if you live by the bump, you die by the bump.
Boy, that looked exactly like what Jeff Gordon did to Rusty Wallace to win the race here back in August.
Matt?
Mike, Rick Hendrick, the car owner for Jeff Gordon, was watching our telecast and saw the little bump by the 24 and 17. He started smiling, leaned over to me and said, "It's not fun being a car owner at Bristol."
Just remind Rick, it's a long day. And plenty is left to happen here. 286 laps complete. Jimmy Spencer out front of Kevin Harvick, Jimmy Johnson, Matt Kenseth, and Jeff Gordon.
Every driver in NASCAR is a unique individual. Each driver has a distinct style, his own approach to every situation. But no driver is really alone. Each of us has a sponsor and a crew backing us up. I'm lucky enough to be part of one of the greatest teams in the business. Oh, sure, we're competitive, but Steve and Dale Jr. are friends, almost family. You know, I can't think of hardly anything I'd change.
Thank you. Sony.
Samsung.
Hewlett Packard.
Motorola. Bang.
Hey, it's not my party. Don't look at me.
For the latest name brands and answers to your questions, come to Radio Shack. Get this Sprint color screen phone, only $49.99. View the web and download images in color.
I always wanted to be a name dropper.
Howie!
What? Radio Shack.
Very funny. What?
For that long road to maturity, we'll be there.
Come into Sears now for our spring sale. Hurry in today to save on apostrophe. Save up to 30% on all apostrophe fashions, only at Sears.
My dad taught me 2 simple rules about car care. To take care of the engine, change the oil. To take care of the fuel system, add STP. When your dad is Richard Petty, you tend to listen. This week on Home Makeover, we're at the home of Brad and Steffi Gill. Steffi wrote in that their garage needed help, but money's tight. So let's get to work. All right, take a look.
Oh, wow, I love it. What a difference.
Right now, you can get every Yamaha motorcycle and ATV for just 3.9% APR all the way to 2005. Plus, get up to $300 customer cash on select models. And just look at the results. Next week, we renovate a kitchen without spending a bundle. See you, folks.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The entire world of extreme sports all in one place. Weeknights on Fox Sports Net.
Kurt Busch looks to finally break through to victory lane after 3 second-place finishes. Live from Fort Worth next weekend on Fox.
Man, I got to tell you, I am so 100% behind what they're doing. It's incredible. I wish they were here at Bristol, the most exciting race of the year, hanging out with us right now. And I know their adrenaline is rushing, and they're wide open, and they're so intent over there like we are here. But gosh, our hearts and souls go out with those cats.
Rusty Wallace with a message to our servicemen abroad. Jimmy Spencer has now led the last about 80 laps. He led 54 laps here last March. This is the 8th time he has led a Winston Cup race at Bristol.
Well, I tell you, though, the car I'm watching right now is Kevin Harvick, that 29 car. Jeannie's the last go. You told me 290. It's 299. Where are they at?
I know, Larry Beck. You've heard of new math. A new math in the 29 finish. They reworked it, we think. They think now they can eke out to maybe 320. So we'll keep you posted.
Well, and I'm sure, Jeannie, the reason they're having to keep recalculating is all these caution laps that's been in there while they've been out there. As I said, we always use the formula roughly 3 caution laps to 1 green lap.
It's really hard to calculate accurately gas mileage on a short track like this because you don't really know how much throttle the driver's using.
If I was in their boat, I'd run it till it runs out of fuel.
You made your bed, baby. You're going to have to lay in it.
How about Steve Burns in the leader's pit?
Well, Mike, you mentioned how many laps Jimmy Spencer has led here. In August of 1991, Jimmy dominated the night race, leading 206 laps, but broke a throttle spring during the race and it cost him the win. So he knows there's a lot of time and a lot of racing left. Nick Berggren.
Well, that Kenseth has pitted just twice today. They are preferring track position to do tires. The tires don't seem to be falling off at all for Kenseth. On the last stop, it was a disaster, at least for this team. 18.8 seconds. Jack Van, Russ Strutt fell on that stop and put Kenseth from 4th all the way back to 21st, and he has just been passing them judiciously, carefully, and very smart. He's now running in 3rd spot.
Considering where he started this race, that's a pretty good march.
He's come from 37. How about Greg Biffle, our Busch Series champion? He and Kyle Petty battling for 14th spot.
Yeah, and Kyle's had kind of an eventful day. He's been in a couple of wrecks, but Biffle's been quiet. Hadn't heard anything out of him. He's just been kind of doing a yeoman's job today.
That last caution, Darrell, Biffle came in and made repeated stops under that caution to adjust on that car, got back out and running well.
And he has those 4 fresh tires. And I think definitely now, Darrell, this racetrack, you talked about it getting greasier and slicker. I think, you know, fresh tires mean a little more now maybe than they did at the beginning of the race.
Plus, listen, you get tired here. You really get tired of hanging on to that thing lap after lap. We talk about just going around and around in circles. Your arms get a little tired. Your neck gets a little bit get tired. You can lose your focus here. So if your car's not handling really well, you can get in trouble just all by yourself.
Jimmy Spencer getting past Robbie Gordon.
The inside.
Let's get down to our Ford Crashaway car. It's our Ford Cutaway car, but here at Bristol, Jeff Hammond, I think maybe it's got a little different meaning.
Well, I got news for you, Mike. Right now, my car's in pretty good shape compared to some of the cars that'll run around the racetrack. And one of the reasons some of these guys were able to go back out is because they came with the big 1.75" front bumpers on these cars. You've got to keep the radiators in there, and you can see some of the debris I've already picked up. This is a piece of the tubing off of the 41 car, Casey Mears. He had a lot of damage. He got it back out there, but if he'd had this in the front of it, he may have gotten back out a little bit sooner. Also, while I was in the garage
look at Terry Labonte's car. He's got a lot of damage to the front of the car. They replaced the front radiator, but right now one of the biggest problems he's going to run into is the rear clip on his car is really shoved down, and he doesn't have any rear spoiler. So when he gets back on the racetrack trying to save some valuable championship points, he's going to have a really ill-handling race car, and he was very disgusted. He knew he had a good race car today. Those guys are working really hard to get him back in there, and one of the things they got to worry about with his damage is the crush panel area, which helps protect the driver. You don't want to allow a lot of exhaust fumes to get up inside the cockpit with the driver, and here at a place like Bristol, where the confines are really, really tight, this is a crush panel right here, and it's got a lot of damage in that area. You don't want those fumes to roll up into this cockpit area and to give your driver a hard time. And Darrell, you know good well, you don't want to be breathing exhaust fumes here at Bristol.
No, I mean, that's one of the things that you dread when you got to go back out there and one of these things that's been the front end's knocked off of it and the sides are caved in on it. You get a lot of extra heat, you get debris. It's really a miserable ride, and you got to sit out there and grind it out.
Fifth place changed hands. Kurt Busch has moved past Jeff Gordon. His teammate Mark Martin involved in an earlier crash and laps down. And also second place changed hands. Matt Kenseth got underneath Kevin Harvick to change second spot.
But I'm going to tell you, Darrell, as I watched that 97 car, remember in the early part of the race, he could not keep it on the bottom of the racetrack. We even heard the radio communication, how loose he was. I think a couple of things has happened. A, their changes have made that car better, but I think this racetrack is probably starting to tighten up a little bit with a lot of rubber down.
Yeah, I mean, you get that rubber down there, that thing won't stick that right front like it did earlier and cause it to roll over like he was complaining about. It's going to slide a little bit more, and that little soft spring in there might feel pretty good about now.
After 13 caution flags by roughly the halfway point, this race has taken on a green flag look. 3:17 complete, 183 to go, and pit stops coming shortly.
Especially for Kevin Harvick, a lot earlier than a lot of them, than in 29 car.
Harvick has slipped to third, 3 seconds off the lead.
Whoa, Ricky Craven just drove in on the back of Robbie Gordon at 31 and 3 and 4, and he did everything but hit the wall.
That was a payback. The 29 did that to him going into turn 1. Ricky drove down there, and he still got through with him, I don't think. Ricky drove down there and took a shot at the 29. 29 says, all right, I got your message. I got the message.
And that's right in front of Kevin Harvick. Kevin Harvick, he don't want to see his teammates spin out, but he could sure use that caution right now.
If they don't get separated, you're going to see one pretty quick.
Right now, Kevin Harvick is about 4.5 seconds behind leader Jimmy Spencer.
And Larry, listen to it. He's in a throttle wide open for just such a short period of time. Listen to him, lays out. Easy, easy, easy. Right there. He only had it wide open just for 1 instant. Spinning the rear tires.
And that's all the things that Todd Berry, his crew chief, has to try to figure into this gas mileage equation. How much is he wide open throttle?
Well, and also he's out of fuel, so the back of the car is pretty light right now.
And that whole incident happened trying to avoid an even slower car. Ricky Craven was coming up on, I believe, John Andretti, and eases up. Robbie Gordon just gets into him a little bit. And again.
That's about sending him sailing right there.
Yep.
That's what angers a driver. When you hit me like that, that's not a good place. So here comes Ricky, and he says, all right, buddy. Two can play this game. Bam. So he tries to he takes a big swing at him down here, but he ducked it.
Well, look who Jimmy Spencer's trying to put a lap on. Our Winston Cup champ, Tony Stewart.
He's got damage from that earlier wreck. He got up into the wall over there hard, and they tried to come back to pit road and work on it, but they couldn't.
Harvick will be the first of the leaders to make what he hopes will be his final pit stop. Jeannie?
Well, Todd Berrier got off his seat. He was sitting on his feet. You could tell he's a little frustrated. They were almost pulling for something to happen a couple laps back from Ricky Craven. The last time Kevin Harvick came through, he said the car was just a touch tight. He was just getting 4 tires here. Tire pressure adjustment.
Remember, Mike Joy talked earlier, since it's a green flag stop, he can go back out on the racetrack in turn 3. He don't have to come down the pit road on the front stretch.
And that's really bad luck, Mike, because I can't remember the last time I've seen a lead car have to make a green flag pit stop.
And it appears he's going to be a little over about 2.5 laps down.
Wow.
Now, it might be like wishing for it to snow right now, but what he needs is for no cautions about the next 100 laps.
Yeah, it's going to take some real luck.
With the first 5 weeks of the season we had, don't you dare wish for snow. You don't need a caution, though. No.
Come on, Mikey. If the Dream Machine was my car, I'd let you drive it.
But it isn't, and we've been over this time and time again. Can't we just watch a little TV?
My buddy, Mike Waters, let me drive the Aaron's Dream Machine. I am jacked up. Bring the kids, bring the...
How about the nachos, DW?
How about this Terry Bradshaw deal?
Do the math. The deal is you'll own merchandise faster and for less money when you shop at Aaron's.
Any other drivers you want to tell me about, Michael? Michael. Jalapenos, D?
Mr. Goodwrench, who is this one and only GM expert?
You've seen Mr. Goodwrench around the track.
Sure. Well, how can he be there and at the GM dealership?
How do you mean?
How do you mean? Mr. Goodwrench actually knows GM cars better than you.
You better believe it.
Don't tell me what to believe, Harvick. I'm the one holding the clipboard here, okay?
Find Mr. Goodwrench at over 7,000 GM dealerships nationwide.
What are you doing?
Oh, hey, Happy. How's the sound system in this puppy?
Get out.
Okie doke.
Hey, guys, you want to go to McDonald's?
Okay. Okay, Papa.
Starting a small business takes a burning entrepreneurial spirit, a singular bold vision, the courage to fight an endless uphill battle. But that's not all you need. Oh, no.
I need some furniture.
Not to mention the tools to manage your cash flow. That's why you need the Visa business card, because Jules Seltzer Furniture, like many other places, doesn't accept any card from American Express.
I love these chairs.
Visa Business, it's everywhere you want to be. Get started at Visa.com.
You know, Kenny, thanks to you and Stacker 2, the world's strongest fat burner, I've made some great new friends in racing. Like just last week, Scott Wimmer took me fishing. Man, I hope you drive better than you fish. But nobody compares to my new best friend, Tony Stewart.
Hey, Big Show. There's room for one more.
Yeah.
Wait!
Burn fat, crush cravings, and supercharge your energy. Stacker 2 of Fed free, because you never know when you're going to need it.
Who said Kenny can't run fast?
NASCAR Winston Cup Racing on Fox is brought to you by Napa Auto Parts. Napa, we keep America running. By Visa, proud sponsor of NASCAR. By McDonald's. And by Lowe's Home Improvement Warehouse. Lowe's, improving home improvement. At Bristol Motor Speedway, Matt Kenseth gets a big run on Jimmy Spencer, and the lead changes hands. Now for more action, like you've seen today, tune in tonight at the Lucas Oil 250 from Mesa Marin Raceway, the Craftsman Truck Series, 5 p.m. Eastern Time on Speed Channel. If you don't yet get speed, call toll-free 1-888-22-SPEED.
My intensity meter is picking up a lot right now. These leaders are trying to get through these cars. Tony Stewart just went a lap down. Got Harvick here on fresher tires trying to get up there to get back, at least on one of those laps back if he can.
He's real close to doing that, Darrell. Now, what we have to document is our leader, Matt Kenseth. He was on pit road at lap 199. We're at 343, so he's about maybe 30 laps away from having to make a pit stop. Jimmy Spencer back in second. He was on pit road at lap 182. He's within about 20 laps as he's fixing to lose another position to Kurt Busch. I'm going to tell you what, that 97 car, the further we go in the race, the better he gets.
Same thing he did here before, how he won the race.
And Kurt Busch was on pit road the same time as his teammate, Matt Kenseth. So Kevin Harvick, Steve, he needs for about 30 or 40 laps to go by, at least without a caution.
17 pulled down, left to 29 up on the outside, letting him go.
And Larry Magno just
Earnhardt Jr., that's 8th and 9th changing hands.
And as we approach about 150 laps to go, what we need to document, all these cars pitting now, they can go the distance. As we see a pass right there for 5th place, Bobby Labonte, he's been spun out twice, and here he is back in the top 5 in the 18 car.
It's that purple car. Brought him some good luck here.
Was it the purple car or the purple uniform?
What were they calling him? Barney Labonte.
Jeremy Mayfield had a great description of this place. He says it's like spending 3 hours in a clothes dryer, and by the time you're done, somebody's lost a sock or two.
And I want to tell you, Bobby Labonte, I think one reason he's so good, Darrell, he may be a victim of his own problems, is the fact that he was on pit road at lap 257, so he has a lot fresher tires than most of these guys.
Yeah, that's going to turn out to be a big plus for him. Sometimes your bad luck turns out to be good.
Well, what's the big plus is the fact we know he can go much further than all these cars that we've talked about that's going to have to pit here shortly.
Matt Kenseth from 37th to the lead. Jeff Burton from 29th. Ricky Rudd from 32nd. Boy, Bobby Labonte's he's coming in a hurry.
He is. The tire factor that's the whole thing right now. He's got when those tires go off on these cars, it's like you flip a switch. That sucker won't get forward bite. It won't turn. All it wants to do is slide around, slide away.
He pulls in on Jeff Gordon, the 4th place car, the 24 car. Jeff Gordon, like Kurt Busch and Matt Kenseth, he was on pit road at 199.
And physically, these long green flag runs here, they wear the driver slap out.
I mean, you're running around a half-mile racetrack right now. The race pace is in the mid-16s.
Yeah, and you're used to getting a caution every now and then, catching your breath, getting something to drink, coming to the pit road. Not happening right now.
I'm looking down at Jimmy Spencer's pit, and those guys, they're climbing up on pit wall. It could be pretty quick that Jimmy Spencer has to come to pit road.
Yeah, I think it will be, Larry, because he keeps going back. He's losing spots. Gordon just went around him. Here's Bobby Labonte all over the back of him. See Gordon make the pass on him. Here's Bobby Labonte. I think Jimmy's used his stuff up.
Both Spencer and Matt Kenseth are pitted on the backside.
Look how much he's dropped off in lap speed. And I mean, a little while ago, not too many laps ago, he was sitting there leading the race comfortably. Mungo needs a bone.
Which would be 4 fresh tires.
4 bones.
Definitely Tony Stewart. You just saw him go by Tony Stewart, the 20 car. His car is definitely not driving very good since he hit the wall over there going into 3.
Oh, boy. Teammates almost got together there. Busch and Kenseth.
And that's a battle for the lead right there, Kurt Busch in the 97 car.
Here comes Spencer to pit road, y'all. He's coming on off of 4 right now.
It'll be 4 tires for sure. Fill that thing up with fuel. They're going to have to back him up. He went across the front line, Steve. That's going to cost him a lot of time.
Yeah, bad break, Larry Max. Scott Ward and Chad Meyer, the tire changers, couldn't get on those tires as quickly as they wanted. Jackman, Ross Chaddock comes around. Bad break for Jimmy Spencer. He's locked the tires. That's coming to pit road. He's finally done.
Jimmy Johnson is in as well on the backside.
Larry, you've been out there running that much? Let's go to Jeannie in the 48 pit.
And 48, maybe they were a little bit loose off, so we'll see some tire pressure, air pressure adjustments here. Some of the tires getting away, they make their way around to the left side of the car. 4 tires of fuel for Jimmy Johnson.
And Darrell, Jimmy Spencer just about lost it over on the apron. It's so slick, a lot of oil dry. He just about spun out getting up to speed.
Yeah, and you're on sticker tires, and boy, it takes a lap or 2 to get those stickers knocked off. But Larry, when you've been out there running all these green flag laps, when you come to pit road, I've had cramps in my legs and didn't know it. When I started to push the clutch in, get on the brake, my leg had a cramp in it, and I'd slide through my pit box.
Now, Kurt Busch has taken the lead from Matt Kenseth, as you saw. Jeff Gordon, Bobby Labonte, Jeff Burton, the top 5, then Rusty Wallace, Dale Earnhardt Jr., and Greg Biffle.
And it appears these guys, most of the leaders that's having to pit under green is Bill Elliott. The 9 car comes to pit road on the backstretch pit. If you have a decent pit stop, you're losing about 2.5 to 2 3/4 laps.
And you're just hoping that they don't, everybody has to pit under green. That's all you can hope for. Because this thing will be turned upside down if we have a caution here anytime soon.
Busch trying to knock Johnny Benson off the lead lap. I meant figuratively, not knock him literally. Okay, maybe both.
We are at Bristol.
That's right.
Larry and Darrell, we talking about the tires, guys who are pitted, guys who haven't. Jimmy Spencer, since coming in, is picking up almost anywhere from a half a second to 3/4 of a second a lap on the leaders right now. So these guys are going to start thinking about getting to pit road and get some tires.
All right, Bill Elliott, Mike Ford, they just made a huge mistake. They treated pit road like they would under caution. He went in on the backstretch pit, and he treated it like one pit road. It's not having a good interpretation of the rules. Cost him a lot of time. We'll see where he ends up once he gets up to speed. It's going to be a lot more than 2.5 laps. It's actually over 3 laps, Mike.
3 laps down. Now, Sterling Marlin and Ricky Rudd take advantage of Dale Earnhardt Jr. That's 7th and 8th place going by.
And they went over that twice in the drivers' meeting about it. Dale Earnhardt Jr., he's in trouble.
He may have.
He's out of gas. We're getting a report he is out of fuel.
He'll make it to pit road.
Right here, baby, right here. Come on in here. 4 tires, guys, do your wedge.
See, he was not even sure he could pit there, Steve.
Yeah, he's going to get 2 rounds of wedge, Larry Mack. Tires going on the right side. Jay Garneri, Phil Dry, the tire changers. Made a wedge adjustment. Left side tires going on for Dale Earnhardt Jr. And he finally refires the engine. And it stalls again.
Jeff Gordon coming in.
Larry, let me tell you, the problem here is
Jeff Gordon, excuse me, Darrell, almost made the same mistake. He pulled off at turn 2 to go to pit road, and they said, no, come on around.
That's what I was just getting ready to say. We have not made any green flag stops here in so long. Nobody's ever had to do this.
Matt Yoakum. And that's exactly what happened. The guys were jumping up and down. A costly mistake by Gordon. Jimmy Johnson, his teammate, the car that... Meanwhile, the 24 of Gordon is in. They're going to make, you can see, Craven makes a chassis adjustment. Third straight stop. They try to fine-tune this race car. Loose off, tight to center. Nick Bergeron.
That President did, and he is animated behind the wheel. This is by far not the best stop these guys have ever pulled off. He wanted it to go much faster than it did. Now, through all this, Kurt Busch is still the leader, but his teammate Matt Kenseth was on pit road. They pitted the same time, so we have to believe it won't be long before Kurt Busch has to come to pit road. But, Darrell, this is the veterans making this mistake. And we talked about it. They went over it twice in the drivers' meeting.
I just want to keep telling you, you get tired here. And when you get tired, you don't think clear. You forget. You forget things. And that's one of the things that'd be pretty easy to forget when all you've ever done is come in under caution. I don't care how much you've trained. I don't care how good a shape you're in. This place, it knocks you down. It wears you out. And you're just hanging on to that race car by the end of this race, particularly with these green flag runs like this.
And I'm going to tell you what this has done. This has took some guys that pitted under some cautions later on in the run a while ago. It's put them up in the top 5 because when Kurt Busch comes to pit road, which will be shortly, Bobby Labonte, Sterling Marlin, Ricky Rudd, and Greg Biffle, who's running 2nd through 5th, those guys can go quite a bit further.
I'm glad we have transponders and computerized scoring because it'd be hard to keep up with where everybody is if we didn't.
I wouldn't have no part of it.
376 laps complete in Bristol.
Holy.
The Morgans of New York City, the Mendozas of Fort Worth, Texas, Stu and Maggie, with a bunch of steak quesadillas from Taco Bell.
A higher class of quesadilla has arrived. Taco Bell Steak Quesadilla. Marinated carne asada steak and 3 rich melted cheeses. Upgrade to steak. Think outside the bun. Spice up the night. We're open late.
I've got to trust 100 people, if not more, that have all touched, fabricated, bolted together something on that race car. Teamwork is everything. You pull in on the pit road, second or third. Guys are zinging lug nuts off and on. You're going to be the first one off pit road, and your guys got you the lead. And that's what separates the best from the rest.
I pull for the underdog. I yell at the coaches, blast the refs. I pray, curse, cry. I will drop down on my knees and beg for a three-pointer from half court.
You're going to love the Singular NCAA text package. Only Singular provides interactive voting and multiple sports alerts. Get all this plus unlimited text messaging for only $2.99 a month.
I call it the Hank Fowler. Yeah, baby. Plan.
Go to singular.com/NCAA or visit your Singular store now to find out why Singular fits you best.
Taking a 2-second lead just sitting there. That's fuel for the soul.
Ever wonder what it would feel like to walk on the track? Now's your chance. Join me, Kyle Petty, for NASCAR On Track for Charity. Walk on the track to raise funds for Victory Junction Game Camp and Speedway Children's Charities, proud charities of NASCAR who truly make a difference in children's lives. Fans will have the chance to feel the grooves of the racing surface and see the track from a driver's perspective. To learn more about the walk location and to register online, go to speedwaycharities.org or call 704-455-4396. I'll see you on the track.
Welcome back to Bristol, where Bobby Labonte has put the purple car into the lead. Here's how it happened as he tracked Kurt Busch.
Remember, Bobby's on much fresher tires than Kurt Busch. We anticipate Kurt Busch will be to pit road pretty quick.
And then we almost had a caution while we were away.
Caution is out now, though, not for this, but it is out.
Kenny Schrader pounded the wall. And the caution is now out. Schrader's taken his car behind the wall, and there is the caution flag, Dale Jarrett.
Jimmy Spencer's trying to get a lap back. He will not get it back. Bobby Labonte was smart enough not to let Jimmy Spencer have a lap back at this place.
He did make that mistake at Atlanta, and he got lectured pretty hard by his crew chief and a lot of other people. I don't think he's going to do that today.
But this is the break Bobby Labonte, Kurt Busch, Sterling Marlin, Ricky Rudd, and Greg Biffle was looking for. Dale Jarrett, where it happened, Darrell, you almost think a tire went down.
Well, that car, it has no front end on it. So I saw him go down on the apron down here, and the thing is damaged so badly, he just finally just spun it into the inside wall right here.
Well, that changes everything because the 5 drivers at the top of the board have not yet made green flag pit stops. They're on a lap of their own.
Haven't seen that in a long time.
14 caution flags, 109 laps to go.
Hey, you know, Matt Kenseth, Kurt Busch's teammate, was on pit road not that long ago, so you have to believe possibly. Let's listen to some audio from Kurt Busch.
Got about 25 more to go.
This was taped under green.
You sure about all that?
Sure I am, because I know a caution's coming.
Yeah, get stay focused, man. Let's get all the cars we can on lap down. Maybe a caution come out. Let's go.
That's just what they did, and they did get the caution. I want to see one, I don't want to be one, right?
Well, this is going to get real exciting now. When these fast cars a lap down drive up underneath the leader for the restart.
Because, Darrell, what we'll see, most of these cars a lap down, I'm sure, like Kevin Harvick, Matt Kenseth. Pit road is still closed right now, but a lot of those cars, they will stay out. They will be at the tail end of the lead lap with the hopes, as we always say, cautions will breed another caution soon.
I'd almost bet on it.
New to Winston Cup this season, the McDonald's Drive-Thru Challenge, powered by Powerade. The eligible crew with the shortest cumulative time on pit road each week wins 20 grand. The season-long winner, $200,000 among the participating teams.
$200,000. Wow. DW, you didn't hardly make that much when you won those championships, did you?
I didn't win that much. No, you're right. The last one I won in '85 was $250.
Wow. Good money for these guys on pit road, but we know these races can be won or lost on pit road.
Some of these guys would have probably given about that much not to have seen that caution.
Right. Well, that took Kevin Harvick off the lead lap. Matt Kenseth among the contenders, Jimmy Johnson, Jimmy Spencer, Jeff Gordon, Jeff Burton, Rusty Wallace. All find themselves trapped laps down because of the caution flag coming out in the middle of a green flag pit stop sequence, where 5 drivers, Bobby Labonte, Kurt Busch, Sterling Marlin, Ricky Rudd, and Greg Biffle, had not pitted, nor had Kyle Petty, Ward Burton, and Tony Stewart, who find themselves 1 lap down. They would have lost another lap or 2 had they pitted.
And they will have to pit now because, as you say, they have not been to pit road. Everybody that pits now, just like a lot of the guys that pitted on the green, they'll be able to go the distance now with 107 laps to go.
So it's a whole new ball game at Bristol, with just a little more than 100 laps to go. This is NASCAR on Fox.
The chicken has got to be just so, and it comes out so golden brown and crunchy. Ooh. Come on to my house, you got to have the combination of marinara sauce, the chicken, and the mozzarella. Just the right amount. Bellissima.
Back for a limited time, the Italian chicken sandwich at Burger King. Crispy all-white meat chicken, rich marinara sauce, and mozzarella cheese. Or have it your way and choose the original chicken sandwich, only at Burger King.
Come on to my house. Caught you looking, that's okay. Everybody looks at my foot that way. Checking out that body, digging on those moves. Foot's traveling in a whole new groove. Yeah, you got that style to the mind. Can we go for a spin, baby? Have you looked bored lately? If you haven't looked at bored lately, look again.
Dale, thanks for being designated driver.
No problem, man.
What's up? Make a left up here.
Hey, Mr. Fisher!
Okay, make a quick left, and then, slow down. Sydney! Sydney! What's going on? Make a right on Havermeyer. What's up? Make a left on Jackson.
Dude, where exactly do you live? Right back by the bar. Hey, Bobby!
A random phone call.
Hello?
If you hang up, I will kill you.
Who is this?
I want your complete attention.
It wasn't me!
Now, the whole city is watching one man.
I want to see you toss the way you went.
Colin Farrell.
Is he a guy? What do you keep talking to on the phone?
If you tell him, I will kill you. On April 4th.
They're in position. Move. Don't you get the game yet?
His life
Hold your fire!
is on the line.
Look, I'm sure we can work this out.
Not finished yet. Phone booth. Rated R. April 4th. Only in theaters.
Dale, we know you still don't want to race the truck.
Last year at Richmond, you had an incident, it sent you into the wall, it cost you the race.
Laying down at the bottom. Oh, no! There it is in the wall. It's all over for Jerry.
A 4 metric ton truck would have changed everything.
Oh, he's up against the truck. Oh, he spins out of control and off the track. Dang you, brown truck.
NASCAR on Fox is brought to you by UPS, official delivery company of NASCAR. We want to race the truck. People love the truck. UPS delivers a chance to win 4 tickets to the Daytona 500. Log on to foxsports.com, keyword UPS Racing. UPS, official delivery company of NASCAR. That's not our Pepsi fan cam as they work on Dale Jarrett's car. Here it is.
Rocky Town, Tennessee. Rocky Town,
down in the Tennessee hills. Ain't no smoggy smoke on Rocky Top. Ain't no telephone bill. Once I had a girl on Rocky Top. Half bear, the other half cat. Wild as a mix of sweet ass soda pop. I still dream about that.
Rocky time. The pits are open, and you know what? I have to believe Kurt Busch is pretty happy they're open, Dick Berggren.
Kurt Busch couldn't be happier, Larry McReynolds. The reason is that the fuel pressure gauge on that car was fluctuating. They were going to really try to come in within a lap or 2 of when that caution flag came out, so this is a huge break for Busch. Not only does he not run out of gas, he gets to pit under caution when so many of the other contenders wound up pitting under green. The car is so good, the only changes they're going to make are tire pressure, and that is in quarter-pound increments. Kurt Busch, winner of this event last year, has a terrific race car. Crew now in the process of changing the left side tires. He's out of here. He'll go to the green. Checker. Matt.
And leader
Labonte makes his way to his pit stall. A big attaboy to crew chief Michael Fatback McSwain. They were going to pit 2 laps before this caution. Fatback saw smoke down in 1 and 2 and waved him off. No changes on the AT car. A 12.85-second stop on their last stop. A little bit slower than run by Mark Hollywood Armstrong, but a good stop. 13.6 seconds to Steve Burns.
Matt, also a huge break for Ricky Rudd, making his 51st start here. He's never won. No adjustments to that number 21 car. Tim Sheets and Mike Smith changed the tires. 15.7 seconds. The Genie.
1 pound in the right rear, 1 round of wedge in for Kyle Petty. And Kyle saying, don't do anything to mess me up in the corners. By the way, he's having radio trouble. Kyle saying he can't hear his spotter consistently. Not good.
6th place for Kyle Petty. There's his white Patty up on the pit box as Kyle's car, bent but unbroken, heads back out. Ricky Rudd, 50 starts at Bristol. Kyle, 39, still hoping.
But I couldn't believe when I looked at the stats, Ricky Rudd had never won here. I thought surely in 50 starts, I thought I remembered him winning a race here.
The other one that really surprised me was that the Wood brothers had won here only once with Elliott Sadler 2 years ago. We're under caution at Bristol.
Swimming? Fishing? Horseback riding?
Ever get the feeling you're in the right place at the wrong time?
If your business is moving, growing, or just needs a tune-up, call High Country Wire and Telephone. With quality products like IP Office from Avaya and Meridian Systems from Nortel Network, High Country provides great customer service and the best value. High Country's commitment to service and telecommunications experience has been helping Colorado businesses grow for nearly 50 years. For road-cross equipment and classic service, call High Country Wire and Telephone at 303-467-5500.
Season and event tickets on sale now. Call 1-888-306-RACE or log on to PPIR.com. Pikes International Raceway. Think fast.
Dinner's here.
Now Domino's delivers the excitement of NASCAR. And for more excitement, buy a large pizza at menu price, get a medium 1-topping pizza free.
Guys.
Get the door. It's the official pizza of NASCAR.
Fox 31 News, Colorado's most watched 9 o'clock newscast.
Green flag for the restart. Kurt, or rather, on the tail end of the lead lap, Matt Kenseth. Bobby Labonte is the race leader, number 18.
Not for long, Mike. The 97 just blew right by him.
And up ahead, drivers trying to get laps back.
If Jeff Gordon is actually 2 laps down, he can get a caution here. He'd only be 1 lap down.
One of the lead lap cars is in trouble. Greg Biffle was overheating under the caution flag. And Kyle Petty gets into Nemechek. And everybody's
Caution is out. Caution is out. Now, this will be a break for Jeff Gordon, Matt Kenseth, and Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Who's going to get a lap back and who's not? Kurt Busch digging hard to keep anybody else from getting by.
Bill Elliott, the 9's trying to get up there, but those 3 cars will get a lap back. Bill Elliott, Ryan Newman will not.
15th caution flag.
Ryan Newman's 4 laps down, so it wouldn't have helped him a little bit, I guess.
Another car had to pit under green a while ago.
Kyle Petty was down on the apron, washed up into Joe Nemechek. You'll see here.
Yeah, he just, golly, ran out. He had nowhere to go, but he had such a run on Joe that he couldn't woe up, so he tried to go on the apron, hoping Joe might see him and move up. Didn't happen.
Boy, Joe Nemechek was lucky he was able to save that car.
Yeah. Kyle could have, you know, he had 2 options there. Try to get down on the apron or run into Joe. He got down on the apron and still run into Joe, but at least Joe kept going.
And Kyle very lucky that nobody tagged him coming past.
Kyle's been lucky all day. He's been in a couple of...
Ooh, Harvick squeezes past. How about Johnny Benson? Right, left, right, left, right. That was right.
Now that'll put Matt Kenseth back on the lead lap, so we now have 6 cars on the lead lap, puts Jeff Gordon 1 lap down. Dale Earnhardt Jr., after running out of gas under green, puts him now 2 laps down. In fact, Matt Kenseth and Dale Earnhardt Jr. are both on pit road.
Yeah, and the problem is these guys 1 lap down and got, there's a lot of cars in the same boat. Jeff Gordon, Rusty Wallace, those guys are going to be behind a lot of cars that are a lap down.
But Darryl, to me, it was kind of a no-brainer for Matt Kenseth, Robbie Reiser. You know, you're the last car on the lead lap, 6 cars on the lead lap. Get those fresh tires. Get advantage of them.
Well, that's taking a lot for granted. That's assuming everybody's going to let you get back up there where you were.
You got to do it in a hurry.
Now, what is the rule when you line up for the restart among cars that are 1 or 2 or more laps down on the inside? Do you need to give way to somebody who's less laps down than you are?
The rule, it's a gentleman's agreement. It's another one of those situations where if you're 2 laps down, the other guy's 1 lap down, you would courtesy would say let the guy go, but it doesn't necessarily have to happen.
Yeah. Speaking of right left, Chris Myers, Jeff Hammond.
Yeah, or right wrong. Kurt Busch trying to win for the 2nd straight year. Bobby Labonte has never won here. His only short track victory, Martinsville last year, and they look like the 2 to look for, but there are some other guys with fast cars that could make moves.
Oh, yeah, exactly right. We've already seen right now where Matt Kenseth's got his lap back, but there's several other guys I think are going to be in the same situation. When these lap cars come up the inside, it's going to be just like Bristol was supposed to be. Everybody's going to be trading paint. Don't be surprised in the next 100 laps. Like the first 100 laps, we're going to have about 5 more cautions before the end of this race.
Racing the way it ought to be. We've already had 15 cautions. Some of those cars would be guys like Jeff Gordon, Jimmy Spencer, right?
Well, Jimmy Spencer definitely got to get some laps back, and along with Jeff Gordon. But these guys are so fast, they've got to get up on the wheel now. But at the same time, Bobby Labonte as well as Kurt Busch have got to be smart enough not to race too soon and wind up getting caught up in somebody else's mess.
Let's check in with Dick Berger.
His driver, Matt Kenseth. We'll see if we can get to him. Robbie, why'd you pit? Why'd you pit? What's that? Why did you pit?
Well, we're the last car in the lead lap, so we didn't have, what's the difference? We got to pit here because we're the last car. We ain't going to lose no spots, so we just put 4 tires on and go here.
That's the strategy from Matt Kenseth's pit.
Oh, he's got to hurry, though, Dick, if he's going to make it around all these cars on the outside and get into his spot, which he has to do before turn 3.
Yeah, one of the things that these guys got to deal with now is Kurt Busch has nothing in front of him, and he is fast. So trying to get a lap back now is going to be pretty difficult to do because Kurt's going to have clear sailing, and I don't think you're going to catch him.
He made it. It's in the middle of 3 and 4. Kevin Harvick let him slide in, pace cars off. We're going racing. 90 laps to go. Bill Elliott in that 9 car, he slides up in front of Bobby Labonte. Remember, he's trying to get his lap back.
I think you'll see Kurt Busch, as good as his car is, it's going to be hard to get a lap back from him.
Well, actually, Bill Elliott's trying to get 3 laps back. Because he pitted under green, remember, and misread the rules. Used both pit roads under green.
I think there's no question we'll have another caution or 2, but again, like I said, Kurt's going to have to be mighty generous to let people get back on the lead lap.
Boy, and hats off to the cat, Jack Roush. A lot of engine troubles of late, but right now, Roush-powered cars have 4 of the top 6 positions.
Well, just watching this battle right here, Matt Kenseth in the 17, Kevin Harvick in the 29, and just in front of this group is Greg Biffle. And a while ago, I couldn't help but note that Biffle and Harvick was beating on each other like it was the last lap.
And then Harvick let Biffle in when it was time to restart.
Mike, you're talking about Jack Roush and the power his engines are producing and where they are as far as the track's concerned right now. Spoke to Jack earlier today, and he told me, he said, Jeff, a lot of people have said, what's going on with your engine program? But you need to understand something. We're trying to make more power. The more times I try to pick the power bands up, the more problems I'm running into. But I'm not going to be scared to keep pushing that limit. I will find out what's wrong with these engines. I will fix it as we go along. And before the year's done, he said, I will make more power, turn our cars with more RPM, and I'm not going to be afraid to sometimes brake to learn how I have to work on these things to make them better.
Well, a lot of horsepower here is hard to handle. You put that real low gear in there and you got 800 horsepower. That's where all that wheel spin comes from. So a soft engine here is actually a little easier to drive.
I bet you Matt Kempis had a little bit of wheel spin just a second ago because Kevin Harvick had the rear wheels jacked up off the ground. We're riding with Kevin Harvick right here. Kevin is a lap down. He's the first car that's a lap down in 7.
Darrell, you talk about this track physically, but how about mentally? When you go in turn 1, the sun is right in your face. As you go in the back stretch, it's very, very deep shade, and then right back into bright sun again.
Those are all things that irritate you as a driver. You're tired. You've been out there for a long time. No green flag, nothing to drink. I'm telling you, it takes its toll.
Kevin Harvick is watching a battle between teammates right there. The 17, Matt Kenseth, Greg Biffle. That was a battle for 5th. And he just got into the back of Greg Biffle as well.
You just watch when this race is over with how many of these guys they got to drag out of these cars. Because this is the first really tough physical race we've had this year, and it's pretty warm out there right now.
That's the reason you own a box of Wheaties, because these drivers are athletes.
Oh, yes,
to
they are.
own a box of Wheaties, you have to be an athlete.
Like I've always said, go out there and put a helmet and a jacket on, ride around your cul-de-sac for 3.5 hours with a heater on, see how you feel.
And put 40 other cars in that same cul-de-sac.
When you serve billions of farm-fresh eggs and billions of cups of coffee made with some of the world's finest beans and billions of biscuits made with real buttermilk.
Egg McMuffin, hash brown, and a large coffee, right?
Right. You're bound to have billions of regulars.
Tall and tan and young and handsome boy from Ipanema goes walking. When he passes each girl he passes goes on. When he walks he's like a summer that swings so cool and sways so gentle. And when he passes I smile, but he doesn't see me.
You want to know why I ran from Enterprise? Because having the right car can make all the difference.
Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
Come into Sears now for our spring sale. Hurry in today to save on apostrophe. Save up to 30% on all apostrophe fashions, only at Sears. Whatever your groove, we'll be there.
Isn't that telemetry stuff they show during the race cool? Well, what if you could see it all race long for all 43 cars? You can if you have Track Pass with Pit Command, where you control multiple views from your computer. Just log on to America Online, enter keyword NASCAR, or go to NASCAR.com. With Pit Command, you'll never watch a race the same way again. It's live, only better. NASCAR.com. America Online, keyword NASCAR. Freedom of speech. Exercised all race long. Log on to America Online or NASCAR.com and get Track Pass. NASCAR.com. America Online, keyword NASCAR.
NASCAR Winston Cup Racing on Fox is brought to you by Chevrolet. Wherever there's a winner's circle, we'll be there. Welcome back to the Food City 500. Under caution with 75 laps to go. Let's show you what happened down the front straightaway. Robbie Gordon and Ward Burton got into it.
Those cars already damaged from being in accidents earlier.
Ward was only 1 lap down.
Difficult to drive. They get together there and Ward loses control. He's headed for the inside wall here, and then he hits the inside wall, and the momentum just carries him right back up, and there goes Kyle, who I'm sure was hustling trying to get clear of that. Those two cars just get together, and that's the loosest part of the racetrack.
That's
a hard lick on the inside wall.
Man, I'm sure Kyle was all drawn up knowing that here comes Ward. Am I going to make it? Am I going to make it? Ah.
Watch this lick right here, though, Kyle Petty on that outside wall. That's a hard lick.
Yeah. Now, I want to give a call to our cameramen. When you have accidents that start out with one hit, you follow the first crash, then the next crash, then the next crash. Those fellows are carrying the bills for us today.
It's all happening in a hurry.
Yep. And they're all multiple incidents. From Johnny Benson.
You know, Darryl, we've seen several times today where I think these drivers, spotters, everybody figures the car's going to go down the racetrack, but it's going up, and a lot of people's getting in trouble by trying to go around them on the high side.
Of 16 cautions and all the crashes so far, the only cars that are not back in the race are Dale Jarrett and Kenny Schrader. Though it is unlikely that Kyle Petty or Ward Burton will return in the 72 laps that remain.
Now this here, that's the drain plug. It lets the oil drain out into the pan. Remember, she's got a lot of mileage on her, but one day, she'll be all yours.
Help keep the family car in the family with Valvoline's Max Life. Max Life, the first motor oil specially formulated to recondition used seals to help prevent leaks, helping your higher mileage engine run for a long, long time.
After our naps, we'll flush the radiator.
Now there's an entire line of Max Life products that'll help keep your higher mileage car around for a long time.
Thank you. Sony. Samsung. Hewlett Packard. Motorola. Bing.
Hey, it's not my party. Don't look at me.
For the latest name brands and answers to your questions, come to Radio Shack. Get this Sprint color screen phone, only $49.99. View the web and download images in color.
I always wanted to be a name dropper.
Howie!
A sports car!
A wagon.
Silver! And certified pre-owned. That one.
Autotrader.com lets you compare 2.1 million new, used, and certified pre-owned cars to find the one you want.
Oh, now we gotta sell our car.
Autotrader.com. Your car is waiting.
The Home Depot is more than a store. It's a commitment to having the lowest possible prices every day, and not just a promise. It's the assurance of a price protection guarantee. It's a reminder of just how smart you really are. It's a little extra change in your pocket, and the know-how to make every dollar work. It's more than a store. The Home Depot. You can do it. We can help.
With its new available Power Stroke diesel and 5-speed automatic torque shift transmission, the Ford F-Series Super Duty pulls faster and easier than any other diesel pickup. Ford F-Series. If you haven't looked at Ford lately, look again.
NASCAR on Fox is brought to you by Stacker 2, the world's strongest fat burner. By the Home Depot, NASCAR's home improvement warehouse. And by Valvoline's Max Life, products formulated to help keep your higher mileage car running for a long, long time. 70 laps to go. After tagging Ward Burton and slamming the wall with the left front, Kyle Petty taking a long time to get out of his Dodge. But now, with little aid from the rescue workers, he's able to climb out, puts weight on that left leg, and climbs that easily with the right. So hopefully Kyle is okay.
I know it usually knocks the wind out of you when you hit the wall that hard, and probably broke some ribs.
There's another look, Darrell, as Ward slides up.
Yeah. I mean, and Kyle he sees what's happening. He's trying to drive down in there probably just like he's racing. He's trying to get away from this thing so he doesn't get involved in it. Man, when he hits that left front up there, that's when the driver really feels it.
Let's also mention that earlier, Jason Fowler, the tire carrier for Robbie Gordon, lacerated his finger. It was a deep cut, and so they took him to the local hospital to make sure there was no nerve damage. Here's Jeff Hammond.
Guys, we're talking about Kyle Petty inside his race car. Look here, I want to show you how tight everything is down inside here. These are the head restraint areas. As far as you got a helmet on, it's to keep your head from being moved around very much. But the other thing that's kind of interesting is look how tight everything is in here. The roll bar right here above my head. You also got a bar right here as far as the door bar is concerned. Bobby, stand up here and take a look down inside. I'm going to take the steering wheel off, and still I want you to see how tight it is down inside as far as where my legs are at. This is what Kyle is probably right now protecting his legs. We got leg supports on either side. So you've got very little room to move around inside this race car. So when you try to get out of the window opening itself, it's very small. I have no door top right here, and yet you can see how much room I would have trying to crawl out with all that head and neck restraint and everything like that right here. He uses a carbon fiber seat, which is kind of like new style technology, but this window opening is one of those things. Think about Kyle. He's almost twice as big as I am. Big old tall guy, and it's real hard to get in and out of. You imagine the fact that he's probably had the wind knocked out of him. It's very difficult to pull yourself up out of here, and as Daryl's been talking about all day long, physically he's wore down. Now he just had the wind knocked out of him, so getting out of this race car is going to be very difficult. If you just take one more look here, guys, I'm trying to take a turn and get out. This is how tight everything can be. But that's the idea of having a really tight area for a driver to sit in to try to protect yourself.
Also, Jeff, it took some time for Kyle to remove his helmet and remove the Hans device, the head and neck support. Had both of those off when he finally did climb out of the car. And he's a tall, lanky fellow, a lot like his dad, Richard Petty.
I need to document, since that wreck, Kyle was sitting over there at the entrance of Pit Road. Pit Road has been closed this entire time. I have a sneaky feeling, I don't think we'll see the guys at the very front like Kurt Busch, Bobby Labonte, those guys, but we may see people like Greg Biffle, Sterling Marlin possibly pit.
Now we saw Kyle Petty walk over to the gurney. That's his wife, Patty, walking into the care center with him. The neck support there as a precaution. They're going to check him over, and as soon as we have a report, we'll pass it on to you.
Pit Road is open. Sterling Marlin, Greg Biffle running on the lead lap. They are on Pit Road for their final stop.
To protect you. If I can provide the president with proof, you can stop a war.
I don't want to make a mistake that our children will have to pay for.
I'm 6 feet from
24 returns with 9 consecutive original episodes at 9/8 Central, Fox Tuesday.
On American Idol, the countdown continues when the top 10 put it all on the line to make their dream come true.
How did you remain undiscovered for so long?
Who will continue? Who will crack?
This show is all about finding a star, not feeling sorry for people who aren't very good.
American Idol live, followed by a new 24, starting at 8 Fox Tuesday. Fox Wednesday, Jackie's homeless and left on her own.
Oh my God, this is not the Playboy Mansion, you know.
Now, who will take her in?
She's your best friend.
She's not my best friend.
Then who's your best friend?
Oh crap, how the hell did that happen?
That 70s Show, all new at 8/7 Central, Fox Wednesday. Fast cars, faster women.
You boys ready for a party?
And NASCAR's Dale Earnhardt Jr.
All right, kid, let's see what you got.
Now that's life in the fast lane. All new at 8/7 Central, Fox Friday.
Bangers and mash, popular British meal, and that's the kind of day we've had here at Bristol. Guess that'd go good with Bud. Aerial coverage from our Bud cam high in the sky. You see the shaded back straightaway as the sun moves across Bristol, and the sun is a welcome sight after the spring we've had in Winston Cup racing. Released from the care center, Ward Burton, Kyle Petty being checked over. We hope to have an update. Dale Jarrett back in the race with his battered car. And let's pick up a little audio between Jimmy Fennig and Kurt Busch.
You know, Kurt, tire wear looks awesome. You're not even wearing these bricks.
10-4, just the air build. What does the air build look like?
We've been building towards the tide.
4 of these yellows will just ride this thing out the way we need it to.
And what Jimmy Fenning's telling Kurt Busch is, you know, we're staying on the agenda. We're not coming to pit road leading this race. And he's looking at the air pressure buildup. It must be building more in the right front of the left rear, showing the car's pushing, Dick Berggren.
Well, just before you heard that transmission, the transmission was that the car is free everywhere, so build it toward tight. That's exactly what they want. They're saying that the car is reacting well to changes. They like it so much, they're going to take it to Dover. As Kurt Busch, the leader, heads to the green flag.
Man, that's optimistic.
Yeah.
We still got 75 laps to go here, 70 laps to go, and they're thinking about taking that car to Dover. I didn't want to get it out of here first.
Well, Rusty Wallace in that 2 car, he went to the inside the minute they crossed the start-finish line, picked him up a couple of positions. Up there trying to get his lap back.
Well, there's a bunch of guys, you know, that are really going to be pressing the issue right now. Trying to get back on that lead lap. I mean, that can make all the difference in the world.
It's go or go home time at Bristol.
Actually, Rusty Wallace is trying to get 1 of 2 laps back.
And those cars got 2 laps down by making pit stops under green, and a caution flag came out before that round of pit stops was completed.
Right now, our top 3 cars, the way they're running, Kurt Busch in the 97, Bob Labonte in 18, Ricky Rudd in the 21, they are 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. The 4th car, Jimmy Spencer, is 2 laps down. One of those cars made that green flag stop.
The 4th place car in the race is Matt Kenseth, along with Greg Biffle and Sterling Marlin, who just pitted. Those are the cars on the lead lap. Steve?
Mike, just before the caution for Kyle Petty's wreck, Ricky Rudd was telling crew chief Pat Tryson, the car pushes a little bit on a short run and then eventually comes right back to me. I think we're in good shape.
Well, last week was St. Patrick's Day, but Ricky Rudd has had a leprechaun on board all day long. We have seen him dodge countless wrecks in front of him.
Yeah, Tony Stewart went right up over the top of him over on the back straightaway earlier today, but looks like the car's in pretty good shape right now.
And you know, it has a little bit of damage, Darrell, but you know, they're running fast here, but if there's a place that aero does not mean that much, it would be here at Bristol, especially when you're in race trim.
I'll take the car with a little bit of damage right now.
Now Spencer, who is trying to get a lap back, and Wallace going after Rudd. Rudd has 50 Bristol starts, 10 finishes of 2nd or 3rd. Still looking for his first win here.
And Kevin Harvick in the 29, he just wants 1 back. That's all he needs to get back on the lead lap.
Yeah, he was lucky. He got 1 back there just before that caution came out and got everybody in trouble.
Matt Kenseth in the 17 right behind him. He's going to pass Ricky Rudd for 3rd place. Rudd cannot keep his car down right now.
Jimmy Johnson 1 lap down, goes past Rudd.
Jimmy Johnson in 8th.
6 cars on the lead lap, 7 more, 1 lap down, followed by about 6 more, 2 laps down.
Boy, Matt Kenseth, he just gave Kevin Harvick a little shot down in turn 1 just a second ago.
It worked.
Man, I'm on the lead lap.
It worked.
Get me out of here.
Jeannie is with Ward Burton.
Ward Burton, obviously out of the care center. You've changed. First of all, how are you doing?
I'm doing okay. We really had a pretty good run going. We had a set of problems during the day, but 31 called a couple laps down. He'd already caused a couple accidents. I don't know what the hell he's thinking about, but I'd like to thank all of our troops over there for what they're doing for our country right now, and their families too, for the sacrifice they're making. Y'all are true patriots. Thanks for what you're doing for us.
We're glad to see you're doing okay.
Well, I've been watching these 2 leaders right here, and they're pretty equal, Darrell, as far as lap times, but another 10 or 12 laps, a lot of lap traffic up in front of them.
Yeah, and listening to Ward, it's just kind of the sentiment of this whole crowd today. Yeah, we're racing here today, but we're thinking about you guys over there fighting for our country.
Busch, Labonte, and then Kenseth, 3.3 seconds off the lead.
And 50 laps to go. This is where patience starts losing some letters.
It's all over now. If you got anything, you better use it.
Now Ricky Rudd sliding back just a little bit. He's now 4.7 seconds away from leader Kurt Busch. And Greg Biffle is going to be right in his mirror.
And what we have to remember, Greg Biffle has a lot fresher tires than Ricky Rudd because Greg Biffle pitted just the last time the caution was out.
And here comes Biffle, who was overheating 2 caution flags ago.
Here you see Dale Jarrett. He's back out there again in that 88 UPS car just trying to make laps. Right now, he's 102 laps down, and it's hard to get out of the way.
Last car on the lead lap, Sterling Marlin, 7 seconds off the lead. He's got new tires as well.
You know, and the guy that's really had a really good day is Kenny Wallace. I mean, he's sitting there in 9th place. Yeah, he's a lap down, but he's had a great run and runs in the top 10. That's a good effort for he and Philippe.
But Darrell, they're so equal here. Kurt Busch, Bobby Labonte, Matt Kenseth, Ricky Rudd, Greg Biffle. Last lap, every one of them ran in the 16:30. All 5 cars.
Well, as we said at the top of the day, the practice sheet showed the fastest lap for cars in positions 1 through 40, only 2/10 apart, and despite all the on-track carnage, little has changed.
Yeah, and I was worried about Biffle because we saw he was running hot, and I didn't think they got enough water in the thing, but seems like it hadn't hurt his performance. He's right on the back bumper of Ricky Rudd.
That'll be for 4th place. Let's go to Biffle's pit.
Well, Biffle came in again, Mike, on that last caution flag, and the crew worked feverishly on the front end of the car. What had happened is the hood and the grill work had closed in. That's why the car was running hot. They pulled it all out and put 4 fresh tires on it. And Biffle's out there, and he is having the best run of his entire Winston Cup career today.
This is the kind of racetrack that you'd expect him to run well on. I mean, he grew up on little tracks like this in California. So little bull rings like this should be right up his alley.
But you know what, guys? They missed the show at Las Vegas, and I'm telling you, we got a battle for the lead shaping up with Kurt Busch and Bobby Labonte. They missed the show at Las Vegas, Greg Biffle, and they have been on a tear ever since then. Brought a brand new race car here, and they're having a 3rd good run in a row.
Up front, Bobby Labonte goes after Kurt Busch. Labonte's only short track victory, Martinsville, Virginia, last April.
He's going to want to run that purple car every week.
He looks so much better through the center of the corner than Kurt Busch right now.
I think it's, what do you think old Fatback's doing right now?
I don't know. I asked him this morning, I said, how's your race car, Fatback? He said, you just watch old Fatback. There's Michael McSwain. He's watching it right now.
Look at that. Calm, cool, and collected. He came by my motorhome last night, Larry, had 2 big plates of food. I said, you got company? He said, nope.
Larry and Darrell have been sitting there watching these leaders get ready to look like they're going to do battle. Well, all along, teammate from Kurt Busch right now, Matt Kenseth, is on his move. I mean, he's been clipping it off about 2/10 a second, gaining on these leaders. If they go to racing one another, he's going to be right there. As we see right now, Greg Biffle has got around the 21 car of Ricky Rudd, and that moves him up to 5th place.
Biffle, a little bump and run on Ricky Rudd to take the spot. I wonder, Darrell, if Bobby Labonte's sitting there in 2nd place, right off Kurt Busch's bumper, thinking, little too early to try too hard right now.
I think it, you know, we've seen it come down to last 2 or 3 laps, and who's in the lead isn't always who's going to win the race.
It's just like Bobby, we talked a second ago. He can just run his car a little bit lower right there, especially on the exit of the corner, about a half a lane lower than Kurt, but Kurt chops him back off as they hit the straightaway, but tons of lap traffic in front of him, Darrell.
Bobby will be patient here for a little bit. He's a very, very cautious driver. He's very patient. He will not make his move until the time is right. He catches Kurt up here in traffic now and gets him out of position. He'll probably pounce on him. But this is where you got to be patiently aggressive. And that means sit there, wait, and wait for that guy to open the door so you can go through.
Let's have a look at the bump and run between Greg Biffle and Ricky Rudd that caused 4th place to change hands just a couple of laps ago. Biffle had been kind of patient, as you described, Darrell, behind Ricky Rudd, but finally it was time to go.
And just remember, Biffle has a little fresher tires than Ricky Rudd in the 21. There you see it up on the straightaway.
I mean, you get a run on a guy, and, you know, you really don't know if he's going to block you or not. And so sometimes you get into him accidentally. That didn't look accidentally, by the way, but sometimes that happens.
Boy, did you hear Ricky's RPMs jump as Biffle got in the back of it?
Means rear wheels is off the ground.
Just keep on digging. Kurt Busch and Bobby Labonte nose to tail.
You know the thing about somebody like Ricky Rudd, though, he knows that Greg's better than he is, and he knows that if he can pass me and he didn't wreck me, I'm happy.
Here come the leaders up on Flash Gordon on the outside of Mark Martin.
Well, Mark Martin spins right in front of the leaders.
No caution yet.
No caution yet. He gets going, no caution. But boy, a lot of smoke here on the front stretch. A lot of cars have to back off because they couldn't even see where they were going.
Whoa, and Joe Nemechek pile drives Tony Stewart.
What in the world?
It was all the smoke, Darrell, as they came down the front straightaway.
Caution is out. Caution is out.
Tony lifted, and Nemechek came flying right into him. And that was, I mean, it was 10, 12 seconds behind Mark's spin, but there was such a smoke cloud.
The thing that you just don't realize is when a car spins like Mark did and there's no caution, you really don't know. You don't know where everybody is. All you see is the smoke.
Now they're going to come on pit road. Nemechek is. I can't believe Tony's car is still running as hard as that thing got hit and then hit.
Now, pit road's open, Darrell. 6 cars on the lead lap. Probably going to be about 20, 22 laps to go. I would have to believe Ricky Rudd, Sterling Marlin, being the last cars on the lead lap, may come to pit road. Those top 3 or 4, they're going to stay out, I would think.
Seems like that'd be a pretty good gamble right now. Come down and get your 4 tires and see what happens.
Now, the first, there's Robbie Gordon outside of Mark Martin.
Oh, Mark just come. The car just spun around. Mark, see, he's already been wrecked, and so his car's not driving as good as it should.
And then everybody's got to come through that days of thunder like cloud.
Spotters don't know if it's going to be a caution or not. They assume there is because you see all that smoke.
What happened? John Andretti in the 43 checked up. Tony Stewart checked up. Joe Nemechek did not check up. Not as much as those guys did anyhow.
The accordion compresses again.
Well, you just think, you just assume there's going to be a caution. See that? Look at that. Now, you're assuming there's going to be a caution.
There's Ricky Rudd in the 21, just like we anticipated. Pit road, 4 tires, full of fuel adjustment. Steve Burns along with Sterling Marlin.
Larry Mack, they're going to add some air pressure to that 21. Ricky had gotten very loose on that last set of tires, and he's down pit road.
And yeah, what these guys will do now, this will be a short run for these guys, so they'll put a little more air pressure in the tires, but they'll come in quicker.
Kyle Petty has been, is out of the care center. Here's Jeannie.
Well, Kyle Petty, awake and alert. You might have seen him make his way into an ambulance via a stretcher. I know it looked a lot worse than it was. We're being told that they're just taking him to the Bristol Medical Center for precautionary reasons, and they're going to do a little more in-depth look at him. But again, he is awake and alert, and there was some talk that NASCAR may have had to throw a caution to get him out, but I guess it worked out. Crew Chief Steve Lane, how are you doing? Have you talked to Kyle?
We walked up to the window and talked to him a little bit, and he just said he hurt all over, and that's really all he said. And then they kind of pushed us back to get him out of the car, and I think they're just going to take him to, you know, just for safety precautions, just to make sure it's okay. So I hope he's just, you know, that's what it is, just bruised up. So but he took a hard lick.
What was the delay getting out of the car?
I'm sorry?
What was the delay getting out of the car?
Well, I think that when he came to, he told him just to hold tight, you know, from what I could see, just standing back, and he kind of caught his breath and stuff, and I think he told him that he could get out on his own. And with that seat, they had to take the headrest and stuff off, and they wanted to make sure that they supported his neck. But like I said, I believe he'll be okay.
Did you see this one coming at all?
No, and it's just one of those racing deals. From what the spotter said, the 22 car was spinning, and he said another inch and hit and missed him. So this was one of those deals that happened. We just hope Kyle's okay.
All right, thank you for the time.
Thank you.
They've opened the crossover gate at turn 3 so that the ambulance can leave as soon as the field comes by. And we'll take Kyle Petty out via ambulance. And again, this is considered precautionary after a hard hit into the turn 1 wall as Kyle clipped a spinning Ward Burton.
It's a very, very heavy gate. Yeah, it's on a cable, and as you can see, they're trying to push the cable down so the wrecker can go across.
Here's another look at it as Ward Burton comes across after bouncing off the inside wall, collecting Kyle.
I mean, it was 2 hard licks.
Yeah, when he got hit by the 22 car, then that was a wake-up call, and then he got hit up against that wall. He knew that was going to hurt.
Now, the two cars involved in this caution, Joe Nemechek and Tony Stewart, continue to make their way around the track and around pit road, making multiple stops. Stewart couldn't hardly see past that hood, so get it out of there.
Now, that car must have a pretty good crash bar in the front of it, Larry, the 20 car, because I don't see any steam coming out of it.
Yeah, I mean, he's showing right now on our scoring in 11th position, with 12th position, just one lap down. So they're going to do everything they can here. It's going to be about maybe 18 laps to go when we get this race restarted. We need to document the type of restart we'll have is what we call the 25-lap rule, where those 6 lead lap cars only will be in the outside line, but that's a bunch of lap cars on the inside.
As bad as this damage, though, you know, it may not have any water in it. It may have already lost all of it, but I don't see any steam. I don't see any smoke. I think he lucked out in that area.
And he's able to stay out there just one lap down. Here's Dick Bergman.
You guys realize how good this is for Kurt Busch to have these laps going under caution? No chance for Bobby Labonte to do anything to him right now. Labonte had been on his back bumper, threatening to pass at any moment. Now he just gets to ride around for a bunch of laps. Bobby's going to have fewer laps to try to get by him now.
I tell you, Dick, Kurt Busch has done everything but been to victory lane this year. 5 races, 3 second-place finishes, including that great finish at Darlington last week.
The 18 car is better than this 97. The question is, how hard is Bobby going to try? I don't mean that he will back off and run second, but he knows he doesn't want to wreck both of them. And that's the chance you take here, especially late in runs on these older tires.
Well, next weekend, Darrell, the scene shifts to Texas. Busch Series practice on speed, Winston Cup qualifying Saturday. Final practice on FX and the O'Reilly 300 Busch race presented by Old Spice here on Fox. Next Sunday, NASCAR This Morning on Fox Sports Net and the Samsung Radio Shack 500 right here on Fox. NASCAR rolls on across the Fox networks next weekend. 2 to go and we'll get a restart down to the confines of the Hollywood Hotel.
Thanks, Mike. 17 cautions. And Kurt Busch, you spoke with Jimmy Fennig. Even though he won last year, this is an entirely, and looks like he could do it again, an entirely different setup.
Yeah, these guys here, they haven't been afraid to change the setup. Even though they won the race here a year ago, they started looking for better ways to make this car faster and be able to make him get back to victory lane. And right now, it looks like it's working pretty good. They were off a little bit early on. They kept working on it. They got better and better. So far, he's looking pretty good right now.
And you think that Matt Kenseth, currently running third, has a pretty good chance here of making a move?
He's in the catbird seat, in my opinion, right now. If Bobby Labonte goes up there, and you know how Kurt Busch is, he's not going to relinquish this lead very easily. He may be in the best position to take advantage of what these two guys dish out to each other.
So we've gone 479 laps, 500 makes this complete, Jeff. But what kind of restart? How do you think that will affect things?
The restart's going to be the key to this whole deal. These cars on the inside could affect things. Kevin Harvick's trying to get a lap back along with Jimmy Johnson. They very easily could, you know, get in there. Rusty Wallace is trying to make his way back up there. He's only a lap down. All these guys know that it's a long ways from being over with 20 laps to go, you know, so they're going to be fighting their way up there. Don't forget Jimmy Spencer. He's trying to improve his position, got a fast race car. It's going to be settled right here probably this restart.
Rusty Wallace, who has won here 9 times the most of any active driver, 2 laps down. Let's go back upstairs, rejoin Mike Joy, Darrell Waltrip, and Larry McReynolds.
He just squeezed up in line in front of his younger brother Kenny, who is but 1 lap down.
And so is Jeff Gordon, too. I'm sorry, Mike.
That's all right. Everybody's shoving to get in.
I'm just nervous on this restart.
Here we go.
Like Kurt Busch got a nice smooth start, Darrell. He's going to clear Kevin Harvick as they go through turn 2, but Harvick's not going to give up. Woo. He wants that lap back. He knows there's only 6 cars on the lead lap.
Kenseth slices to the bottom on Bobby Labonte for second.
Boy, and now the 18 car. No, he's going to get in that hole right there. Good move.
And you heard Jeff Hammond say he'd been watching the scoring monitor. Matt Kenseth may have had the quickest car before that caution came out a while ago.
Sometimes you think you're holding a little something and you're not. In this case, I think he was holding a little something and we're going to see it.
And the best friend Kurt Busch has right now is not his teammate, Matt Kenseth. It's Kevin Harvick, but that's not going to last for long as Harvick slides up and Kenseth goes past him. We'll have 16 to go next time.
I tell you, that's the mature Kevin Harvick right there. Moves up out of the way, lets those guys go for the lead.
Harvick is 1 lap down. Again, a consequence of making his pit stop in the middle of a green flag sequence and the caution coming out shortly thereafter.
But with the year those guys have had, I'm sure they'll take this top 10 finish if they can come out of here with one.
Isn't this the best a Richard Childress racing car has been this year?
Oh, by far, other than maybe Daytona, by far.
I really think the crew chief change this time will help Kevin.
Bobby Labonte don't have near the race car right now he had a while ago, Darrell. He can't keep it down in the middle of the corner.
Well, I think it takes a few laps for it to come in. I think that's the difference that he and Kurt's car possibly is. Takes Bobby's a few laps to get the tires heated up.
Fourth place fight once again. Can Ricky Rudd take it to Greg Biffle?
Well, Ricky's got tires, you know. Ricky came down pit road and got him some tires. He ought to be able to get right by.
Greg Biffle's not going to make it easy for him. We have 13 laps to go.
Whoa, easy, buddy, easy. Man, that's where you just wish that guy'd give you a little bit more room and you can slice right in there.
Sterling Marlin's not too far behind these guys, but he's having a heck of a time with Jimmy Spencer in that 7 car.
Sterling's got tires too, 21 and 40. Both got tires, but they're not doing them any good. How many times have we seen that?
I don't know. Rudd's underneath him down there.
There he goes.
He's going to clear him. That was the battle for 4th.
Tony Stewart, black flagged, not up to minimum speed. Try to crawl around here another lap or two.
Now, I think that the Rudd's car will continue to improve, Larry, and he's going to get up there and get after the 18 car in pretty short order.
He's still got Jimmy Johnson in that 48 to contend with. Remember, he's a lap car.
Yeah, I think Jimmy will give him some room, let him go. There's room to let him go by and not lose anything.
10 to go this time. 10 to go.
Rusty just got up behind Jeff Gordon, or just let Jeff Gordon go by.
And Darrell can't ignore that 4 Jack Rouse-powered cars are in the front 5. What a change from the past few weeks.
Boy, it is. That's amazing. This sport will do that to you, though. It'll humiliate you. It'll humble you.
Rudd gets by the 48 car, Jimmy Johnson, so that puts him up there where the next car in line in front of him is Bobby Labonte in that 18 car who's running in 3rd.
And Jimmy Spencer on Ricky Craven. That's for position. That's back for 12th place, 2 laps down.
Don't think I thought Rudd might be able to catch Labonte, but his car has really improved. The longer that they run, the better it gets.
And Darrell, I've been trying to look at this lap cars. There's a lot of wounded cars in front of Kurt Busch, but for the most part, he has a clear racetrack with 7 laps to go.
Yeah, he's got pretty smooth sailing. Michael's up there, the 43, but those guys they're well aware of the leader coming.
And he's about a 1/10 of a lap quicker than his teammate Matt Kenseth right now.
6 laps to go, and the other pre-race favorites, Jeff Gordon 1 lap down, Rusty Wallace 2 laps down, all a result of what happened during that long green flag run and the caution coming out in the middle of pit stops.
But I'm going to tell you, I look at Matt Kenseth, the 17 car, started this race 37th, big picture racing. 2nd place looks pretty good right now as the Winston Cup points leader.
Yeah, plus your teammates up there leading. You know, let's just take this thing to the house, boys.
5 laps to go. Looking good.
Hey, got that. I love that. Looking good. 5 to go.
In the last 8 Winston Cup races, Kurt Busch has been running at the finish at 6 of them. 3 wins, 3 seconds are those 6 finishes.
Boy, Rudd he's catching the 18 car, but I just don't believe he's going to have time, Larry.
3 to go. 3 laps to go.
Car owner Jack Roush looking for his 4th win at Bristol. 2 for Mark Martin, 1 for Kurt Busch. Last year's here.
Plus, you got to think Elliott Sadler was in a pretty much a Roush car when he won here, too.
Roush-powered car, the Wood Brothers. That's right.
Kurt Busch has almost a 2nd lead on leader Matt Kenseth. Be white flag next time by.
Clear. White flag right here. White flag.
Half a lap to go for Kurt Busch.
Yeah, he's got her own cruise control.
1-lap car won't be a factor. 2nd straight Food City 500 win for Kurt Busch.
Matt Kenseth finished 2nd, Bobby Labonte 3rd, Ricky Rudd 4th, Greg Biffle 5th, Sterling Marlin 6th, all lead lap cars.
And Kurt Busch becomes the 6th different winner of 2003. Here are the 2 flags a race driver most wants to see, the checkered flag and the stars and stripes.
This crowd loves what they're seeing right here. And
And this crowd, Larry, is just about all still here.
And they're all
early at
standing
Bristol.
up. And you don't sit down very much.
Pretty impressive young man right there. I tell you, I said it last week. I'll say it again this week. He can win every race we go to.
No matter what type of racetrack we're at.
Nope. He and that team have got their act together.
In the last 11 races, Kurt Busch has won 4 and finished first or second 7 times.
He knows how to celebrate a win, too, even with the American flag.
One-handed burnouts. Now, that's a new one. Kind of reminds me of Hammond riding one of those bulls, you know.
Dick Berggren with the winning crew chief.
Congratulations, Jimmy Fennick. 21st career Winston Cup win. What a day.
I'll tell you, Kurt Busch is awesome. He's awesome. He gets up on that wheel and he goes. I'll tell you, that man's so talented. It's unreal.
He can't do it alone. Nice job today to you and your crew. Go celebrate, Jimmy Fennick.
I tell you what, he is such a neat guy.
If he becomes the 7th driver to blow up a Roush engine in the last 2 weeks, so what?
So be it.
The race is over, and it's his.
He's dynoing that one right now. Let's see what it's got left in it.
While we're watching him celebrate right here, I'm going to tell you some good runs for people needed good runs today. We talked about Kevin Harvick in 7th, and Kenny Wallace comes home in 10th.
And I think that's if it's not the best Bill Davis racing finish of the year, it's right up there.
By a long way. By a long way.
Jamie McMurray, I mean, that wrecked and everything else comes in 11th. Spencer there.
Yeah, Jamie McMurray in a backup car, and then had to start at the rear of the field.
And Robbie Gordon, as much trouble as he found himself in all day, he finishes 17th. Bill Elliott fell back a little there at the end at 18.
Big hit for Tony Stewart, though. Fell out of the race, comes in here second point, so he's going to take the hit in those points.
26.
Matt Yoakum.
Well, Mike, what a great recovery by Bobby Labonte. All the way back in 26 at one point, Bob, to come home third. A great day.
Yeah, you know, the guys in this Adbear Chevrolet did a great job today. They worked real hard. You know, we had a couple mishaps there, got behind, and everything worked pretty good where we got back up there. But, you know, just right there at the end, the car wouldn't go as good, and I think somebody was dropping some fluid down and got real slippery for a while. And then it got better after that, but, you know, still to come home third today is pretty good. You know, wish we could have run that probably a green flag run there at the end instead of have a couple cautions, but that's the way it goes.
Bobby Labonte third top 5 this season, Mike.
Kurt Busch has finally found his way to victory lane where there's a host of well-wishers, and somewhere amongst them, Steve Burns.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Kurt Busch, victorious here at Bristol for the 2nd year in a row. Climbs out to celebrate. How's it feel to win back-to-back races here at Bristol?
It's unbelievable. I mean, this is the greatest country in the world, and I have to thank all the vets and everybody that's overseas fighting for us that we're able to come out here and compete and produce a race like this. I mean, it's just a total team effort. It's wonderful, and I just got to thank the good Lord for giving us a great car. I mean, this is the silver metallic Sharpie, and we got it to victory lane. I'm just blessed. I've been having great luck with special paint scheme cars, and here we are in victory lane again.
What was the key to victory, Kurt?
We were the fastest in happy hour yesterday, and I wasn't quite sure that was good. And that usually means you're going to be bad on long runs. So we changed the car around. We needed to be good on long runs, and we finally got one. We went from 18th to the lead during that long run. I think that was the key to the race. So just being consistent, having Jimmy Fenning's experience with me, and along with this great group of guys, I mean, I just got to congratulate everybody at Roush for the way that things can go when we get it right. I mean, it's wonderful.
Congratulations, Kurt. Let's go to Dick Berggren with his teammate.
Matt Kenseth for the 2nd today, and you did it the hard way. First at the green flag from a start deep in the field, and then a bad pit stop again deep in the field. How did you do it?
We just had a great handling car, you know. I don't know what happened qualifying. I just messed the deal up there, and we had a great car all day yesterday and had a great car all day today. So I'm really, really happy finishing 2nd, but I really thought we had the car to beat at the end of the race. And, you know, I got a run on Bobby, which I was real lucky. I kind of got him with a lap car, and we made contact on the backstretch, and it tore the fender off, and it actually bent in the tire where I couldn't turn the car, and it kind of, you know, killed our chances there then. So I was a little disappointed that happened, but yet real happy, you know, whenever you can come out of Bristol and only have one fender dented in and run 2nd, that's a great day.
Nice job. Mike Joy?
Pick 3 things you can count on happening here at Bristol. First, expect a lot of contact. Second, expect the unexpected. And third, somebody's going to hit the right setup. And Kurt Busch did at just the right time.
one of the biggest films of all time just got bigger, with all new scenes added for your screaming pleasure. Steven Spielberg's The Lost World. Go as fast as you can. A special movie presentation at 7, 6 Central, tonight on Fox.
If you think your family has bad luck, wait until you meet the Pits.
Oh, dear God!
What? From the writers of The Simpsons. Who's with me? The Pits premieres next Sunday on Fox.
After 3 second-place finishes, Kurt Busch looks to finally break through to victory lane as NASCAR winds through the Lone Star State. Coverage begins Saturday with the O'Reilly 300, and next Sunday, the Samsung Radio Shack 500 on Fox.
The best damn sports show, period. 4 idiots sitting around talking sports. Great television. Weeknights on Fox Sports Net.
Fox Monday. The Married by America couples get closer with every moment.
This passion that Billie Jean and I have is leading somewhere special.
And as the marriage experiment continues,
Kevin wants to be more physical, but he's a true gentleman.
some can see a trip down the aisle,
It felt great that he was excited knowing that I was his girl.
while others just want to run away.
We could find some chemistry by tomorrow. Can we not let America know that I'm pathetic, please?
Married by America continues at 9, 8 Central, Fox Monday.
I'll do everything I can to protect you. If I can provide the president with proof, we can stop a war.
I don't want to make a mistake that our children will have to pay for.
I'm 6 feet from the edge.
24 returns with 9 consecutive original episodes at 9, 8 Central, Fox Tuesday.
They say the truth shall set you free.
Woo, what is that, the grapes of wrath?
But this Wednesday, TV reporter Wanda Hawkins takes free speech. Wanda's gonna hate a surprise party. To a whole new level.
Happy birthday! Shoot 'em!
Wanda at Large premieres at 9:30, Fox Wednesday.
160,000 fans file out. They all got their money's worth today. Next weekend, NASCAR on Fox rolls into Texas with Busch Series practice on Speed, followed by Winston Cup qualifying on Fox Sports Net. That's Friday. Saturday, you'll see Winston Cup practice, 1 p.m. Eastern on FX, and the O'Reilly 300 presented by Old Spice on Fox. Sunday, of course, NASCAR this morning, 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, and the Samsung Radio Shack 500 right here on Fox. Here's Matt.
Well, Mike, Ricky Rudd scores the Wood brothers' first top 10 finish of the season. This is big for you and this team to get this momentum rolling.
Get back to Matt in a moment. Technical difficulties down there with Ricky Rudd. Here's Jeannie.
Well, Greg Biffle, let's see, the nose was punched in, you were overheating, you became a regular on pit road. How are you even standing here top 5?
Well, I tell you, I drove my butt off today. It was a long day for us, but I'm surprised I'm not tired at all after 500 laps at Bristol. But the guys just kept working on the car. You know, we didn't really have our stuff all together in the pits, a little miscommunication, but we got water in it finally and got all the tape off it, you know, instead of just a piece. Finally took all the tape off and got the overheating problem fixed. But there at the end, I didn't want to see that caution. We were the fastest car on the racetrack, and you know, I was closing on the 17 a little bit. I think I'd have been 3rd or 4th, at least 4th, at maybe 3rd, but that's what happens, and you know, I'm excited and just like to say hey to all the troops, you know, overseas doing what they're doing, and we're here being able to do what we do, and family back home and everybody, and all the Granger folks, and I'd like to say hi to Lisa Bellotti. We miss you here.
Well, congratulations on your first top 5. Mike?
Thanks, Jeannie, and our apologies to Ricky Rudd for that microphone taking a hit as we went to that interview. But, Darrell, you can see why everybody renews their tickets at Bristol, and there are never any available for this or the night race.
No, the thing that surprised me today was all that green flag racing and those green flag stops and those veterans, Larry, making that mistake of coming in on pit road wrong, using the whole pit lane instead of coming in off the corner they were on.
Well, you've taught me in the last 2 years, never say never. You don't come to Bristol figuring that strategy of having to make green flag stops would be the difference in the outcome of this race. But I think especially in the case of Jimmy Spencer and Kevin Harvick, it was definitely one of the difference. But attaboy to Roush Engines. 4 of the top 5 finishers after all the problems the last 2 weeks.
Here's the thing I see. Kurt Busch and Jimmy Finney. You know who they remind me of?
Who's that?
Jeff Gordon and Ray Abraham.
Oh, of course.
They've got that combination. They've got that. They're clicking, baby. And I'm so impressed with how that car runs week in and week out.
Well, nothing left to say, but see you in Texas. Let's go back to Chris Myers to close us out.
All right, thanks, guys. And let's take a look at the points. And Matt Kenseth, it's Roush Racing up at the top, 3rd straight week, and biggest lead of the season right there behind him, though, Jeff Hammond, is Kurt Busch.
Kurt Busch right now, we've talked about his passion as far as driving a race car is concerned. And the one thing right now I think makes him more of a danger than anybody else out there is I know how he goes about setting his race cars up. He has a different approach than any other driver I've ever worked with. And when you combine him with Jimmy Finney, I mean, he's got that savvy as far as being a veteran crew chief is concerned. They are making a very great, unique combination that's very successful right now. And when it comes to trying to make his championship battle, it's going to be real interesting to see how Robbie Reiser and teammate Matt Kenseth work, as far as who's going to settle this thing before the end of the year. They're going to be in great position to basically battle all year long, I think.
Yeah, Fennig more than twice his age. Kurt Busch, of course, 24 years old, and after losing by a nose last week, wins by 10 car lengths. Again, a repeat winner here at Bristol. And as his crew, which has been supportive, he wins for his second time here in Bristol. And I want to remind you real quick, if you want to be a Grand Marshal for a day, don't forget to tune in during the first hour of our racing and look for the secret number on the animated logo and log on to NASCAR.com or FoxSports.com as well. And the Winston Cup McDonald's drive-through challenge powered by Powerade. All pit stops timed, and the eligible crews have a chance to win $20,000. And then the season-long winner, $200,000. Jeff Hammond, real quick, the advancement of Roush Racing coming back after the engine problems, dominating in the points lead and looking like clear sailing from here on out.
Well, I wouldn't call it clear sailing yet, but I do know Jack Roush and that whole group right there, and they're dedicated to making more power and getting these guys where they can go as hard as they want to the rest of this year and run for this championship, because Jack Roush has never won a Winston Cup championship, and right now he's in the best position he's ever been in. We see him right there. That's the cat in the hat right there, and I'm sure right now he is very happy with the results of today.
A quick reminder, too, that Kyle Petty had been running at the end of 40 races consecutively. That came to an end, and he was airlifted to a hospital nearby for precautionary measures after an accident with Ward Burton. We certainly hope he is okay. And coming up tonight on Speed, the Craftsman Truck Series. At a time when people's deepest thoughts certainly were elsewhere, 160,000 fans pouring into Bristol Motor Speedway to see America's best drivers compete on one of NASCAR's most challenging tracks. Plenty of patriotism, not a lot of patience. As always, it was brutal at Bristol, but in the end, 24-year-old Kurt Busch surviving for his second straight win at the track. A great day for America and for Kurt Busch. Thanks for watching NASCAR on Fox.
From Indiana is the 2002 NASCAR Winston Cup champion. Here's your champion, ladies and gentlemen, Tony Stewart.
On behalf of everybody from NASCAR, congratulations. You've earned it. The pressure's off. Enjoy it, man.
NASCAR, how bad have you got it?
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our loyal fans for your continued support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast. This has been a presentation of Fox Sports.